All right, we are back for the Top Deck Invitational 2025 Day 2 stream. Oh my god, we got to see a lot of cool magic yesterday, and we're raring up for even more.
Absolutely. Days or round 6 and 7 are just gonna be people pushing for that bubble, pushing for their win and in. And with the field as tight as it is, this should be interesting.
Oh, definitely. I would say I was very excited, especially when I looked at the top standings today, and when I saw Sisse and Magda leading the pack right now. That I just feel so happy about that.
Yeah. Well, my name is Ethan. I am on the internet as Master Uguay, but I don't really do a whole lot of content creation. And who are you? I feel like we've met
I'm
before.
Steven, Hidden Planet X from Dead on Board MTG. I do weekly cEDH gameplay, and I do a lot of MTG embroidery. So if you're interested in some cool apparel, come check me out at dobmtg.com. But
All
definitely
right.
excited for today.
Yeah. Do you want to just see some stats from the top couple players currently?
Definitely. As I said, I was excited when I saw that Sisse and Magda were on the top. I guess why don't we
Yeah,
look at Dio as the right now?
Dio is currently in first place with 13 points. So that is 2 wins and 3 draws. Undefeated, but draws seem to come easily. At the same
Mm-hmm.
time, not a bad player by any mark. 41.24% win rate across
And a
47 tournaments with a
44%
44.
conversion.
That's,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would assume everyone here is reasonably successful, but that is way above average in terms of like the greater cEDH population. If you look at that 25% mark, that you normally would expect people to hit for their win rate. He's consistently
100%.
converting. Yeah.
I say I when I calculate up my wins after a weekend and I'm hitting like 35%, I feel good. So to be rocking that 40 average, definitely great.
Yeah. And then up in second, we have Chad Franklin, who is also at 13 points, with a slightly lower opponent win percentage, but a little bit more of an outlier in terms of deck choice. Not an unknown one, but for as a Magda fan, how do you feel?
So I was originally, as I said, I was a little sad that we didn't get a whole lot of cards from the the la- the latest set. However, Tezzeret has definitely been an exciting card to look at. Getting to tutor, getting a lot of loyalty, ulting easily, although I don't think that's nearly as relevant.
Mhm.
I'm very curious to see how well the Planeswalker has performed, especially in Magda, where you're not exactly able to defend walkers as easily because those dwarves are not great creatures, unfortunately.
Yeah, looking at the players' stats, they've also been in a lot of tournaments with 47, 22.6% win rate, a little bit lower towards that typical average, but 34.04% conversion. So
Hmm.
jumping above what you would expect for a relatively lower win rate compared to the player we mentioned earlier, Dio, and still doing their absolute best to make that top cut. Because top 16 is not represented going 5-0, you just need to make enough wins to make it.
Oh,
So we're
definitely.
happy to see that Magda's doing well.
Yeah, Magda has been kind of on the volatile side. You see it winning tournaments and then getting absolutely crushed. So I'm happy to see, at least in this meta, it's doing well. And
Mhm.
definitely props to Chad for getting those wins.
All right. What else? Oh yeah, we've got the block of Blue Farm. Uh, I think as everyone would expect, there's 3 of the top what 7 here in a row. I guess there's Jordan is on Team Thrasius, but there's a bunch of players here in the top kind of 8 to 10 ish playing Timna Crom. And I think that's something we could have expected coming in. The deck is very popular, but
Mhm. As we saw
I
from the
don't.
pie chart yesterday, it was, I think, 34% of the field. So we definitely would hope to be seeing a big representation of that in the top. Because
Yes.
even with it being a huge proportion, if it's not actually showing up and getting those wins, then definitely need to do some reevaluation.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we get to talk to some of these players playing one of decks because I mean cEDH is not a closed meta by any sense of the word. If you look at any other format, cEDH is totally open. You can play basically whatever you want, but there is still an optimization towards something like Timnacrom. But I'm interested to see the thought process for some of these other players who decided to bring something that maybe is just they're more comfortable with,
Mhm.
because they don't feel like playing a partner pile.
Yep. I mean,
But
as
some
we
like,
said, we're hitting over 25% win rate is phenomenal.
mm,
So just playing the best cards or assumed best won't get you there necessarily. You need to be able to be comfortable, know the lines, know how to weave in and out of different politic situations, and definitely comfort picks is where I hope most of these players are picking.
yeah, I would agree. I think that there's I don't know. We talked about what we talk about the Rafine list. There's Niv Mizzet. I could expect. I mean, I know Anthony. That's kind of his jam. Um,
I haven't
what
seen
other?
much Niv after the dockside banning, so I'm very curious to see. I mean, Niv's still very powerful. As
Yeah,
I said,
let me pull that
I'm a
deck
bit of
list
a
up.
Dragons player, so I have Niv in my deck, and it always is a house. But with that 6 cost and triple
Hmm.
pips, that's got to be hard.
Yeah, well, and you get to play a lot of interesting ramp pieces that may not see a ton of play otherwise. I'm looking at Anthony, aka Glacial Cities list right now. My ABC EDH buddy. I'm seeing Generous Plunderer, which is a card that I absolutely love in Vintage Cube, but I've never seen played in cEDH. Do you know what the card
Which one
does?
is that? I'm trying to remember. There's
It's from the OTJ bonus sheet. It's 1 and a red for a 2/2 human rogue with menace. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may make a treasure token. When you do, target opponent creates a tapped treasure token. And then when it
oh
attacks, it
that
deals damage to
one.
defending player equal to the number of artifacts they control. So I'm interested to see if
That
that's
one
just
is
ramping into Niv,
spicy.
fixing colors. I mean, giving them a tapped treasure is a risk, but yeah, I'll have to ask him how that plays out.
Hmm.
As well on the list, we saw Knuckles a little bit yesterday. Knuckles is in a Niv Mizzet deck for just treasure generation, I assume.
I
That
have to imagine. I'm happy to see Sonic get some representation. I haven't seen any Shadow though. I was hoping to see at least that hedgehog make it.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of buzz around Shadow, and I think people, at least on the on the Rakdos side of things, I think people realized pretty quickly that um 4 pips is a lot. Like, I mean, yes, Niv is 6, but 4 pips for a card that's supposed to be like a weird protection piece that does a lot when it works. But if you're spending black, red, red, and then also having to use artifact mana to give stuff split second, it's like a high upside, high cost kind of gambit.
Hmm.
And I would still probably look around. I wouldn't be surprised to see one, but it seems like one that people were mostly testing. I don't know if they got the full use that they wanted to be able to run it at the invite, because you've got to be
Hmm.
pretty confident in the cards you're bringing.
Speaking of weird protection pieces, what do you think about that new Riot Spider?
Oh, what's it called? Spider Punk.
Yes.
Um, hmm. See, I again, that's another card that a lot of the non-blue turbo pilots like saw and like just looked at to try and pick up, because it is kind of like a pseudo defense grid like
Hmm.
effect where, I mean, you get to resolve your spells, sure. Um, at the same time, the cost of playing it is that you can throw the game in the same way the defense grid works. Uh, you are allowing yourself to get ahead, but if it sticks on board, then nobody else's spells can get countered. What if someone else goes first before you get to do that? What if there's
I think
what?
chat's agreeing with you. They're saying Spider Punk is a very bad card.
So it looks, it's the kind of card that looks good on paper, but then if you practically think about the applications to cEDH, I don't know if it plays that well. I mean, it's
I
not
just
out
wasn't
yet.
sure if it was another defense grid, as you said. I mean, defense grid is also another card where if you're not sticking it the turn you win, you're probably giving someone else it. Plus,
Yeah.
this is at least a creature, so it's a little harder for players to interact with it coming down, unlike defense grid.
Well, and but it also doesn't have the upside of like with defense grid or grand abolisher, these silence effects. They
Hmm.
can't do anything during your turn normally. With Spider Punk, they can still cast their Born Upon a Wind and just win on top of you without their spells being able to be countered. So
That's
that
true.
is a real risk.
Although to be
Uh,
fair, if they're born upon the win, they're probably doing that on top of your defense grid to begin with. But I understand. We'll have to see. I agree. I don't think it'll see probably a whole lot of play, but I have to imagine the Rakdos lists are still card hungry enough that they'll definitely test it out.
Yeah, I could see it. I think it is an interesting option. I don't know if it's a great option, but I mean, it's probably worth trying. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
who knows? There's plenty of cards that they see a couple of attempts and then everyone realizes they're good. Um, but we
100%.
checking out chat real quick. Um, Benjamin Mann mentioned that still a lot of players could end up winning out. That is very true. We were remarking at the beginning that there are so many draws because that is just the way to most assuredly get points. Um, the highest player in the standings right now only has 13 after 5 rounds. And there are players with, I was noting that there are some players, is it Caleb and Joe Ross business? Or no, yeah, that they have 5 points, aka it should be one win, but it's not a win. It's 0-0-5. They have drawn all 5 of their rounds, meaning that they're still around the 40-point range and could hypothetically win in.
Yeah, it's
Sorry, the 40 placement range. Yeah.
hmm yeah, no, it's one of those things where, if funnily enough, as you said, the 5 points and 13 points is like a win and a draw kind of thing, where you very much could find yourself taking one round of these final 2 rounds and just winding yourself up in the top 16. So it's definitely anyone's game. No one's down and out too much for those kind of point ranges.
Oh.
Mm.
I'm interested to see what players have to say about the 3-pod situation. 'Cause I think that was one thing that we were not prepared for, was how many 3-pods there were. In case
Mhm.
people weren't aware, there are actually 65 players at the event as opposed to 64. So it will be interesting to see how that actually pans out.
Mhm. I say, someone, Glebus is saying, who's playing Yidris and how are they doing? Let's see if we can. I didn't realize
Mm.
that there was a Yidris player there. I didn't see it, and I must have glanced over it.
The pie chart I don't think shows everything because I know that for example we were talking about Tim Nadario leading up to this event as like a deck that was kind of becoming more popular leading in, and Kellen Cohen is playing Tim Nadario, the deck that he is known for doing well with, and I didn't know.
Mhm.
But yeah, let's try and find that Yidris.
Oh, 100%. That was one the 4-color commanders that always wanted to see a little bit more play. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
once you had partners themselves, it's really hard to justify not having just 2 commanders rather than 1.
Yeah, I think that's true. And with Yidris, it's like you're doing a 4-color non-white pile. And I feel like some people build it just kind of like as a Cody like type alternative where you're jamming Yidris and then flipping into your Profane Tutor and then casting Ad Nauseam or whatever spell you want to get off of that. I don't know. I'm interested to see this list because I was kind of messing with it a little bit. I don't know. My friend gave me one of the secret layer Yidrises, so it kind of piqued my interest.
I used to buy all the different commander decks and just sleeve them up. This was before I really got into cEDH.
Mhm.
So I still have the original Yidris sleeved up. I have one of those
Like the
Stanley
stock precon.
toolboxes. It's literally, I can see it by my desk, and it has all
Wow.
of the original commander decks. Starting from base, I didn't get the original like Animar, but I have from
Mhm.
Aloro all the way up to the partner commanders all sleeved up in original condition because I would
Nice.
just hand them out to friends. So
I mean,
I love
do they
seeing
hold
Yidris
up?
around.
Do they hold up in 2025?
Um, sure. In like bracket 2.5, that they're
Yeah.
definitely a house. Although Atraxa holds up because Atraxa is Atraxa.
Sure. I could see that. Atraxa kind of just does whatever you want it to do.
Mm-hmm. but
Uh,
they're great against each other, which is another thing. I used to have the original dual deck anthology. Well, I still have the dual deck anthology, and that was
nice.
another one where if people were interested in learning Magic, I could pull that out. There's a bunch of different decks. They're monocolored. They're really simple for people to actually understand because other than specifically the one Jace blue counterspell deck, everything's like, oh, you're green casting big creature, beat phase. So I love
Yeah,
having
yeah,
those kind
yeah.
of sets.
No, I that makes me think of I think it was like a year or two ago. I did a it was right after Infinity came out. I did a April Fool's draft at a store close to me, and how it worked is they gave us one of the half decks of, is it Unsanctioned? Like the unset with like the
Yep.
crab looking thing on it. Uh as well as a couple packs of Infinity to build our draft deck. And I got the green kind of half starter with literal Timmy in it. So it was like, I know what to do with this.
Oh, that's great. I'm so sad. Like those original ones are so cool. And I mean, as long as well as with the lands and everything like that, those are really fun sets to mess around with. Have you ever played what is it? The not marker, but the marked up card cubes where pit layers will cross out to make their own cards. Have you ever heard of that?
I think I've seen it in YouTube videos. I don't know if I've ever played it.
Gotcha. That's another fun format if you ever get the chance.
Yeah. Looking at the bottom of the standing, I haven't found the Yidris deck. I did, however, figure out that there are actually 3 people with 0 points. Not everyone has at least a draw.
Hmm.
Um, but I think there were some players that already dropped. I mean, coming out of day one, 5 rounds with 1 point is pretty rough. And I would, if I were them, I would probably be fine to go play. There's so much to do at Steel City, and trying to play 2 more rounds of this at the expense of not getting to do what, a vintage event or a cEDH, another event today, or a legacy or modern or whatever is going on. At I can't disagree with it. Like, you could win 2 games in a row, get to 11. Does that even make it? I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm not a big one
Trying to
for
stay.
tournament math.
Yep. Otter Christ, I believe the round should be starting at 9:30. And then we have another question from Oxo Ong. How do we rate Vivi in cEDH? I don't know if I like Vivi in the command zone as much as people were singing their praises, but I've been really digging Vivi in Rog side. That's where I really think it finds a home.
That makes sense. That makes sense. A lot of mana coming out, a lot of spells just thrown
It
around.
blocks.
I mean, so does Rograk. Like,
Yes, but Vivi actually. So I mean, Rockside gets beat up all the time because I mean,
mhm,
for one, it's an Adnaz deck, so of course you punch the Adnaz. Vivi just
mhm.
says, "I have like a 4/6. Anything you throw my way, I'm just killing."
Yeah,
So I love Vivi in Rogsai. I don't know if Vivi is going to stay on the test of time in the command zone, but I definitely think at the 99 it will settle in and do some work.
I don't know. I think my opinion of Vivi is a little skewed because my pet deck is Obnixilis, and the Vivi Obnixilis matchup is hilarious for me. Um, it's I don't think, because we have some players that like to try out Vivi, play Vivi locally, and whenever I bring Ob into a pod and they're playing Vivi, they just like give me this dead look of like, okay, I know how this is gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
And I will bring up a game that I actually played at like in the off round of Move to Combat a couple months back with including the MTG Basics crew and our producer Roll, where I think it was Vu got a curiosity on his VV and started going off into my Ob and Cataract Parasite, but I was drawing 4 cards for every 3 because I'm drawing off the VV trigger and the 3 cards drawn off the curiosity. Um, so that was a little silly.
Yeah, that
Like
that
VV in
definitely
itself is
is.
very strong, but when it goes wrong, you're kind of just stuck.
Yep, as I've played a lot of Isis, as I said, Riel was my first cEDH deck, so Vivi has a really powerful ability, but if you're not able to really stick that kind of curiosity effect and gain advantage, it can really fizzle out and have a hard time. Plus, Bowmasters is a very popular card in this format, and
True.
that does a lot to your deck.
We got some comments in chat about how crazy the point cut is. With the open with 500-ish people, like that makes sense. 20 points, yeah, that is a very, very, very strong record. But with 500 people, the odds that everyone or can at least try to get to that, it just skyrockets. That is, I don't know. Top 16 feels very limiting for that event, but
I mean,
they
the Open should
chose
be
to go
a
ahead
top
and
40 cut. I mean,
yeah.
with 500 people, that I can see that.
I don't know. I'm not a TO. I
Yep.
can't speak to what it should have been, but that definitely sounds cutthroat at the least.
Oh, 100%. Although I feel like if I was in the 20K, I must be so happy. I might have 500 opponents, but I know most of the best players are over here at the Invitational. So I'm like, yes, maybe now is my chance.
Yeah. Yeah. No, what do the points even look like? Can we find that on Top Deck right now?
For the Open?
It might be ongoing, so you can't see the link to it anymore.
I don't know. We can see if we can find that out. Um,
I don't know.
but definitely, I mean, I'm excited to see the results of that. I'm excited to see the results of this as well. Looks like there is that link. I think that might be able to get us the point spread.
Yeah. But anyway, if you're still joining us, we are doing the rounds 6 and 7 before going into top 16, where we'll be handing the casting job off to our other pair. And we look forward to getting to hang out with you guys for a couple hours.
Oh,
Um,
100%.
while we're
Looks like
still in Swiss,
Greyface mentioned that there's a 4-1-1 Keurig in the Open, and
that's
that's
cool.
exciting.
Crick is one of those decks that it's really cool to watch because they get to play so many weird cards. Um, I mean, it's annoying to lose to Crick because oftentimes they just go on turn 2, and if you don't have it, you
That's the one
lose.
downside. As I mean, I'm a content creator, so when I'm recording videos, I'm like, oh, Keurig would be really cool. And then my buddy wins turn 2. It's like a 5-minute video. I'm like, can't use this. Which is the only downside of those kind of super fast kind of decks. But I love seeing them. I mean, as we said, the format's definitely moving towards the faster side again, away from that kind of mid-range meta. So I'll be curious to see if more turbo styles kind of emerge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got someone in chat talking about Rocco. I mean, we talked about this a
Mm.
little bit yesterday, but Rocco is a deck that I think you said you played for a little bit, and then it
I
did take
did
a hit with
before
the
the
bannings.
dockside ban, and then I put it away for a little bit, and then I saw it's been doing well, so I have it. I literally sleeved it up yesterday because I'm like, I was hoping to see it a little bit more today, actually, in the invitational. But I know
Yeah,
some players it's only recently be doing well, I'm pretty sure. So we'll see.
that's how I feel about Tim Nadargo, where I took a break because losing Dockside meant the deck lost a lot of the really cool like no spell cast, just like activate Technomancer, pick up Dockside, kill Dockside, pick it up again, like loops.
Hmm.
Because you could do Technomancer, Mayhem Devil, and Dockside as an infinite combo that would just kill the table without casting a single spell. Um, and like from the graveyard as well, because Technomancer has that reanimation ability.
Hmm.
But losing Dockside meant that the deck lost some explosiveness and kind of had to pivot a little bit. I'm really glad to see people are working on it, and I'm happy that I get to play it more now that I've kind of worked up the courage to go back to it. Um, but yeah,
Definitely understand.
and it's doing well as well.
Hmm. Uh, Turbo New Style slamming wins, and we're having time for record a game or two. Yes, I mean, yes, I do multiple games of Keurig because they all last like 5-10 minutes. Um, but one of my buddies has been really into Anala as of late, so that's another deck that surprisingly has a really fast win, kind of like almost out of nowhere.
Yeah. And Allah's, I don't know. I've played against Anala a fair amount. It's one of those decks that if you know what it's going to do, it's a little easier to get prepped. Like Crick, you don't necessarily know. Like their general game plan is streamlined, but you don't know which option they're going to go with necessarily.
Mm,
And all they have a main option, and if they don't get that main option, then they pivot. At least in
mhm.
my experience. Like if they
It
don't find Spellseeker, then they do something else.
True. It's just so easy to get Spellseeker nowadays.
Mhm.
Just 1 Entombment to reanimate is wicked fast.
Krarktima is one that I've seen around a little bit. What do you think of Krark as a card? I've messed with it a little bit. One of my friends, David, aka Ender A, is big fan of Krark.
So
Yeah.
I think Quark is a really cool card. It's a little I'm a little I guess jaded by it because no, at least for not Quarks or well Quark Sakashima specifically, no one likes watching those games. Every
Yeah.
time I made a video with them, no one watches those games. It's like there's just some universal hate for those commanders. However, do I think it's a really cool deck and it's really fun? Hell yeah. There's a player that I play, he goes to most of the Magic conventions, a younger player, and he
Mhm.
has a Quark Sakashima list, and it slaps. Although this player is probably one of the most unluckiest players I've ever seen, because almost every game they'll lose like the first 3 flips immediately.
Nice.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure they're batting like 1 in 4 for a win on a flip.
I proxied up Krark Thrasios to try out because copying crop rotation seems really cool. You just do like a weird Rog Thras impression.
Mhm.
But the issue is because it was Krark, my crop rotation flipped tails both times, and then I just sacked the land for nothing. Uh,
Mhm. I say.
so
Yep, that's really cool. I think we're going to go into an ad break right now, just so we can get everything set up for round 1. So we will be back in a little bit.
yep, and we'll get pods assigned and ready to go in the meantime.
Mhm. Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamline registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe. Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there. EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the second showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
right, we are back for round 6 for the TopDeck Invitational 2025.
We're getting towards the very end of our Swiss rounds, folks. 64 players duking it out for 7 rounds just to make top 16.
Mm-hmm. I say, and I'm excited to see this pod 8 go for today. I say, it looks like there is some drama between, or I guess some contention.
Yeah, the critical EDH matchup of late Jason and Logan in the same pod. We're doing pod 8 today, people. It's going to be Logan Doan of critical EDH in seat 1 with 8 points. In seat 2, Jason Doan, also of critical EDH. You see them on the left side currently. In seat 3, we have Kevin Simmons, and seat 4, Matthew Sweeney. In chat, Emily Doan, Logan's wife, remarking that their newborn son is now deciding to sleep, and she is tired but will stay up to watch this battle because both of them do need to do well in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I know most of the players probably, because they're all from the tournament scenes, probably know each other. But how do you feel playing against people who definitely kind of knows your ins and outs a little bit better than someone that you would just meet on a tournament day?
Well, I mean, I play against Logan and Jason probably weekly. Jason more so. In case people were wondering, as far as I know, they're not related. So it's kind of just like a funny coincidence. And then, so both of them very, very strong players. If we're looking at lists, you could say, wow, it's a double Rogsai pod. This isn't going to go long, is it? No, you would be wrong. This is, especially Logan's version, is the grindiest Rogsai I think I've ever played against. The deck is playing Mayhem Devil, and like a bunch of free interaction. You just fight as much as possible, and you're playing Rock Rack and Silas. Like, sure, quick sys
And we
control.
definitely saw how Mayhem Devil performed earlier in one of the earlier rounds, and that was a house.
Yeah, it'd be good to get some player profiles up, Mr. Producer. And then, yeah, we see Logan's rates. 36 tournaments, 30.35% win rate, and a 36% conversion rate. That is pretty solid. One of those wins being at the Snowy Summit 2 5K this past spring. Actually got to interview him after a super long, drawn-out finals that ended at almost midnight. Roel can confirm we were there for probably close to 14 hours. Something like that, like some ridiculous number, because we were just, it just went forever.
Mm-hmm. Although, luckily for this tournament, the organizers have very correctly imposed some good time limits, so we don't have to necessarily worry about that.
And for the next person up, Jason, or I guess we're doing Kevin next. There are other Rogsai in the pod, more on like kind of conventional build. What do you think of Ral Monsoon Mage in this list?
In the list? Oh, that's definitely interesting. I mean, Ral has been definitely making waves as its own commander. But curious with the extra tutors and stuff like that, I have to imagine that's going to be really interesting to see. And looking at that, he's got a 54 conversion rate. That's another amazing way to go. So it's definitely working for him.
Yeah. To put that into context, like regardless of the tournament size, Kevin was making top cut more than half the time. Next up, Jason Doan, also a Denver, Colorado local, 70% conversion. The man knows how to win. Whether that's arguing for people to agree to whatever deal he's making, or just playing really tight and holding any kind of instant win completely. Just had a message from the chat that Emily that Logan isn't wearing a fun shirt today. The emoji on the mobile thing, it covered up the word fun. So it kind of looked like it said, Ethan, I'm sorry, Logan isn't wearing a shirt today. And I was a little bit confused for a second. But yeah, level 7 games in the chat. Our local cEDH weekly event organizer, they're amazing. But yeah, looking at Jason's Kinnan list, it's the same one that we saw Freedom Waffle play yesterday.
Okay.
Just interaction all the time. And it's hard to say. People were saying in the chat, Jason not choosing Blue Farm, weird. But he's been playing this deck for the past couple weeks and doing pretty well. Our fourth player in the pod, unfortunately stuck in seat 4, is Matthew Swinney playing Sisse, who is no slouch either. 41% win rate and a 58% conversion on 62 tournaments. That is serious winning power. Which this might be a fun one.
Oh, definitely.
And this might be a long one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see that. I just seeing that there's a wrong side at the table. I'll be very curious to see, because I know that's been the joke of the cEDH format. It's like, well, if you want to win fast, you go Rogsai. If you don't want to win at all, wait till turn 5 on a Rogsai.
Yeah, well, and this is the kind of Rogsai list that I'm looking through the instance and I see Snapback. I see Force of Will, but then also Misdirection and Commandeer. Like, people were talking about cutting Force and Negation in Rogsai. This is like the complete opposite approach.
I say, yeah, very interested to see. And I'll be very curious because, as you said, that definitely he wants to go late, go into that grind.
Mhm.
I'll be curious to see how that does because Sisse is another one of those decks that really wants that late game, be able to get those activations and just have a lot of value. So I'll be curious to see how those two line up. But it sounds I don't know. I feel bad about the original Rogside player because it feels like there's a lot of control right now at this table, and that's not what Rogside wants to see.
Yeah, well, like 2 more unconventional builds, one being the wrong side build of Rograk and Silas, and the other being this more interactive Kinnan build. They will hold up as much free interaction as they can, and
Mhm.
that will take forever. I think I don't know if I were to look at this pod. I think if Sisse can get ahead, people are going to be focused on Sisse, if not Rogside early. Um, but that all
Mhm.
that free interaction doesn't necessarily affect what Sisse does if they time things right. So that should
100%.
be a
They
concern if
let
you're the
Sisse
table.
slip through. Yeah, they let Sisse slip through, and they don't need to cast another spell, assuming they don't unluckily
You're
draw
just
what
dead.
they need.
Yep. And this game, I would expect will come down to how are they going to argue over the Sisse tutors? Like if Sisse activates, are they going to try and force them to get something suboptimal? We saw it a little bit yesterday where a draw came about because of interaction we didn't know about in hand, but because they were able to convince Dio, who was playing Sisse in that game, not to get a win. Chat was totally confused uh, how it worked, but like or why they didn't win, but for good reason. I mean, Sisse is a good politics target, and they could just win.
Mhm. And Calvin saying that Rogsai is definitely better than Rogsai, so we'll have to see if that plays out.
That will be interesting to see for sure. Seems like players are finishing up mulligans. I think Jason went pretty low, but
Mm.
let's see. Let's wait until we see some actual numbers from the judge at the table.
Yep. I mean, and even mulliganing low, it's a Kinnan list. You stick Kinnan, you get a few activations off of it,
Hmm.
and if you and it might be just a good way of trying to lower your kind of. Well, I mean, I know he's not mulliganing low to do any of this, but being able to kind of show that you're not the threat early, and they'll give you a little bit more leniency can really help Kinnan kind of sneak in that back door.
Velvet Feather, this is round 6. So this morning we have rounds 6 and 7, and then a cut to top 16 towards the afternoon. Because we went through 5 yesterday, and then we've got 2 more rounds for Steven and I. Just rolling out the rest of Swiss, getting to watch people fight for their lives. Um, and yeah, then we will move into the actual elimination games.
Hmm. We get to be lucky. We get to be in the audience to watch the finals.
Yes. I'm probably gonna set it up and just lay on my bed and watch them because I don't really want to be too invested in a game that might take forever or might not. Like
Well, as they
this
said,
is
they're imposing correct time limits, so the game's not going to
mhm.
go too long.
Yeah. I think watching this many rounds and commenting this many rounds, it goes by fast, but like I'm just glad that I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm glad I'm not there. But when you're there in the moment and the game is getting really grindy, it feels like it takes forever sometimes. Um,
Hmm.
so I'm glad that we
Well, I
get to
mean,
hang
this
out.
this
Yeah.
is the accumulation of a whole year's worth of events coming down to this last tournament. So
Oh yeah.
I have to
The
imagine nerves
dopamine and the
can be
stress
running
is
high.
insane.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Everyone
can't
just wants
believe.
to win.
Hmm. Yeah, I still can't believe all the 2,000 events this year were held for this. That's insane. 6,000 players.
And
I
it all
love seeing
culminates
this format.
it all culminates in the home of the Big Mac, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In case people weren't aware, Steel City is huge. Um, it's because it's not just the Invitational. It's not just the Invitational and the Open. Those are just the top deck events that are being run at the venue. If you look at the top deck page, they are running Modern. They're running Legacy. They're running Vintage. They're running other draft events. They have so much going on. And I know plenty of players from around here that are going just to play side events. Like they're not trying to play cEDH. They're going because it's just a huge event for Magic.
Hmm. I would say, yeah, it's massive. We can see it a bit in the background, but this space is insane. There's a lot of people there, and The energy there's got to be jam packed. It looks like we have a question
Yeah.
about how the time limits are going to work on the finals. We'll ask a judge to see if we can get clarification on that before we say anything that
Yeah.
we're not sure on.
The rules, I think, in the tournament procedure for multiplayer have been changing. So we'll get back to you on that. Because, for example, in the Swiss, there is a 20-minute cap on overtime. Because normally they go to the final turn, and then there's a 20-minute limit to how far they can go besides any extensions. Okay, we have some mulligans. Player 1 Logan going to 5, player 2 Jason going to 3. That better be land Mystic Remora. Player 3 Kevin going to 4, and player 4 says they're going to stay at 7.
And that
Wow.
mulligan to 4 was actually a mulligan to 3 with that gemstone cavern.
Yeesh.
So this is going to be a very interesting. I feel like this has gotta favor Rogsai, right? Because having less resources for your opponents should mean hopefully an easier win attempt early.
Yeah, let's see if we can get some hands information going on here.
Looks like player okay. Gemstone. Well, player 1 has a gemstone caverns that he couldn't play, unfortunately. Oh, it looks like
Oh
there's an
man,
early
Mindbreak Trap on
Mindbreak
the
Trap
Mystic
coming out
Remora.
too.
Jason Mold to looks like Scalding Tarn, Delighted Halfling, Birds of Paradise in Kinnan. That's reasonable. It's a lot of mana.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. Let's
Then we've
see.
got
We have gemstone
there's the Birds of Paradise we're
cavern.
talking about.
Yep. But yeah, these mulligans are definitely going to kind of change the way this game operates since everyone's on a very different level except for Matthew itself, who's still keeping 7, so he's
Yeah,
probably gonna
the
feel pretty
Molta
good
4
about
for
this.
Kinnan. The Molta 4 for Kinnan was it looks like Gemstone, Mana Conflict, which you both saw, the Culling the Week there, and then I assume that's Defense Grid is the last artifact in hand.
I think
But I think they drew something. Okay, Grim Tutor's a good draw.
Mm-hmm.
That'll get you back in the game.
Yep. We've got the birds. Oh, and we did find a little bit more information. The finals and the semifinals are 180 minutes.
Greyface asking, what did he MBT? Logan cast a turn 1 Mystic Remora using a land, Rograk, Springleaf Drum, and then into Mystic Remora, and then the fish got hit with the Mindbreak Trap. I think it's definitely a play. I think it's not unreasonable. I mean, Mindbreak Trap is a card that is incredibly powerful in the right situations, and letting seat 1 player get a value engine as strong as Mystic Remora in play, that I can see arguments for sure. The question is that interaction that should have been saved for Kevin, who is now getting to tutor with Rograk and more mana available.
Yep.
Although Rograk is dead, but
yeah, I mean, plus Kevin, I probably would have got rid of that fish as well. With Kevin being on basically 3 cards, I think there's a low chance that the MBT would have actually. But unfortunately, he stopped 1 fish only to get another one. So,
well, let's look at
there's
what
only so much
Matthew.
you can do.
Let's look at what else Matthew has in hand.
He's saying Isaiah is saying too aggressive. Well, we'll see.
So it looks like Matthew, the Sisei player, had. Okay, it looks like Tundra, Lightning Greaves, Mindbreak Trap, Green Sun Zenith. What land is that? Oh yeah, that's it's the Warhammer 40k. Whatever it's called. What's the land that taps? This is the Felwar Stone land that taps for colors your opponent's roll.
I know. I don't remember off the top of my head, unfortunately.
But then Deadpool and Enlightened Tutor. Oh yeah, that
Mhm.
the land that's in play currently. But Kevin goes and gets a Mystic Remora. Seems reasonable.
Mm-hmm. I wonder in this pod, he's got the Deadpool, but other than that, I don't know. That hand did feel a little slow on Matt's part, but I guess just keeping a 7 is fine enough.
Yeah, I mean, with everyone rolling low, you kind of just want that. That is just a resource. Exotic Orchard was the card I was thinking of. Yeah,
Mhm.
huh. Is that exotic? Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, just checking again to make sure I didn't miss anything. I imagine Matthew is probably going to turn or like do a late enlightened tutor to go get his own value engine. I would not be surprised, but another Mystic Remora coming down before then is unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. Plus, he even grabbing his own Mystic Remora, he doesn't necessarily have the acceleration to kind of keep it around. Because at least Roxai has the gemstone to kind of over accelerate him.
And there is the Mayhem Devil from Logan. That is the RTQ promo one. That one's fun. I like it.
Is that the anime Devil Boy version?
Yes, the it's a cutie pie.
Mhm.
I don't know. That art is funny. It's a little divisive, but I think Mayhem Devil is pretty decent in this pod if there is a source of sacrifice effects, which presumably going to be Kevin's Rogside deck. I don't know what to
Mhm.
see.
Yeah, I don't.
Fish
He's already used
sticking
one
around.
stack on the Roxai, so we'll have to see if anyone draws any more fetches.
Mhm.
But right now,
There's
Mayhem
the
Devil's not doing a whole lot as far as we're aware.
yeah. So the fish stays around, and then there is the end step enlightened tier, like we were talking about.
Mhm.
Kinnigan came out from Jason. Makes sense. This will be 3 mana for Jason on turn 2. Like maybe he drew into something since then. Just playing out the delighted halfling seems like you're not really doing that much.
Yeah. I just have to imagine that Jason is just hoping that a treasure or a fetch land doesn't come out to kill his birds. Because that would not feel good.
Isaiah Smith arguing that the MBT shouldn't have been used, or at least that Matt should have been more cautious using the MBT because he's in seat 4. I think that's pretty valid. I think MBT is scary, but Jacob Goodwin brings up a good point that like if Logan has the turn 1 fish, and then Kevin goes for his line of cast Rograk, sack Rograk, tutor for a fish, cast the fish. That's already 3 cards that you're giving to Logan, and you could be putting yourself into a really scary situation if that gets to stick around.
100%. Plus, it looks he tutored up a Soul Ring just to go fast, so he doesn't want. He knows that he was going to be feeding that fish anyways. So I
Mhm.
think it's a worthy spend at least this early on. It's just unfortunate it didn't line up perfectly to keep any fish off the table.
It is definitely a bit of a lose-lose, as you said in chat. What is that? What card is that? Looks like
Um,
Universes Beyond.
is that one of the I too many arts, unfortunately.
That is not one that was in the initial starting hand. Or no, it was. That is the Lightning Greaves.
Okay. So we've got some protection from Sisei. So yeah, I think it's a fair use to use the MBT there. Because he knows he was gonna be feeding it.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you don't know that Rockside is going to get his own fish. But it is definitely an awkward situation.
Yeah. With it being situational, and people being low on the mulligans, it's unlikely that it would be active for a while. And
Yes,
he's just hoping to kind of crank out his advantage before the MBT becomes useful again.
true. Yeah. No, that is the Fallout Lightning Greaves art.
Mm. Oh, that
Fallout.
Enduring Vitality from Jason is a great pickup. That's like one of the
We're,
best cards in Kinnan.
we're seeing Kinnan do the Kinnan thing where he has enough resources pretty soon where cards are going to start flying. I'm surprised Kinnan didn't get tapped to play out the Delighted Halfling as well, but maybe he doesn't want to overcommit.
Yep,
But there's
I definitely agree. I mean, it's possible he might have drawn a little bit of interaction. I think
Mhm.
he's got 2 cards in hand, so there's 1 card we don't know about, I believe. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, I guess all we know currently is the Delighted Halfling,
Mhm.
and
Uh,
that
yep.
Mana
Looks like
Vaults.
Mutavault paying for fish, so we'll see. I'll be curious to see how much more Kevin will keep the fish around. Or depending on what he's drawn now, he might try for something.
In this pod, I would be tempted to just keep it for as long as possible because
Mm.
nobody's going to commit before you want to. So if you're playing Rockstar, you want to go for it early. And
Ooh, Ristic study on the
Heuristic
play from
Study, yep.
Matthew.
We are digging our heels in. This is going to get grindy until someone goes for it.
Yep. And Glebus is saying that why didn't he attack with the Mayhem Devil? Yep, that's one of the things that people often forget. Combat is a thing, and a lot of people tend to forget that, unfortunately.
Yeah, we got some good points. People still trying to rationalize that fish, but now I mean you have a Ristic study in play. Does it even matter? Like you have so much advantage, and there's another fish. Kinnon's kind of there. Fairy Mastermind will bring some things back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think as far as countering draw engines, it totally depends on what you expect to do. Like if you think that you're going to go off and feed it a bunch, then it's probably not worth it. But it's probably worth it to get rid of it.
Yep. Is that a steel enchantment?
I think so.
That is a card that I see in lists all the time for tournament play, and when I bring it to the normal cEDH tables, it never seems to work out for me.
Emily's saying in chat that Logan stole the Mayhem Devil from her ob deck. Do you need an extra? I have like 6 or 7 in a box. I have my playset if I ever play Pioneer again.
Although Matthew's got to be feeling terrible now that he just lost his Ristic study.
That is brutal.
I say, unfortunately, I don't know if that's a good indicator that he doesn't have any form of interaction either.
Finale,
that is one of those things.
Finale from Jason, or from it is Finale Devastation coming out of Kinnon. Correct? Is that Finale?
I believe so. Yes. That's Finale of Devastation. But it really looks like, I mean, as I said, because the Steel Enchantment resolved, it really looks like there's not counter magic at the table as far as we're aware, at least from Matthew's side. And if I imagine you'd still probably try and fight over that.
Yeah, if I'm Rockside, I'm feeling pretty decent. You've drawn a couple cards with fish. There's a little bit of mana available, but not much. And people are just kind of fighting over things on board. I could see Clever Impersonator. Yep, that's what we got. So we will have another Ristic study in play.
Everyone loves a Ristic study. Is he doing steel? I don't think he's doing Steel Enchantment, but that would be funny.
Steel Enchantment, it would be entertaining. Oh, there we go.
He stole Steel Enchantment.
He stole the Steel Enchantment. That is hilarious.
I'll be very curious to see. I'm gonna laugh so hard if Abaseju comes out from Matthew and just steals everything back. But and there he finally. So I guess he's now feeling confident. He throws out the Delighted Halfling. He feels like he is now kind of in control again.
I mean, makes sense. Mulling to 4, hitting Finale, and then being able to steal a Ristic study. That feels pretty good.
A stolen Ristic study.
True. Steal yeah. Matthew's just watching his Ristic study gets passed around. It's like if there's multiple Gilded Drakes and they all want the same card.
So now it's definitely up to Kevin whether or not he's going to continue paying for this fish. There's Ristic study out. I don't know how maybe he doesn't want to push, but it's clear that there isn't really any interaction. So depending on what he's drawn, granted, it's not a whole lot of cards. I'd be very curious to see if he tries and just think that this is a time to push.
Yeah, well, and keep in mind that even though this Kinnon Jason looks like he's tapped out, there is still a lot of free interaction in the deck. So things like even disrupting Shoal could be really rough.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, we can see Rocksai's hand. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a push hand, but I would say it looks
It's
like
not
they're
bad.
definitely discussing about that. I don't know if we want to hear the table audio for this.
Sure, yeah.
I think odds is good right here. 33. 33. The 7-1. Dude, sales odds from 39 on instant with 9 men on board. Countdown. Like literally. Look at this. Whatever, bro. You can go
There's an announcement going on.
one card. I'm gonna vampires.
Okay.
Kevin goes and gets his steal enchantment. You give it? I pass on. You give it? Yeah. All right.
That would be fucking funny if it was 3 steel enchantments.
Two. I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
I don't think Kevin is playing Steel Enchantment. If it was, that would be insane. Triple Steel Enchantment on a Ristic Study, just passing it around the table, is something that I would be talking about for a little while. But
definitely.
looking at Kevin's hand, so we know about the Vampiric Tutor right now. As well in hand that we got a picture sent to us from the judge was Time Twister, Red Blast, Mystical Tutor, Felwar Stone, and then it looks like that defense grid that we were talking about.
I say it's a shame he's a mana off from being able to. Oh wait, no, he's not. So do you think
Not
he's
for the
grabbing
land turn.
Bowmasters?
That would be pretty good. We definitely seen it games ended that way, and on this board with some draw engines, it could do a lot.
Mm-hmm. It wipes Kinnan basically off the map. It also takes down Mayhem Devil. It takes a lot. I mean, I don't know if that would be too risky of a play, but it would definitely be an interesting play. Granted, it also resets hands, which is something he has to be aware of, seeing as Jason is down to 3 cards right now. But,
with a Ristic Study.
Yeah, with the Ristic Study, he might be refilling anyways, so you might just want to get your own. Unfortunately, if he had one more mana, he could protect it with the Pyroblast too.
Yeah,
that would be really nice.
Well, it's important to note that this Kinnan list is not the most Kinnan-dependent list. There are like 3 or 4 good hits. But besides that, Kinnan is a mana engine, not a win the game, like activation flip Kinnan engine. You can still hit your Hullbreaker Horrors, your Neza Halls, your Ancient or your Nyxbloom Ancients. But more often than not, you're going to hit an Elvis Spirit Guide or like a Drift of Phantasms. So it's more the fact that you're effectively doubling your mana production, and killing off the dorks is rough, but having a Ristic Study in play, that can be pretty mitigated.
Yeah, but that wiping all the creatures right now would leave Jason with 1 mana.
Yeah. So there is that consideration.
They're definitely memeing about another Steel Enchantment coming out.
Okay, Vampire Tutor is getting Ad Nauseam.
Okay,
interesting.
So as I said, this seems like an opportunity to potentially push. So I guess he's figuring now or nothing, because it clearly looks like there's not going to be counter magic coming out as of right now. But with the Ad Naus, you never know.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. There's not a whole lot of mana to work with when you're casting the Ad Naus. The only one with an active engine, I guess. Well, I mean, there is the Fairy Mastermind for Logan. A lot of it is on Jason to interact, at least if I'm looking at pod dynamics. And because Sisay has kind of just been blown out, and the only engine that wasn't that fish that's gone is that Ristic Study.
Additionally, when he sacrifices the fish, he did Mayhem Devil down Jason's bird. So, all right, Ad Naus is on the stack. We'll see if it resolves. Matthew definitely does. Well, as far as we know, Matthew doesn't have anything. It's on wrong side for Logan. We'll see.
Can we get a drum roll, please? Chat, can we get a drum roll, please? Actually, can we get the pod audio? I'd like to hear how they're discussing this.
Okay. I'm not going to do it for free, is my point, but I'll talk to you if you're willing to work with me.
Why me? Why not him? He's got the Ristic.
I mean, if he has a counter, I think he's going to counter it no matter what.
He has way more interaction.
I think the reason I'm talking to you about it, I just believe that you're the most likely to have interaction for this at this given state.
No way.
Okay. I've made my point or offer there. Naj, I pass.
I also pass.
Oh, he always has it. Unlucky.
You're right.
Here's
you didn't have a land drop? No. Okay, because I was thinking Consphinx. Would you get Consphinx if you had one?
So, Daniel asked from the chat, why did he let the fish die? Because he was vamp tutoring, he didn't have the opportunity to draw the Ad Naus before he had to pay for the fish.
Yeah,
and
there
he
wasn't enough
thought,
mana to do both.
yep, and he was hoping because the steel enchantment worked, the Rhystic got passed around, that there wasn't counter magic. But unfortunately, I don't know whether or not Jason had that in hand. But unfortunately, he did.
Is this Deadpool? Is this gonna be the Deadpool that we know is in hand? Yes, it is. What does Deadpool take here? Kinnan,
Cannon or
probably?
Mayhem Devil?
I
That'd
expect
be
to
my
see
guess.
Kinnan, but there's not. I mean, it's just the Soul Ring would be get buffs. It does open up some lines, and it. I don't know.
I
That
think it's
it,
more that he's just worried now that they're starting to feed Jason that he just doesn't want Kinnan to be out on the field. Well, out on the field.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we already saw Fierce, so Kinnan doesn't necessarily need to be there. Besides for mana,
Yeah.
Deadpool
So
getting grieved.
yep. I mean, which is whatever. What did he do then? If he's tapping it.
Taru.
Yep. So I guess okay. Yep. He did. It looks. I'm not sure
I think
what
it
he
stole
grabbed.
the enduring vitality. If it's tapping for mana,
Oh, gotcha. So he's trying to cut the man off that way.
makes sense.
Enduring Vitality is also a great Deadpool target because you get the persist as well. You get 2 Deadpools in case it ever does die.
Yes, true. Yeah, and then now Taru is a good source of more mana. I mean, again, Fish or not Fish, Sisay, totally different card. Sisay doesn't necessarily need that many cards. I mean, you want protection for Sisay, but you don't want to draw your win cons necessarily.
Mhm. And in
So having a mana
addition,
engine in play, awesome.
yep, plus one of those things that people generally forget, Sisay also doesn't run many red black legends.
Mhm.
So being able to have those specific colors to buff Sisay up is actually rather important in the meta in the whole deck.
I mean, yeah, you play out Sisay right now and it comes in as a 5/5. You're probably winning the game if you have enough mana.
Mm-hmm. What is that tapped card right next to the Tarataru?
I can't tell. Oh,
Oh,
it's a
it's a treasure
treasure. Okay,
trove.
okay.
Okay.
Off of Taru. Makes sense. Makes sense.
All right.
Nice. Yeah, that is a very solid board to build into after losing your Rhystic Study.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if he didn't lose the Rhystic Study, then oh god.
Yeah, they would be in a bad spot.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, I guess the real thing is whether or not Logan can find. I mean, luckily for him, the treasures off the Tataru are actually good for him because right now he's not being able to capitalize on that Mayhem Devil.
Mhm.
And that's really, as far as I can see, what he needs to do to start controlling this board. We saw in the earlier rounds how Mayhem Devil can really lock Sisay down because you unfortunately do need your commander to kind of win the game most of the time.
Mhm.
But we'll see if he can actually use Mayhem Devil or if it's just a 3/3 for this game.
Yeah, I've been trying to find more homes for Mayhem Devil just because of how much treasure generation there is right now. Um, and when it's really good, it's really good. But with the tap treasures, it feels like it should do stuff. It sounds like we have a judge question right now, so things are we don't know what it is necessarily, but things are just gonna pause for a second. Not the stream, but the gameplay. They're gonna take some time, clear things up. For those that are not in a ton of turns, there is nothing wrong with calling a judge whenever you have some issue, and it's much better than assuming. So,
Mm-hmm.
if you guys need to know information about the game, ask a judge.
Definitely. They are a great resource and should definitely be utilized. But I'm curious to see. I'd love to know what the question is, but we'll have to probably check after this game.
Mhm.
But
Velvet Feather asking what occurred. I mean, gameplay wise or judge question wise, we don't like. There was since they played Deadpool to steal Enduring Vitality and then played Taru. They had a question for the judge that we did not hear, and the judge is coming back with an answer.
Mhm.
So I don't think it delayed things too much. It might have been as simple as what happens when Deadpool dies because it has the Enduring Vitality ability.
Mhm.
All kinds of things you can clear up.
Definitely. So,
And
question for the chat: who do you think right now is in the winning position? I know it's still early, it's still hard to tell, but who do you think right now actually is? Who do you think is going to win right now? But and Glebus is asking probably a layer clone interaction with Enduring and Deadpool. Yeah, no, that it can be definitely confusing with how layers work in cloning and all of that.
Layers are awkward and hilarious at the same time. I don't know. There's so many weird interactions that have to be resolved just because of how Magic's engine works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
My guess is he's trying to kill Deadpool right now. He's just cracked a fetch, and we got confirmation. Yes, what happens when Deadpool dies?
It does come back as an enchantment that still Deadpools something. That is nasty.
It is, yes. So definitely because the Totaro is the one that is shrouded up, Deadpool is open for the kill spot. So it's possible that Logan's trying to make a deal with Matthew to try and maybe Deadpool Kinnan, take more of that away. Or he's just confused about something else. Or not confused, but he's trying to hope for something.
Let's see what Logan has in store. Okay, Rite of Flame. Are we pushing a little bit, or is this just ramping out, you think?
I don't know. We don't know what's still in his hand, do we?
I don't think so. I mean, and knowing Logan's list, I don't think it's really the type of deck to push that hard already. But maybe if he thinks this is an opening,
Mm-hmm.
let's see. What card is that?
I don't know, but he's not paying for any of these Ristic studies because he just triggered his own. Well, he just got a card off of his own fairy again. For Velvet, you can't keep hitting the Enduring Vitality because Enduring Vitality after the first Deadpool has Deadpool's no ability, lose 3 life text box. So you can't keep doing that.
Yeah, Deadpool doesn't just take the ability temporarily; it swaps it permanently. So, Enduring Vitality will never have the abilities of Vitality back.
Mhm. Oh,
It
is
will
that a
forever.
Mirror Maid? That it? Oh wait, that's Mirror
Okay,
Maid. Yes. Are we getting another Steel enchantment, or is he just going straight for his own Ristic?
I don't know. Well, it's not even his Ristic. It's the it's Sisei's Ristic.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So there was the card mystery card underneath the Mayhem Devil or next to the Mayhem Devil is an Arcane Signet, and then into Mirror Maid targeting Ristic Study.
Mm-hmm.
And then we do see the attack with the Mayhem Devil.
Yep. Yep. So he decided that he doesn't want to steal it any longer, and he just wants a Ristic of his own.
As funny as steel enchanting the steel enchantment on the Ristic, I think it is just risky because the entire thing could fall apart if there is any kind of enchantment removal.
100%. Yep. Velvet's asking, doesn't it just copy base Vitality though? Looks like if you copy something, it doesn't get anything. Yeah, so as the chat was saying, Deadpool will come back he will have the persist ability, but he will also come back as an enchantment, not a creature. He still
I
will
think
get the swap text ability.
yes,
But
it's important to note this is Deadpool is not a clone. So if you clone the Enduring Vitality when it's swapped with Deadpool, you will have a normal Enduring Vitality. Deadpool specifically states that it exchanges the text box, so it's not actually becoming a copy, because copy effects are like the very top of layers that you don't have something like an aura copied. Like the effect of an aura, it doesn't get copied when you play a clone. But because it's exchanging, I'm pretty sure that you would just get the exchange text box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gray face. Yeah, Deadpool is very confusing. Additionally, it looks like there is another judge question right now, so we'll have to wait to see if we can figure that one out after that.
Man,
Yeah,
all the value
it is such
engines.
a banger hate piece. It's really cool, and as someone that loves clones, like being able to steal is so fun.
Another card. I'm gonna keep on plugging Tim Dargo. Another card that goes infinite with Ruthless Technomancer. Because you can use Deadpool as the curse mirror effect. So if with Dargo, Deadpool, and Ruthless Technomancer, you can have Dargo out. You can Technomancer it to make 7 treasures. Technomancer is 4 mana, sack a creature, make treasures equal to its power. and then reanimate things. And then you can play Deadpool afterward to sack the Technomancer, or to copy the Technomancer, steal its abilities, and then sacrifice it. And then use the Deadpool Technomancer, return the OG Technomancer after you replay Dargo. And because it's not the original, it's not swapped anymore, it's coming from the graveyard, it's a new Technomancer. You can just repeat that loop. You can keep sacking the Technomancer, the OG Technomancer to Dargo, and returning it with Deadpool to make infinite treasures.
That's hilarious. Oh, I that's another line. As I said, there's so many different cool lines for that. That's spicy.
That's what keeps me playing Dargo, because the deck gets to do so many goofy like setups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're
I don't
definitely. I think they're resolving that judge question. I'll be very curious to see if we can find out what was asked. But let's see. So it looks like we're on Jason's turn again. They let him untap. What card is that?
Are we allowed to get table audio during a judge question? I don't want to intrude on whatever they're resolving. I don't think we're allowed to have it now, or at least a producer doesn't think so. Nature's Rhythm from Jason.
How much is that for?
That's
Oh, definitely. Well, people are starting to exchange information. They're definitely worried about that.
Yeah, there are enough value engines on the board that everyone kind of realizes that if someone else pushes, they're gonna have to work together. I'm interested to see whether this is the kind of built up board state where they're gonna draw, or if someone is gonna successfully push through because they haven't drawn interaction.
So we know that everyone's kind of on this bubble. I can't imagine. I have to imagine they're going to try and fight this one out. Drawing is a potential option, but with only one more round after this, I feel like people are definitely going to try and actually stick these things out. Hopefully, well, as
Yeah.
for the content, hopefully.
I am not a fan of draws in cEDH. I'll go on the record. I think that's true for most people, that I think draws remove a lot of the fun. It is just unfortunately something that happens. So being able to identify it and say that this is a board state where things will probably draw, that just kind of happens, unfortunately.
So they're saying it's X equals 2, and Glebus thinks it's for a Gilded Drake to take the Deadpool.
Gilded Drake. Is Gilded Drake in the list? Let me see.
Yep.
I do not see Gilded Drake in the list. It might be like a flesh duplicate though. Except that wouldn't, you could just duplicate the Deadpool.
Yep.
And have it back.
Yeah, or a clone, they're saying. Yep, yeah, so it's probably one of those two. I can't imagine it being something else. Yeah, you can take it, make your own Deadpool, and then you can then tap that clone to flashback the Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
And that would be really nice.
I agree.
It definitely looks like they're discussing anything. Do we want to see if we can hear the table talk?
Yeah, I think they have another judge question, but let's confirm. Mr. Handsome Producer, can we listen to the table audio, or are we in the middle of a more... okay, yeah.
Climactic Turn is getting a clone. Yes. Can you enlighten us on what happens if So what is going to happen is whenever we get this clone and we're wanting to target them, we are going to be getting the Deadpool itself minus the text box of what Deadpool has. So basically what they've switched in, you're going to get the enduring vitality that is currently the Deadpool. I thought it, and if he gets Deadpool, Deadpool text would now be Deadpool. So this would still be if he's targeting Deadpool, he gets enduring vitality text. And brother, that he is correct. We Deadpool SWAT. We deflecting SWAT Deadpool. All right, will you say this again? Okay, this right now is enduring vitality. No, hold on. I'm asking you. Okay, so other voices are having too confused. So, when we say we get a whatever clone effect we get clone. When it enters, let's say it enters, sure, as it enters, it's going to copy Deadpool. As it is right now. As it is right now. Does that make sense? Yeah. So what? Nothing happens to this. Correct.
Does that clarify a little more? Does there need to be more clarification?
No, I don't think it does. Cool. Wait. Are we good on this again? I passed clarity on this. My discussion was if you're gonna wheel, if you have a counter spell, I'm wheeling anyway, so it's free real estate to counter this.
I mean, you could also do
My
my
opinion.
counter spells. So stop.
Oh, I don't. You have two. You think if I had a counter spell, I wasn't gonna counter the Nas? Why? Like, and plus, we're kind of sad you're gonna wheel though. Look at that. My hand is gas. Make sure it's a tall dude. I won.
All right, yeah, coming back to us, that came down to what I was mentioning earlier, where because Deadpool itself is not a clone, if Jason gets a clone here, it wouldn't copy the face value Deadpool. It would copy Deadpool as an enduring vitality.
Yes. My
so
one question is, what would happen if he stole his own? He cloned his own enduring vitality Deadpool. Does he get the ability to swap, or does he just get a really crappy enduring vitality?
It's a bad enduring vitality because the Deadpool swap happens at the same time as the clone effect. So because Deadpool is not swap on ETB, it's swap on cast or like as it's entering. At the same time that the clone would be choosing what to clone.
Okay.
So
that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if you could essentially Deadpool the Deadpool, but this is Deadpool likes making people get frustrated, and yes.
Shout out to our judge Brandon for wading through the annoying ruling that is Deadpool.
Mm-hmm.
The combination of clones and layers is always funny.
So, well, it looks like I know there was some additional. So now the table knows also that Kevin is holding the time twister, but no one still spent any counter magic on that. So I'll be curious to see if there aren't any counter magic, or if they just didn't trust Kevin enough to be like, all right, we're just getting a free wheel.
Yep. This is a flesh duplicate coming in as a Deadpool. Guys, in the chat, Deadpool is not a clone. So the copyable values of the card, based on what the judge said, are not what is written on the Deadpool card. It is what happens after text exchange. That is, it's not a regular copy layer situation. So a clone that is copying Deadpool will have the text box of enduring vitality because Deadpool itself is not also a clone of enduring vitality. It is taking the effect. I can look up the layers, but the judge has resolved it.
Yeah, it's not like an ETB swap ability. It is right now. If he copied the vitality only has the ability pay 3, sacrifice this creature, everyone else draws, and lose 3. It doesn't have that swap text.
Deadpool's not like other girls. I agree.
And the Greyface is saying that Jason has 2 counter spells.
That seems like a pretty reasonable time to push then.
Okay, and they wanted him to counter the tutor. Understandable. Yep. So there's definitely a lot of discussion. People are saying, I know there's a few people saying that Jason's going to take this game, and it definitely feels kind of like that. He's definitely kind of taken over, it feels like. And now that he has his Enduring Vitality back, which, as I said, is one of the best cards in there, and the ability to potentially flash. Oh, and now he's trying to flash back the spell. So.
Let's listen into what they're saying about this. I think this is going to be interesting.
Well, looks like they let it go through. Yeah, Joe Bass is thinking that lots of shields are down right now, so we'll definitely have to see.
It sounds like they just agreed to let Jason get an elf. I mean, yeah, there's Llanowar elves. I mean, that is definitely not the most threatening thing that could come out of Kinnan. So if it was just copy the Enduring Vitality, go back, use Nature's Rhythm to get some more value real quick and get another elf in play, try and win next turn, that is probably fine for the rest of the table. If there's more to do, we'll have to see. I mean, there's not a whole lot of mana available. I think it's just the Tropical Island. So that's probably just past the turn from there.
Mm-hmm.
Asking what do they tap? I think it was they harmonized the Nature's
Deadpool.
Rhythm with Deadpool because it has 5 power. And keep in mind this was a Molda 3 for Jason. Very strong player that does well in politics, and his win rate reflects that.
Mm-hmm. So now at this point, as the Roxai player, you have the Time Twister. Do you just think that's like, I feel like we're losing it to Jason. Let me just give my other players resources and hopefully they can kind of stop that till they get back to my turn itself? Or
Sorry, I was looking away.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah,
I was just curious to see. Right now, it looks like he's got a mystical tutor. He's discussing it. I don't think he's put it on the stack yet. Because I definitely feel like he's trying to figure out what he can and cannot do right now. Because he's already used his mana vault. His Adnaz is gone. So it's in a weird situation on what he wants to do.
This might be the time. I don't actually know. You got a Time Twister in hand?
Yeah, we know he's got the Time Twister. He's shown it off to the table as well. But
I don't know, because you definitely don't want a Twister here.
Well, it's one of those things. Is like, do you? Because right now he's got the red elemental blast in hand that we know about, but wait, I don't think he has really any other protection, and he doesn't have a source of card advantage again. So it might be one of those things where it's just like I need more ammo, and I'm willing to give my opponents a little bit more to try and keep me in this game.
Yeah, no, this is hard. For Roxai, like, I don't know, Mystical Tutor is good, but I don't really know what it gets here because typically I would expect him to get something like a wheel. You don't have a wheel payoff. Dark Ritual is good. That's scary if you're the rest of the table.
Yeah.
We got someone that just joined asking about what's happened so far. So we had a bunch of low moles. We had a Molta 3, a Molta 4, and a Molta 5. The heuristic study that is on the Kinnan players board was stolen by Steel Enchantment by Logan, and then that Steel Enchantment was copied by Jason. So the heuristic study has moved around the table twice. There's a Deadpool in play that is copying Enduring Vitality, and then a copy of the Deadpool copying Enduring Vitality. We've got ourselves a game.
But you're right. He's still Kevin's trying to figure out what this mystical tutor gets him. He showed off another wheel, but he's already got one wheel in hand, so I don't know. It's tough. I feel like the mystical tutor was an interesting play. I mean, he should know probably what's left in his deck, so this is a weird one for me. Well, he's going for it, so but that's just feeding more cards to Jason, and maybe he doesn't know Jason is on a super interactive build.
Yeah.
So
well,
just hoping that
same with Logan. You look across and you see another Roxai, but that Roxai is playing like every piece of free interaction possible. So if you are Kevin in this board playing a turbo deck, you kind of missed your window already. So you just have to hope that there isn't stuff. I don't know. We'll see.
Dark Ritual for Mystic, shortcutting a Twister. Yeah, if we could hear what they're discussing, that would be great.
For what? Black mana just to represent, in case something interesting happens. 3. Use 1 and Soul Ring. You guys can both draw. This wasn't agreed. I was thinking about Soul Ring on the Nas, and then that way I don't have to like tap more resources, but whatever. Soul Ring, there's a lot more chance to have interaction on the mobile tree. The Soul Ring's good, right?
Oh, I know that. I'm not really about to start at 40 minutes after this. Looks like real like so.
You guys definitely still want to wheel, right?
What change?
I'm thinking about passing a defense grid. No, no. Please do it. Please, Kevin. Please do it. Please, I'm begging you. Shut up. You shut up. It's a very low chance. Please do it. I could go playing Warriors Oath. My cards are good. Kevin, please. I'm begging you. I only did this if you guys are going to counter the wheel, I think. It's a very aggressive better. Oh, yeah. Are you counting wheel? All right. I'm countering. Shut up, Matt. All right, listen to it, baby. There is stuff there. You guys know me. I pass on the wheel. Now I can counter wheels. All right. Oh, get him, dude. Get him. Pass on wheel.
All right.
Okay.
Well, it looks like that defense grid play. Oh my god, that would have been hilarious.
I think we've reached the delirium point in the game where everyone's just tired of what's going on and they're just throwing stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
Because defense grid on this board would be wild.
I mean, as Matthew, I would hope that the defense grid comes out at second because
oh yeah,
he's been grinding those treasures off the Tataru. So the second he untaps, if he can stick that Sisei, he's going to be in a great position.
no, yeah, 5/5 Sisei going into play with 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6, 10 mana. So you're down to 7, but you have a 5/5 Sisei that can go and get something to do even more. Like you just win, presumably. I would not be
They pumped
surprised.
the defense grid as
Well, because
yeah,
you could
that'd be-
also could you go like Sisei into Flicker Deadpool to make Kinnan? No, you wouldn't have enough colors to go from there. I don't play Sisei, but there's definitely if the defense were resolved, I think there would be plenty of resources to get there. Actually, you're right. Mayhem Devil would do
immediately
stuff.
kill the Sisei.
Although Mayhem Devil, you can just if you
just put the Greaves on the Sisei before you crack the treasures.
yes, it is free activation. You could also just crack the treasures and then activate on top of that. You can just float the mana. That's something I run into a lot when I'm trying to play Mayhem Devil. Is that like, or same with Bowmasters? Is like they draw the card, the Bowmaster trigger goes in the stack, and then they draw another card, and then the Bowmaster trigger goes in the stack, and they can just win on top of all of it if they have a Flash Enabler.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is yeah, that definitely was a funny joke to flash at the defense grid.
But we did resolve a Time Twister.
Mm-hmm. Gleevis is asking if Sisei is on Thassa's Oracle. I don't know. We can check though. But yeah, Sisei doesn't resolve. Yes, that's why we were laughing about the defense grid. But definitely that's going to be his next challenge is actually getting Sisei into play. So we'll have to see what his new hand entails because right now he's drawn a fresh 7, so we're not sure what he's got. Why is the Deadpool tapped? The Deadpool is tapped because it was lightning grieved, so it was able to tap for mana.
Because it is a
why
copy
Deadpool's
of
tapped.
Enduring Vitality.
Yep.
And it is a creature. It did not die. It is still a creature.
Mhm.
People were talking about if it dies as Enduring Vitality. Enduring Vitality is originally a creature. And then when it dies, it comes back. So it has not died yet.
Yes, and we just got word from our producer that yes, Matthew is on Thoracle. He actually has it in hand.
Okay, so is this like a clam chowder? I didn't notice that actually. Oh, there it is. I'm just blind. Thoracle in Sisei is definitely a choice. I see Consult as well, and no Tainted Pacts.
It might be one of those meta calls where they're just like, okay, everyone's gonna hate on Sisei, but they're not gonna expect it because that's not traditional way that Sisei wins the game. It might just be kind of a juke. People are saying that right now they're discussing their new hands. Would we be able to hear the table talk? See if they're leaving anything interesting out.
Definitely. I'll get a life and draw card. My God. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to put my hand up here along with the rest of my now hand.
Let's see. We have any effects on it? Stuff that we
I probably should have grabbed Mr. Nara.
There's a demonic tutor
Whatever.
currently being
Untap.
cast.
In my
got character at final fortune point.
I would like to step away and ask a different question.
Is it Deadpool related?
Yes. I swear.
No, I'm not on.
The card.
Yeah,
We
so
got another judge call.
notable cards that we know from our judge of the table. Nothing for player 1. Jason drew into the One Ring, into the Floodmaw Veil of Summer, which I don't know if there's enough mana to do. I guess you can do one of those with the Tropical Island.
Mm-hmm.
Player 3 drew into Demonic Tutor Bergie Mnemonic Betrayal, which is going to be important. I don't think it happens this turn, but maybe. There's Austin from Critical EDH saying hi to his teammates on the right with a hat. And then player 4, the Sisei player, drew into Enlightened Tutor, Thoracle, and Imposter Mech.
Ooh, what does Imposter Mech give? That's a card.
That might be what the question was about, because now we're cloning. Like, I think that they want to verify how the Deadpool cloning worked. So, because if you steal, say, Kinnan, then you have even more value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think he's worried about the Mayhem Devil at all?
Maybe. I don't know. I think there's ways that you can sequence it where the Mayhem Devil doesn't actually catch anything important.
Plus, the Imposter Mech not dying to the Mayhem Devil, so probably stealing Kinnan would be very good with all those treasures out.
Yeah. The Man Devil's definitely good here. It'll be interesting. I think it's going to be the kind of situation where the Imposter Mech is going to get to dodge a lot of the hate, which is always nice. I don't know. Deadpool is a weird card, and if it's even about Deadpool.
Yeah, it probably, because probably not, because right now with what Deadpool has stolen, he doesn't need a second Enduring Vitality, nor does he get to re-steal a tech box. So I have to imagine then you're probably correct. It's Kinnan is probably the correct pick if he's choosing to clone anything. Just with Ted, he's got what, like 5 or 6 treasures. So that equals 2 Sisei activations.
We had a question in the chat. This is actually round 6 of 7. We're not into top 16 yet. So this is 7 rounds as a tournament.
Yep, 7 rounds before the cut.
Yep. If folks are just joining, I am Ethan, aka Master Uguay, and this is my casting partner Steven, who shows up as Hidden Planet X.
Yep, from Dead on Board MTG.
Yep. And we get to enjoy this great game of some very powerful, very competent players, as you'd expect for the invite, but like some of the games have gone by fast. This one is taking its time. They are playing with the rules. Like in that, yes, they're playing to the rules, but they're also playing with some weird rules interactions that have resulted in a couple of judge calls. Top cut will be 16 because this is the invitational. This is 64 players. The open, on the other hand, 500. So yeah.
But yeah, I'm curious. I'll be curious to see what this judge interaction is. Because we know that. Yeah, I'd be very curious to see what they're trying to figure this out. But does Enlightened Tutor do anything in this instance either?
I could see. Are there any good Cauldron targets?
They just shuffled the graveyard, but Cauldron
Oh.
If he steals Kinnan, he doesn't necessarily need the colorless. Like, he has a lot of colored mana from his treasures.
Cauldron fixing yeah. What else is in this list?
Yep. Well, he drew from hand, so he's not going for that then.
Sure.
We'll see whether or not he decides just to go for the Sisei play right this second. Although one thing he does have to be careful of, there is a Misty on Kevin's side, and he does have that Archivist. So if he is trying to go for a Thassa's win, that is something he has to be wary of.
True. Yeah, there's the imposter mech we were talking about. Let's see what that
Mhm.
ends up coming in as.
Yeah, I have to imagine it would be Cannon with all of his treasures.
It's copying Enduring Vitality.
Interesting. Is he
Uh,
expecting?
wait,
Huh,
we need a
that
clarification on that. The original or the Deadpool? Are we?
he wouldn't want to be Deadpool.
Unless we're changing how the ruling was done.
We'll have to see if they said anything. Joe's saying that he might be on Breach. We'll have to check.
Sisei is not on Breach.
Okay.
No. Their enchantments are Fish, Ristic, Touchless Spirit Realm, Smothering Tithe. And as
Okay.
far as important artifacts, I see
Ooh, there's a
Cauldron, a bunch
Bowmaster
of
coming out.
mana. Sorry?
Bowmaster just came out from
Oh,
Kevin's
yeah,
side.
from Kevin. I see it. I see it.
So let's see how that throws a wrench into his plans. Oh, to be fair, Deadpool is a creature. He's got, I think that must be what, 1 damage marked on it. So we'll have to see.
Yeah.
But I'll be very curious to see. I guess maybe from what the table was saying that he didn't think his Deadpool Enduring Vitality was going to stay around. But Enduring
Mhm.
Vitality generally isn't used as a combo piece that much in Sisei, because I mean Sisei generally doesn't play that unless he's on some sort of Marvin combo line.
Let's see if Marvin's in here, because that would be a good get. That card does a lot for the deck. There is a Marvin Murderous Mimic in this list. In case people don't know what that card does, it is a 2-mana colorless legendary that enters with, and it doesn't enter, but when it's on the battlefield, it has all activated abilities of creatures you control that don't have the name Marvin. So it can act as another Sisei. It can act as any number of creatures.
Mm-hmm. So as I said, Sisei has so many different options to do. I'll be very curious to see what line he's definitely doing, because I have to imagine this is his time to try and push. Most players are
Mhm.
tapped out. Everyone got fresh new hands. Like you have to. I mean, you have to worry about counter spells itself, but
Yeah, but people aren't sculpted the way they were earlier.
mhm.
Yeah, that's true. Hmm.
So I guess my next question would be, honestly, maybe that was all the juke trying to get people to kill the Deadpool, because now Deadpool can come back as a copy of Kinnan,
Yeah.
and that's just as good as the imposter mech being Kinnan. Um, unless they think Graveyard Hate is coming, but that's unlikely. But be
Yeah, I
interested
don't
to
think you need Graveyard Hate post Time Twister, but I mean, maybe just like as a disrupting piece, you could spec.
Yeah. It might be one of those things where Jason's like, "Oh, I might just have the ability to free cast an endurance
Hmm.
to stop the Deadpool from coming back."
Yeah,
And
and
that's why
I'd like
they're
to note
choosing
that
to kill it now.
Jason is still only on 1 land. Uh, Funny enough, which I
That
mean,
is true.
you make enough mana with Kinnan, but the the fetch land he started with that got Trop and that Mold to 3 is still the same land that's in play.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, let's see if we can hear what they're discussing.
Or you could kill your own bowmaster so you can't attack it and then does a swap.
What else would he want to hit on the board? The text wise.
That's right now.
Alright. I will target the artist. Sure. Okay. Still futuristic.
Can I draw?
I might just pay. I will. Imposter mech.
All right. Yeah, no. As we were saying, this is definitely a point of contention because they, as much as I'm sure Kevin would like to kill the Deadpool, then they risk having it come in as Mayhem Devil, and then the treasures actually work in Matthew's favor. That is an interesting way to approach that because I don't know, you're trading one value piece for another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. So they're saying chat is saying that Jason just flashed a commandeer.
I love Commandeer as a card if you have enough cards in hand. On more than one occasion, I've seen this Kinnan list Commandeer Smothering Tithes and just absolutely blow everyone away.
Mm-hmm.
And in this board state, I don't know. It seems all right. What is that card? We can't tell. Unfortunately, we haven't
That
gotten
might be the
hand information for the
commandeer.
judge. Probably, yeah.
Now my question is, do you think commandeer would take? Are you trying to take Sisay itself from the commandeer,
It
or
gets
are you
non-creature
going for
spells.
this imposter mech right now and just like swiping a Bowmasters of your own?
Commandeer unfortunately doesn't hit Sisay. It's only non-creature spells you can gain
Was it only
control of.
non-creature? I'm sorry
Yeah,
about that.
all good. It could take the imposter mech, and it could take the maybe one or two spells that Sisay casts after this. So if you want to use it on this turn, this is probably the window. On the other hand, do you save it for Logan's turn?
Hmm. We've
Joe
got
Bass is saying
the
that Logan is their favorite, and then we have another person in chat saying that a draw is predictable. I could see either way.
so we have at least another 15 minutes on this clock from the judge calls, so it still feels a little bit early for a draw.
Mhm.
So hopefully they can convince the table to keep fighting.
Can we hear the discussion again? Because they're still going on about this imposter mech and what is needed for this.
That's not true. I mean, that's definitely not. Balls in your court. You have to lose my whole game. Why is the ball right here? I'm sorry. Before I win. I will lose one game. All right. I will pick Smets and follow. Dude, what are you going to do on your next turn? Your whole plan. I don't fucking know. I have a research edge right now. Yes. I would like to respond on top of that. Should I declare my trigger on? Just get a trigger there. And to make awesome investigation. Yeah. I would like to cast a Fluster Sword. Trigger. Let me think. You may draw. It's become quite apparent that he needs this. Draw. I have two triggers. You got it. I'll have individual technically, but this is on board, correct? Not on board. Still not on board. I will invite 1 point of damage to Archivist. I will float away. Good results? Yeah. A mess. Then I'll have another trigger. I'm still not your only opponent. You push it? Are you winning right now, though? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. You are my only opponent in this exact moment. Okay. This is Shroud, and we can't. No. I think you should kill that. I'm good with not killing that. You agree to not kill the Deadpool, Crystal? I don't think it's actively bad for you. I'll be real. Thank you guys.
Yeah, just to hop back in here and kind of break down what was happening. That is a lot of back and forth. So we saw the Bowmasters take down the Archivist of Ogma, and we're looking at still more Ristic draws in response to this Commandeer on the Imposter mech.
Mm-hmm. And additionally, what they're trying to figure out is Matthew might be pushing, but if he doesn't get there, you have Logan and Jason with large hands. So you have to be careful about shutting one player down too much and then just giving the win over to the next person. So it's definitely one of those kind of balancing acts that they're trying to wiggle through.
Okay, so they just put the Flusterstorm copies on the stack. Flusterstorm, great spell in this instance because none of the players are able to pay for it. There's sometimes when they have a lot of Smothering Tide treasures that it really doesn't do anything, but this is great. Benjamin asking, is this 2 wrong sides? No, it's just 1. Logan is on his wrong side build, and Kevin is playing a more stock list with some weird cards, but in the still like turbo direction.
So yeah, they're definitely discussing what they're trying to do, because it definitely feels like this is a push attempt, which I'm pretty sure it is at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're bringing out the interaction for this, I would suspect that things are getting more heated. I don't know. This is when the deals start coming out for sure, because you want Matthew to not go for it, but you also like, I don't know, because Logan and Jason are presenting very threatening situations. It's just that specifically if you're candidate and if you're using your bowmasters to control the board, you need to get stuff like killing that fairy mastermind there, where you don't want the other players to get too far ahead if your bowmaster isn't doing everything.
Yep. And I think these 2 bowmaster kills are perfectly reasonable. Because everything's basically, he's already gotten his draws off the fairy mastermind for this turn. So I think it's perfectly acceptable what he's doing. Let's see if the Flusher Storm ends up getting it there.
We had a question in chat about the difference between the wrong side quote unquote list that Logan is playing and typical Rog side. So Rograk Silas is going to try and jam a win as fast as possible with Ad Nauseam or Necropotence or any of these usually life-dependent value engines, making a ton of mana with the commander. And generally playing a pretty slimmed down interaction package. You're only really playing the best possible options. Like there's no force negation in this list because you don't need force negation to protect your win. You need it to stop other people. It's a very fair counterspell in that regard. Whereas Logan's wrong side list is very much a mid-range pile. He's paying the 1 ring. He's got Grim Monolith in here for sure, but he's also got like Commandeer and Misdirection and again, Force of Negation, Snapback, as much interaction basically as you can run in Grixis colors. Yeah, let's listen back into the table, see what's going on now. The Flusterstorm is getting resolved.
I'm asking if you could cast Windfall and immunity. I don't understand. What? Yeah, so it's like then immunity from what? It might be better to just counter Mac. Is my thoughts? If anyone can counter it, because then my triggers likely go here.
No, if you get to mech, then we might have something to actually deal with this.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know. I'm just laying out all of this. Laying out correct.
I'm gonna play drums.
Wait, okay.
Hold on.
What?
I can cast a spell, but it's only for a
He's just
god.
getting fed up.
Oh.
Why are we not?
Raw just doesn't help anyone. We're all at 8 points. It would
I'm not
force us into a limit.
Let's draw translation of skill. See 20 cards. I'm not gonna see them. Especially if I'm tapped out. I never see nothing.
Yeah, that's a fact. Okay, but so
What does that matter right now?
I just want to clarify for a second with Imposter Mech. What are you guys most afraid of me getting? Is it the Bowman? Is it the Mayhem Devil? Like, you don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay, sure. But I'm asking what your fears are. To be totally honest.
Cloning either vitality.
I already have a Vitality.
Or clone Bowman.
I'm not cloning Bowman.
What? Then it's made though. No, it's
Mayhem Devil, I get
hidden.
4 triggers. He has all this mana treasures. That's why he needs this to then I'm not cloning Kinnan. You're gonna cast Kinnan? I will not clone Imposter. I will not clone Bowmaster. I will not clone Kinnan. I'm gonna push him to connect. I don't think it's okay. I don't think pushing a draw where he's not going to be comfortable with us using all this interaction.
Are you gonna agree to a draw? If not, to pass on this, we'll just die.
Deal.
When? I'm pushing for a draw. You saw my entire hand.
You're actually pushing for a draw.
Right now?
Alright.
I don't think it's getting past
I'm
this
not
turn.
casting this mail unless you agree.
I agree.
I don't get another turn. I don't see how I'm going to untap when you kneel for 20 and there's still a fucking.
I think we take our chances.
This is my chance.
Logan,
Pass first.
if you don't want to accept draw, I think there might be an alternative deal for you to make here where you say, I'll guarantee you see another turn. We can't even guarantee that with the time. I'm just saying. Okay, you're not Hearts trapped.
Priority
What he's talking about Veil. He didn't say pass priority. Heard him say pass. If he say pass, Coach.
Have we passed priority?
Oh no.
I did hear.
I
passed. That's why.
okay. I mean, you can go on the stream. I heard it, but that's fine.
No, I
pass. He said pass after you wouldn't agree to the draw. It's on there, but if we want it to still be on him, that's fine.
because he could pay for your fluster. Like I Veil, and those flusters become useless, right? I need to actually be.
How about this? I won't wheel my turn.
What are you doing?
Demonic underwins too.
I don't have demonic turn.
Okay, if you're not really or whatever.
Nope, I don't need to win.
I Veil.
There's a bowmaster. I'm just dying.
Hey, ready to do.
All right. Yeah. This is
Yeah,
kind of going to go in
it's
circles, I
tough.
expect.
Um,
I'm looking at chat. People are complaining about the amount of politics. I would agree that this is not the most fun part of the cEDH environment. I'm personally of the opinion that if you're going to play cEDH, you might as well play it at the fullest. Like you might as well play it at this quote unquote TEDH level. Because there's no such, like, if you're going to try and win, you might as well try and win. At the same time, I think there is still room for format growth.
Yep, it can be tough. You have 3 other opponents. There's a lot of information that you do and you don't know. So I do think that right now I think it's Matthew. I know they're pushing for a draw, but I can't believe Matthew would be at this point. Because he feels like he's in a really leading position.
And ultimately, like people saying that there's that they should be able to call a judge on game actions. If the players themselves are still interacting with this, if the active player is not getting discontent with the stack, they can just continue to talk. And like there's the rules are very weird about this kind of thing. Like I'm not saying that they can just choose to sit there and talk the entire time, but they're not. As long as things are evenly being discussed, they are able to still work on like discussing things as a table. Like Matthew himself can push for game actions to be taken, but ultimately, until the judge decides to intervene, they will keep trying to push for whatever outcome they need.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like the Veil of Summer went through, so the Commandeer stole the Imposter mech. We will need to find out what he's taking, but they're still discussing that. For your Imposter mech, what would you steal? Honestly, maybe another Mayhem Devil. Because if you're trying to push for a draw, probably another Mayhem Devil might do it. Maybe another Bowmaster.
I'm not really sure. I think like we heard from Jason, I think Jason's in the situation where he is worried about getting back to his turn. And for people saying, "Oh, just play and win," that's not how this works. I'm like, I get that you guys want to just like push through and do it, but these are players that have been they spent a lot of money to be here. Whether it's going to tournaments, playing, and trying to win, even just traveling to this. Like for some of these players, this is a 6-hour plus flight to get to this, and so they have to. They're trying to do everything in their power to make it to that top cut and make it to the finals and win. I'm not going to fight the comments, but just putting it out there that they're at a certain point. This is the level of event where you're going to do what you have to do.
So all right,
this is not the kind of thing where you just roll over and say, "I don't have an action."
Yeah, it looks like he chose to take a Bowmaster, and he and Kevin have kind of a pact to just stop these creatures in their tracks and not just try and go after each other's Bowmasters just this second.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. I think if they can work out a way that they feel content that they each get a shot at their turn, or at least at still being in the game, I would be happy if I was them.
Now, my real question would be, so he lost the Imposter mech due to the Commandeer. He has, if Sisay resolves, Sisay will be at 5 power and get a 4-drop. But he'll have to do all of his cracking basically before whatever he gets comes into play, or the Mayhem Devils will eat him alive.
Yes.
So I'm very curious to see what line he's going to try for now, because Deadpool's already out on play, and Deadpool would generally be like the thing I would have assumed he would have gotten first to try and take out one of those annoying pieces.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm not sure. There's not like a good. If this was a suboptimal Sisei list, maybe you could see that there's like a hexproof effect, but unfortunately, it's already on the board, and it's that it's the lightning greaves. Yes, you could just throw the greaves on Sisei, but you're still at risk of losing pieces in the process.
So it looks like he is choosing to sacrifice all of his treasures here and now and not have to worry about where damage is going and whatnot. And it looks like it's just going straight to his face. Logan doesn't want to worry about killing the Deadpool and it coming back and more rules interactions that way.
This is one of those weird situations where, as much as players would like to play for the draw if they're on the backside of the turn order, I don't think they can points wise. Looking at the points in this pod, the only player that isn't at 8 points is Kevin in C3 on Roxai. Yeah, let's hear, because I think if you're at 8, you want to try and win and get to 13. That's much safer than being at 9 and trying to win your last round.
I definitely agree. And we're hearing from the producers there are 11 minutes left there's 11 minutes in their extension as well. So
yeah, so for
there
people
is
saying that
time to go for this.
yeah, there is still time in the round. They will have time to take things because there were judge calls to clear things up earlier.
Although I think if I'm Matthew, I'm going to try. I would try and cut the politics down as much as possible because I know there is time, but it's tough. Oh, we're seeing a demonic consultation. They're worried. Logan is afraid. It seems like so. We are. Oh, I think he's just trying to kill Sisei. Oh no, it's not trying to kill Sisei. I'm sorry. He's just trying to go for something to stop Sisei. We've got people chanting for Logan. I wonder what he named. What do you think? Force of Will?
I don't know. We'll see. It's hard to tell. Sure, let's hear the table.
Completely risky. He wins. Like, we know he wins? I can't believe you guys double interacted. Cope. A double cope interacted. I think that's wild. I demonic tutored for Orcish Spellmasters. I'm a changed man. Look, where's players? Rip.
The attendance to the triangle would have final four six to be in figure.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, we're not all that different. What if you commandeer the Final Fortune? Oh my god.
Was leading.
Were you going to? Yeah, that's all.
Although my hand is in a sense. No lid. Sorry.
Kevin, you know this deck. What's his win con? Storeful Breach. I'm not going to tell you because that gives you information to try to leverage. No, you're going to king make me or him. I'm not doing that. Okay. I'll look at his exile. That's fine. Yeah.
Ooh, he's going deep for this Force of Will.
Yeah, I probably cut
Yeah.
over maybe.
Oh man.
By the way,
Ooh,
Okay, wait. Are we almost there? Oh no.
Yeah, I've had this happen to me so many times.
Oh man.
That is rough. He's down to what looks like 2-3 cards, to be honest. So now at this point, Logan's like, all right, maybe now I have to look for a draw.
Well, this isn't even like something that you can claim works out better because that Thassa's Oracle is in the exile pile. We know it's not in hand. It's not just gonna be like interact here, go to my turn, cast Thassa's Oracle, my low library. No, you've successfully lost your win cons. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out.
Mnemonic Betrayal's also gone.
We see
I don't know if he's playing Yawgmoth's Will or not. Yawgmoth's Will. Praetor's Grasp. Sorry.
Praetor's Grasp is not on the list. No.
Okay, so then Logan's basically out of this game. Unfortunately, that Demonic Consultation is definitely a risky card, and it's showing that it backfired on him. Unfortunately.
Yeah, 1 mana Demonic Tutor doesn't always work out. Unfortunately. Ooh,
So
I think.
we didn't see Breach go, but he doesn't have enough cards to do anything, unfortunately. With
Yeah, no, I don't
Breach.
think so either. You can't get your storm count high enough. Okay, Breach was gone.
Oh, Breach
in
is
the
gone.
pile.
Okay. Yeah, people are checking
Yeah, if
out
I'm
what's.
Logan, this is where I know it's gonna suck to say, but like I think this is where Logan agrees to go for a draw because his outs to win the game are now gone.
Mhm.
This
Yeah, we're
is
getting confirmation. There are 0 win cons left for Logan, so we'll have to see.
Emily. Emily's not saying anything. Maybe there's something we don't know, but could be something in hand. There's a lot of cards in hand. This is definitely not the best situation though. I guess there is an out of like you could do like a Storm Kiln Artist plus Chain of Vapor, like make a bunch of treasures, stack them with Mayhem Devil kind of win con, just like manually storm that out. But if
I
that pans out, I would
he would have
be
to take both. He would have to take Bowmasters out, unfortunately, because I don't think you can start that loop without killing the Rhystic Study in play.
well, I mean, you're not casting Chain of Vapor over and over. Like you just, it's that you're copying it, stacking your lands. That makes a treasure.
Oh, gotcha. He's got 3 lands. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, probably not. I don't know. I'm not trying to look for things. Yeah, no. This did look like a reverse Thoracle until we saw the Thoracle go.
So Velvet, it's not king making because Logan's new out is a draw. Draw gets him points. That gets him higher in the standings. So it's not king making.
Well, what's going to happen is if Logan wants to draw and has the Force of Will in hand, you say, I have the chance to king make. I know you guys don't want to lose. And if I interact with Matthew here, then Jason presumably wins. And so instead of trying to make them instead of just giving Jason the win, you can say, hey, instead of forcing me to take this difficult decision, why don't we just draw instead? Everybody gets a point. It's really awkward, like looking at it from the outside, but that's just it kind of ends up the best for everyone, and I think that's what we get there. Yeah.
Yep, that's looks like what it happens.
And checks all around. Again, I don't like how many draws we get in cEDH. I will say that again. There have been a lot of draws. There were players with 5 points off of just 5 draws yesterday. But when your demonic consultation eats all of your interaction, that's about the best you can do.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes it happens like that. But hopefully we should be able to pick the brain of someone from that table pretty soon. I know they're setting up an interview so we can chat it out. I'll be very curious to see. I don't know if Emily, you said you were alluding to something in Logan's deck. I know they went for the draw, but is there any secret spice you want to spill right now?
Well, that might have been before the Thoracle was revealed. Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure we'll get some comments saying why didn't they just let Matthew win? This is the culmination of a year's worth of effort. I don't think anyone wants to forfeit any points, even if it would feel better. They're not going to be outright like lying to each other and like trying to sabotage each other in the same way that you possibly could. But within the rules of the game, that's about the best they can get out of it at this point. The JP point system is interesting, just like going plus and minus on ELO to determine the top people.
Do you want to give a better description in case not everyone knows what that system is?
I don't know a whole ton, but I can look up a quick. I don't know. As far as I understand it, everyone starts at an even number of points, like 1,000, I think, and then you essentially wager points up and down based on how pivotal the game is. The higher seed players lose more points. And the lower seed, the lower seed players don't lose as many points. So you're going to end up with kind of like a curve of players, where eventually the players that are winning a lot will pull ahead and then end up on top.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I don't know the full details. I just know that it's kind of like an ELO system, essentially.
It's interesting. I know there's a lot of people trying to innovate on the tournament system, especially in cEDH. So it'll be great once, like every time, it always is always getting better and stuff like that. So I'll be interested to see what the fixed format, the correct format or whatever will
Gotcha.
look
Yeah,
like.
7% wager is what chat's saying. So if you're starting out at 1,000, you wager 70 points. If you go down, you're wagering less than 70 points. If you go up, you're wagering more than 70 points. And then draw being a lose-lose is certainly a way, and that's even something we just implement in the current point system. It's just a matter of would people get around to it. But it sounds like our interview is just about ready, so we will transition into that.
Hey there.
Hey Kevin, how's it going? Can you hear us?
Yes. What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud
That
and
was
clear.
quite a game.
Yeah, it was interesting. I
What do
liked
you think
how
of
Deadpool? Oh my god, get it out of here. But it was funny because the pregame chat, I don't know if everyone heard, we started off like, yeah, we don't really make deals, and proceeded to make like 19.
Have you played against Logan and Jason? I think they make a deal like every 2 turns, at least when I play against them. It's
Very, very little.
it works well for them.
Yeah. I was trying to at one point in time where like I had the Nas put on the stack. I was like, hey guys, anyone want to make a deal with me for 10 life? Show me a piece of interaction. No one went for it, unfortunately. So
we saw a little bit about that. I was curious because we had known that you had the time twister. I'm like, I didn't know if you had gone for a Nas or if you had gone for like a Bowmaster, and we're just trying to go that way.
Yeah, so the Bowmaster plan is really just because as like a last hope type of deal after the twister in game, but then on the same turn that I vamp tutored for the Nas, really the decision boiled down to just simply being that there's likely not going to be any interaction at the table because each player mold low, and Sissy had already used an MBT. So
yeah, I know we were talking about that first like opening salvo of Logan pulling out the fish and then immediately getting Mindbreak trapped. That was I think it panned out. I think like going first seat, that seems like you don't want that to just accumulate value. And then all the players seem to get into the game. So that was certainly interesting to see.
Yep. Especially when Rogsai and or just any player seat 1 puts in that much permanent mana sources on the board and then into a fish, it's going to stay there for forever. It's going to get fed plenty. I think most of these players have played with me before, so they know I'm never paying for anything. So.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hope the IRS isn't listening.
No, I think, I mean, having our information about Logan's list not being your typical Rogsai build, I think it's a little bit less scary, but the deck still has the option to just go for a win. He's not just going to jam on turn 2.
It's a funny thing that you point that out because realistically, our decks are they're going to play out very, very similarly. We're just using different vehicles to arrive to the same destination. Mine's a little bit more of a drag car, and his is a little bit more of like a Corvette, if you will.
Yeah, we were wondering because it seemed like the table was definitely on the more control-y side. So we were wondering how you were going to try and, I guess, slip through against so much that.
Try to do what exactly? Sorry.
So we were talking about how the table felt on the more control-y side with the wrong side. Sissy wanted to go late, and Kinnon's list being definitely more interactive. So we're definitely trying to see how you would try and slip in your win attempts. I thought you were going to have that with that ad Nas right there. I'm like, everyone's tapped out, that everyone's on low cards, but unfortunately it just didn't work out.
Yeah, so it's like that's really one of the most fun angles though or just elements of playing Rogsai as a deck is that you always are going to be faced with all these different decisions and lines on which one's going to be most optimal. You're always choosing to high roll or just play it safe. So my alternative choice, if Stream knew my hand or whatever, alt choice there was to go Vamp Tutor, grab a Warrior's Oath actually, and then Soul Ring Defense Grid Warrior's Oath into a Twister with still having the Mystical Tutor for like a Dark Ritual for some extra mana. That is way riskier, but it's much safer if I'm anticipating there to be any interaction. And it boiled down to me just thinking, nah, they don't got it. Luckily for me at that point, speaking of like how interactive Kinnon is, he like mulled to 3, I think. So you got to shoot your shot. And sometimes you don't get there.
True. One last question before we let you get ready for the next round. We've seen it as a deck, as like its own turbo pile, but can you talk about the inclusion of Ral in your list?
Oh, brother. Ral is mostly there for fun, but his like His real sell on paper, if you will, is that he's just a really, really busted 2 CMC mana saver. You know, like the swap there for a lot of decks is just going to be like your Talisman of Curiosity. So that costs 2. Mind you, it's colorless, but red mana, especially with the list that I have built, are leaning into things like Pyretic Ritual a little bit more so. And then in the future builds to come as well, like Spider Punk or the new Zuko or Avatar card that is another SWAT. Like red is getting a lot better in terms of just like overall card quality. So the colorless to red bit difference is not really that big. And also, I think RAL is very underestimated just on how many game actions it's going to allow you to take. Just like with Ruby Storm in other formats, it's same exact philosophy where your Cabal Writ costs 1. If that's threshold, that's 1 to 5, which is unlike any other ritual. So, and then high rolling, flipping. I've got Meme Bet. I've got Yogg Will. I've got Brain Freeze. I've got Praetor's Grasp. Like, doesn't matter if I Exile Breach.
Chat real quick wants to ask about why not Yidris.
I'm a coward. That's the only reason. Yidris is way cooler.
You heard it here first, folks.
Realistically, I think it's funny. Last night I was talking with some of my buddies. I was like, I think Yidris may have done better in the first couple of rounds, just simply because something interesting about the overall meta here at the Invitational in 25 is that people seem to be taking their time a lot more. There's way more interaction than I anticipated. My initial thought going into it was that everyone was just going to be jamming, very similar to last year. And that's not the case. I'm like one of 3 Rogs. So, Rog Sai, I guess.
All right. I think we will let you get ahead and get ready for your next round. And we will move on to round 7. Have fun.
Thanks. Cheers.
You know, that was a great bit of insight about how he thought the format was definitely going to be way more go for the win, and it's definitely not. What do you think about that take?
Well, I think we can see that not only in the deck choices, but also in how the standings are adjusting. People are playing very conservatively. I think, like that comes in when we see how many draws there are. That comes in with the deck choices, with all the blue farms and the TNTs. Like people want to make sure that all their actions are impactful and matters. And so they're doing their best to have the interaction that they can have, because that's when they think that they will find their window the best, I guess is how I would look at it.
Yep. Well, that was round 6. We've got one more round to go. I'm super excited. And I think shortly we'll have it up shortly. And I know there's a word from our sponsors coming up soon.
All right.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now, and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamline registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe.
Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there.
EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame.
the best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the Second Showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
are back for round 7 of the TopDeck Invitational 2025. I'm Steven
Welcome
Hidden
back.
and I've got Ethan on the other.
Sorry, I just wanted to do that. Yeah, our very last round of Swiss. How are you feeling?
I'm excited. I'm happy we got to see a lot of really cool games of Magic, and we got to see a lot of interesting decks try and find these different lines, do different pivots. We heard a lot of, I know people don't necessarily like the politics, but I love hearing different ways of people trying to explain themselves, trying to make deals, and it's definitely eye-opening to see what's going on in the heads of these high-level cEDH players.
Things are being locked up right now. If you take a look at the standings, things are still tight. The top 2 players in standings did not win. They lost. So we now have the top 7 players all at 13 points after 6 rounds.
Oh, wow.
It is a tight pack. The rest of the top 16, we have Logan Doan and Ty Ohio sneaking in at 9 points. But the 8-pointers and the 9-pointers stretch way down here. All the way down to 32 or 33 is 8 points, which is they need a win to tie the top of the standings. Not to say that 13 will remain the top, but it's not far off. This is not a situation where people will be able to draw in. This is just tight. Like, people will be trying to win.
Oh, 100%. It shows just how high level the play is when everything's so tightly packed. There's not one person just running away with the tournament.
Yeah, so we are looking at our match for this round is going to be pod 6. If we can get some player stats for those players, we have Michael Pushkov in first seat. My boy Punchy, great player. We saw him early in the tournament. I think round 1 actually yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't get there. But with a 30% win rate and a 30%-ish conversion rate at 44 tournaments, that's a pretty decent rate of just making it there. I don't remember what deck is he playing today. Let's see. He's on Rog Thras. Okay, yeah. So 1 Rog Thras. Seat 2 is going to be William Osdal, who is on Tevish Thrasios.
I know you had mentioned Tevis Thras earlier yesterday, so I'm interested to see how it plays.
Yeah. And then our third seed, Alex James Stockwell, is on Timna Crom.
Yep.
And our 4th seat is the ever-present Evan Pierce, aka Freedom Waffle, on his very interactive Kinnan list. But yeah, going back through some of these player stats, this Rock Thras list looks pretty standard. We have Alex Stockwell's list, or his stats up on board with Blue Farm.
Yeah, no, rocking a 46 conversion rate is really nice out of 77 tournaments. It's really interesting to see how many tournaments people have really entered, and just like the level of time that they've invested in trying to get these top slots.
Yeah, and there's again, we were saying that Evan, aka Freedom Waffle, is everywhere in the cEDH scene. Great guy. Look at that 67% conversion rate. When he enters a tournament, the chances that he makes it means it's 2/3 just about, which with 61 tournaments, that's crazy.
Oh, 100%. I would say. And I mean, we'll definitely hear it. It's definitely politics is one of his friends. He knows how to get players on his side, how to get things to go in his favor, and it's definitely one of his strong points.
Yeah, I don't think. How would you look at this pod in terms of the deck breakdown? I mean, like I said, it was seat 1, Rock Thras, seat 2, Tevis Thras, seat 3, Blue Farm, and seat 4 Kinnan. This seems grindy to me.
Yeah, as we said from last round, it definitely people have been slowing down. I'll be very interested to see how Tevish does in this pod, because he is great at gumming up those boards with his Thrall tokens, getting extra advantage that way. So it'll be we're just getting Mulligan information as well. Player 1 is on second 7. William is on 7. And then we have some pretty dramatic mulligans happening
No,
for
but
the
they're on
other
second 7.
players.
They're on second 7.
Oh, sorry, second 7. I'm sorry about
This
that.
is the opposite of last round. If you guys were here with us for last round, we had a player mold a 3, another player mold a 4, a player mold a 5.
Mhm.
But this time around, we are looking at 7s for everyone.
Mhm.
And we're starting out right now. Scalding Tarn into looks like training grounds.
Mhm. I say I'm just looking at the opening hands right now. It doesn't look like anyone's going off to the fastest start. Um, it looks like a pretty traditional standard thing. Evan's got a pretty decent start. He's got the cradle in hand as well, got some dorks. But we aren't seeing any turn 1 Ristic or turn 1 Mystic unless they top deck it. So we'll see. That's been the one change from the games we have watched. Everyone seemed to have Esper, Ristic, or Mystic on their first turn.
Yep. Welcome to cEDH in 2025. That's just a fact of the game.
Mhm.
People are going to set up their value engines and they're not going to be trying to push for anything for a little while. But once again, Mayhem Devil showing up. That's interesting to see at a blue farm.
What is the S in the bottom corner of the playmat? That is a good question. I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, it's for it's just to mark them as the stream pod. Sounds like.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. We don't want the producer to forget which pod has all the cameras on it.
Yeah, yes, heaven forbid they misplace all the stream cameras. Can't find it.
I guess we're watching Modern today, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we got an Esper Sentinel. We've got what is that on the Tevis Thrasios board?
For the Tevis Thrasios, it is it's just an Elvish Mystic, is it not?
The one that's being tapped right now? Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Yep. He also has the training center. So this looks like they're settling in to definitely be grindy with double training center on these Thrasioses. That's going to be a lot of card advantage if this game can go into the late game.
For sure. Cards of note, I guess, looking back through the hands again. We see a little bit of interaction. I see the Voice of Victory in Blue Farm's hands. And that could come into play, especially if things are going to get very Thrasios based. You're risking a lot of instant speed action, especially with training grounds.
Are you one of those players that is just going to kind of throw it out to turn 2, being like, I got nothing better to do. Let me just stick it now, try and get it in, and then just go from there? Or are you the ones that try to save it for that turn to go off?
Like, you mean like the cards that I'm playing, or like or a win attempt
for the Voice of Victory or a Grand Abolisher type effect?
I think it depends on the deck. I think if I'm thinking, if it's like a Tymna deck, I would actually consider just playing it out, because then it's just more Tymna attackers. Yes, it's scary, so there's the trade-off there. At the same time, like, do you intend on using it as your Grand Abolisher effect? Really depends on what you have in hand and whether you need to draw more cards, because it does both. Voice of Victory is a great card. And so if you can just play it down and draw.
Like this board is definitely going to get gummed up.
Yeah.
With the Thrasioses are excellent blockers. Right now, still Evan, I mean, he's growing his board pretty significantly with those elves, but luckily they don't block well.
True, yeah. I mean, Kinnan is not an amazing blocker either. It blocks a 1/1, it blocks a 1/3. But
it doesn't block all 3 of them.
But that's currently what, 4, 7, 8, 11 mana on board? No, 12 mana, because the 4 from the vaults, 2 from each of the elves is 8, plus 3 from the cradle, 11, and then the land. That is a lot, but that's what Kinnan does.
So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what we'll have to see whether or not he's just trying to sit back on Kinnan activations, or if he's going to try and go a more aggressive line. From the hand, we definitely
wait. There's the Biomancer's Familiar.
Oh wow!
Okay,
really grindy.
So the Biomancer's Familiar cannot reduce the Thrasios activation to less than 1 mana, unfortunately.
Yes.
Same with Training Grounds. So Thrasios is not just able to draw the deck; it will reduce it to 1 mana though.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah. When I first saw the Biomancer's Familiar come down, I like had the double take where they just dead. And then I realized it was like WotC has had the insight to make it a reasonably balanced Magic card.
It's fair. But yeah,
what's going on now?
So right now, it's definitely setting up to be grindy.
Mhm.
And unless Evan is top decked a monster, he's got a lot of mana, but right now not a whole lot to do with it. He's holding, I think it might have been a misdirection in hand for some sort of interaction.
Let's see. I thought it was 7. It might have been Commandeer.
Was it?
Oh yeah, no, that is misdirection. That is misdirection. You're right.
So we'll have to see. And then, of course, Alex having the voice of victory always has that opportunity to have just drawn into like the win attempt.
Yeah.
Which is always a scary thing.
What
I
other
hate
cards do we
having
know
to
right
leave it on the
now?
field.
Esper Sentinel came out. It wasn't in the starting hands. The Badlands, I guess there was a Polluted Delta. We knew the Underground Sea. We know Consult in hand. We know Mayhem Devil. We know Reign of Filth. Those are all scary cards if you're the rest of the pod. Mayhem Devil, a little bit different. You can just play that out, and that will trigger off the Voice of Victory. So another reason to have Voice in play is the, as far as I know, the Mobilized Token Sacrifice.
They do. It's a nice little synergy.
Yes, because that's 2 free damage a turn plus the tokens themselves attacking. Yes, you have to swing your voice, but you attack into kin and they're not blocking much.
And looks like William is also able to find his Cradle.
Yeah. Oh boy, what a card. Cradle is decent for sure. I mean, I've honestly been wondering if more land hate would make sense. That does seem like more of a stacks deck thing to do. But like with Cradle being as common as it is there an argument that the mid-range decks could play something like a Strip Mine effect?
I've thought about it. Unfortunately, with the big decks being 4 colors, that colorless Strip Mine is definitely a liability.
Yeah, well, like I've enjoyed playing Blood Moon. I mean, it's hard to fit into some decks, but when it works, it really works. The one downside is like any kind of hate piece. If it throws one player like into the lead, then you have failed.
I 100% agree. I would love to see a meta where back to basics kind of makes it stand. But right now, with all the artifact ramp happening, I know people are getting greedy on their mana bases, but there's just so much mana a lot of these decks have, and they're so low to the ground that they can operate on very little as well.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Cradle has just been like Cradle has been the card for the past almost year at this point, because when people want to make a lot of mana, it turns out tapping your land to make 7 and then doing it again and then doing it again is pretty good.
It seems like right now the chat's thinking Alex has the lead just due to the voice of victory, which is an idea. I definitely understand just having that silence out, and there's already other scary things, so it's going to be tough pointing your removal at voice as your number 1 target.
I agree with Jonah right now that the voice, in the same way that just leaving a Grand Abolisher in play, it's good in that you could draw into a win at the same time your opponents could draw into a clone. And then you're in a lot of trouble. So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's see. Unfortunately, now the attacks have gotten a little worse. I mean, luckily he still has the ability to go Mayhem Devil into attack Evan. He'll at least keep 1 of the warrior tokens. But what is that?
Is that Trouble in Pairs? No. What card is that? I wish that Moxfield showed the arts that they had chosen.
Yes, it is a Wish Claw.
Okay, it's a Wish Claw Talisman. Makes sense.
Okay, that I don't know if I like playing that. That is going to draw so much attention to yourself.
Yeah, I agree. That Wish Claw is one of those cards that I don't know. I always go by the heuristic that Wish Claw should only be on the turn you intend to win. But who knows? Maybe there's some kind of direction to take the Wishclaw Talisman that ends up with you getting far and ahead enough that it doesn't matter who you give it to.
Yeah, I
The-
think.
but
I mean,
those,
I assume Alex is just attempting, being like, I'm throwing it out there. I don't have anything. Just let it get back to my turn,
Mhm.
and just is hoping to hope.
I think
Um,
their players are in good positions right now. I don't know. Looking at, I mean, the combination of Biomancer's Familiar and Training Grounds allowing you to activate Thrasios for 1 is pretty powerful
mhm.
for Michael. I don't
Yeah, but
know.
mana unfortunately is still tight because it is still like turn 3, turn 4,
Yeah.
and not a lot of the players have actually kind of accelerate. Well, I can't say that because Evan has a
Evan has
million
way
mana at this point.
accelerated.
Mhm. But at least for the Thrasios players, their mana is a little bit more constricted, so they're gonna have to find
Mhm.
something on their turns to answer this voice before he untaps.
Yes. Now, looking
Um,
through this Tevis Thrasios list, they get to play a lot of cool cards because they are only in 3 colors. I mean, even just having Bajuka Bog as a crop rotation target opens up a lot of really gross interaction options.
mhm. I would say, do you know
Felwar
if
Stone.
yeah, do you know if Evan has anything spicy in terms of his creature package to stop? Like, does he have a Thorn Mammoth or anything like that?
No, so I mean, like the big flips right now. I mean, the Seedworm Muse at 5, Consphinx, Hullbreaker Horror, Nezahal, Nyxbloom, Tidespout Tyrant.
Gotcha.
Beyond that, there's like a Hydroelectric Specimen. There's some clones, some flash effects. I mean, Drift of Phantasms is in the list to get presumably Basalt, but not a whole lot of unique creatures. There's no Mammoth. Definitely not a Chimera,
Mhm.
but
Gotcha. That's what I was curious to see if the flip could go into a Thorn Mammoth, which can actually remove the voice. So right now, I don't know.
we got a
Evan,
question
I
in chat
don't.
about who won the last stream. They got into a position where everyone could present a win, and Logan Doan was forced to use a consultation to find a Force of Will. Lost basically everything, including the Underworld Breach and Thassa's Oracle and everything, and they agreed to draw. Which not the ideal outcome if you're those players, especially going into the last round of the tournament. But I don't think there's a better outcome besides letting this as a player who was going for it win.
Mhm.
So we have a fetch from Michael. Evan's just sitting there with a lot of mana.
Yeah. I'll be curious to see if he's drawn anything. Well, that would be I assume that's Rograk. If what people were asking for Aston, I assume that's Rograk next to Thrasios.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like Rograk, Thrasios, Biomancer's Familiar, and Training Grounds.
Mhm.
Um, yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
And then
We were originally saying that Rogdrask didn't have that much mana, but just being able, he found a few lands off the top.
yeah,
And now it feels like he's got a million mana once again.
Thrasios just putting lands into the play does that. Like that.
Mhm.
Next, it could be a Cradle, and then you've got what, like 15 freaking Thrasis activations? Not actually, but like
Mhm.
activating for 1 to draw a card or put a land into play usually seems like a pretty good thing to do.
Yes, definitely.
I'm interested. Are we going to see Tevish on this board? I mean, you have just the Thrasios and an Elf as blockers. Does it seem like a
I
good Tevish situation for you?
it definitely can come out. As I said, I think I would probably be using my mana to try and dig for an answer for Alex.
Yeah.
Unless we might have missed some table talk that says like, "Don't worry, guys, I got you," or like, "I might be able to fight." Um,
Uh,
Captain Moral Michael is the Rockdrass player is C1.
yeah. Top left is going to be C1 for all these street games. The stream games.
But I don't think I'd be spending that much mana to get Tevish out. I'd be too afraid of that Wishclaw.
True. Yeah. The Sage you put into play. I mean,
That's
that is
that's the
not.
one downside of those channel lands is you'll find them off
Yeah.
the top with Thrasios and be like, I would love to have this in my hand, and nope.
Mm-hmm. Greyface Gaming joking that if Tevish gets to ultimate, then you just end up with a bunch of Thrasioses and have to choose one.
That is funny. That is funny. But Yeah,
We're seeing pure value.
definitely. But as I said, I still would be very afraid of that Wishclaw Talisman. If he didn't
Mhm.
have the voice, then I could be understandable. But with voice, and now that you know, like the only thing that's going to be able to interact, actually, there's really nothing that to be able to interact with specifically Thassa's Oracle for the
Yeah.
win against a voice. Unfortunately.
Well, and we know from the opening hand that Alex does have Demonic Consultation in hand.
hmm
So if he finds a blue source to go with it and maybe another land, I think a little short on
He needs
mana.
one more land to go for that. I don't know if we know if he has any more lands from his opening.
Mhm. Let me check. There was a command tower in hand. So
Yeah, he
colors
has
are
his
all
command
there.
tower out on field.
But being able to Wish Claw plus Thassa's Oracle Demonic Consultation would require another source of mana.
hmm Um, he has a Rain of Filth. That he has a Rain of Filth for black mana. We had
Oh,
3
true.
lands: the command tower, Polluted Delta, and an Underground Sea.
Oh, yes. They don't realize that they're just dead if it gets to his turn.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I didn't even think about the Rain of Filth. That card, yeah,
hmm
it does tend to make mana.
yes. And I mean, uh, well, no, yeah, 'cause you can cast the Rain of Filth off of the Badlands. So
hmm
right now, we have. I guess the only hope would be if someone has an Ottawara to bounce the Voice of Victory.
Chad
Um,
is saying that Tevis Thrasius has an Ottawara in hand. Let me take a look. Do we know that? We did know that. Okay. So that, still think Alex probably goes for it. You just have to hope
oh,
that there isn't a channel
100%.
land.
Unless unless he's been revealed that he has the Ottawara so that you would know about it, I would 100% take this win or take this win attempt.
Yeah. Well, and you don't have a good option for it. There isn't a commander out for SWAT to do work.
Mhm.
But the other way to look at it is that if you go for this, you are losing everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a risky gamer, so I would definitely be trying.
Oh yeah, no, I've kept hands where I played a Mox Diamond instead of land, sacked my entire board to Dargo, and then got blown out. It's nice when it works. It is horrendous when it doesn't.
Mhm.
Okay, the Ottawara is known information.
Okay, he witted it back. Gotcha. So then, yeah, I guess you don't make that attempt unless, well, he doesn't have his commander out either, unfortunately. So deflecting SWAT. So yeah, Captain Moral Support's thinking Timna and pass. I think that's definitely the safe play.
I would agree.
Because that way you can go. I don't know if there's any other. If is there like an Adnaz line or anything like that? But the Ottawara still bounces the voice, and you get still
I mean,
counterspelled.
yeah, the Ottawara being a problem assumes that other people have interaction. We do know about a Fierce Guardianship in Michael's hand, and that's about. I guess we know about the misdirection.
hmm
So even if SWAT was active, it wouldn't save things.
It will. Yes, it would say. Well, if deflecting SWAT out of Alex was active, then it would be
Do you want to
fine if
listen to
he
the
had Timna
audio?
out, but he doesn't.
Actually, never mind. They're kind of just playing it out. I thought we were going to get some perspective on what was actually going on.
But
What do you think?
I don't know. They're talking about the Wish Claw, definitely. Do we know if Alex is on Opposition Agent?
I doubt it. I'll take a look.
Alright, and
No.
if we could hear the table audio, that'd be great.
With this. Or not. It's this. How about just like either of those activations? You can have both. So not win or combo piece in either of the with activations. I'm down to doing that. Sure. Does that seem fair? Yeah. Sure. That works. And I'm getting a draw engine because that's my best bet. Yeah, I agree. What are they doing? I'll activate.
Yeah, what Captain Moral Support says, yeah, Waffle's in the pod. He isn't gonna let Timna Grom do that. What do you think about giving the Wish Claw over to Evan?
I mean, I think if you're looking at this pod, I don't really know if there's a good option. I think if you can make a deal to make it worthwhile, like in general, I think as Alex, you want both activations if Evan is willing to give it to you at the cost of him getting a Ristic Study or even like a Consphinx. But like I don't know. That's just a hard situation to be in because you have win available. Are you willing to sacrifice that because you know that other people can do stuff about it?
Oh, 100%. I'm always in the form that I just give the wish claw, assuming that no one has like an instant I win on the thing. I always just give it to the furthest player just to let the table have time to be able to interact with it.
Mhm.
Z-Rob, isn't Alex just gonna fetch a win here? We know that there's an Otawara to bounce the Voice of Victory, so that would be a poor decision.
We just heard the table audio that Waffle said that he was going to get a card advantage engine and not interact with this, assuming that Alex didn't get a combo piece. So we know that there's one not a win from Alex and two not a win from Evan, but we don't know about the third activation. There's a Mana Vault. That is something. That was off the Wish Claw. So
Okay.
yeah, we're not seeing a win just yet. The question now becomes whether getting the draw engine is going to cost them the game, and like whether like if you are Alex, do you risk it? I don't know. I mean, you know about the Otawara. Do you try and make that deal? Smothering Tithe is a good card.
Mhm. It definitely is, especially with, as we said, these Thrasios really want to be able to draw cards. So I guess he's just hoping that getting the mana off the Smothering Tithe will let him get back in.
True, yeah, I would
Um,
agree. I mean, with that Sentinel in play, you're still getting cards into your hand. You're getting mana into your hand. You can give it another turn and then set up.
mhm.
And I mean, like, where do you rank Smothering Tithe among the best cards right now?
It's one of those hard things because it very much feels like it's what wins a lot of games when it's actually cast, assuming it's not like the last turn before everyone just dies or something like that.
Mhm.
It definitely feels on like the same level of you cast a Smothering Tide, it resolves, and it's the same thing like a Ristic Study kind of thing.
Mhm.
It just generates so much advantage unless your commander is specifically also trying to help you on mana. Smothering Tithe is just like the best card you can have. Oh, it looks like there was an activation on Kinnan for a Delighted Halfling. So as you said,
Seems decent.
Evan is not about those big flips. So at least he was able to find something.
Yeah, I've seen. I mean, we saw Jason play last turn. He plays the same list, and when I've played against him, there have been a significant number of whiffs. So activating Kinnan is not really the way to go necessarily. It's not that there aren't targets; it's just that the targets that you can hit are fewer than usual and less significant than usual.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think if I was Alex, I would be setting up for Smothering Tithe, play Mayhem Devil, and then try and get this board back under control. I think is the way that makes the most sense.
100% yes. Yeah, because the table doesn't know about the Mayhem Devil. Prophet saying that give Waffle the Claw, get the Tithe out, and then let him combo off with Fairy Mastermind.
That is a risk.
Yeah, that's a risk. I don't like giving my opponents that many cards. And as we said, we know about the Otawara, so it would definitely be tough to try and go that way.
Yeah. I don't know. We heard a draw engine was the deal. It depends like what constitutes a draw engine. I imagine it's Ristic Study, but
Probably.
yeah.
Yeah, if they're being I mean, Evan's gonna be honest to his word, so we'll have to see what he gets. I know some people were saying that he's gonna get Consphinx because he said specifically a draw engine.
Mhm.
And that would be a really cool card. You do have to worry about a clone, unfortunately, coming out from either Rog Thras or Tevish Thras. And then
Yes.
that gets very scary.
I would agree. When I have played Consphinx in decks, it is such a liability sometimes. There is the Ristic Study that makes sense. I don't know. It's always like the card draws a lot of cards, but as soon as someone tutors for a clone, then the game is kind of just over because you've entered the sub game of like how many cards am I going to draw? How many cards are you going to draw? Do I need to pass on drawing cards because I don't want you to draw cards because your turn comes first? And then it just, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that
It's
gets
gross.
Yeah.
And now we see the Ristic study into Rograk Thrasios activating their Thrasios for 1 mana.
Yeah, this is going to be a while, folks. He's got quite a few Thrasios activations. Flare of Denial's coming out, so that's a good one for the table to know that that's another free counterspell.
Yeah, and that there it has things to sacrifice as well. You have the Thrasios, but you also just have the Biomancers familiar that I mean it's good right now, but it only reduces Thrasios by 1.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's still a lot. I would probably still, because you've got Rog out, so you still have free commander spells. A Shifting Woodlands as well. I mean, there's nothing engraved just yet, but Michael is going to untap with a lot of mana on his turn. He found
I mean that's the
quite a few
whole
lands.
Rogfrost MO.
But yeah, that'll be very interesting. And then we get to do all this again on his end step with William.
Whoa, I'm looking at this Rogthrast list. I mean, like we know there's some weird cards they play. They play Chatterstorm, right? They play Song of Totentans sometimes. Song is not in here, but you know what is Storm Splitter.
Really? That's
if we get that card
very
pulled
interesting.
up.
I haven't seen that card since like Standard.
Yeah, the card is funny.
We haven't presented a draw yet. I thought this was TEDH. We got 50 minutes in this round. We'll have plenty of time for them to start talking.
Okay, yeah, there's the Storm Splitter. So it's 3 and a red for a 1/4 haste Ottered Wizard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a token that's a copy of it. Exile that token at the beginning of the end step. So you can just storm off and create exponentially more otters, and then tap your cradle.
Oh, 100%. Do you know if Alex is running like a Toxic Deluge at all?
Let's look.
Yeah,
I
right
do
now
not
this
see
board is
Toxic
getting
Deluge.
kind of gummed up. I mean, granted, he has the Mayhem Devil, but unfortunately, the damage is kind of dealt already. Everyone seems to have a lot of mana.
I do
and
not
it's gonna be
see any
tough to
kind of
clear.
board wipe effect from Alex's blue farm list.
Okay.
There's no Cyclonic Rift. Yeah, no Toxic Deluge, unless I'm somehow blind. I mean, ideally, Mayhem Devil can be that.
Yep.
But
we also we didn't mention that Michael found a Mistrise Village as land as well, so that's going to be probably very important in this game for forcing a spell through.
Captain Moral Support saying Storm Splitter plus Enduring Vitality is gas. Yeah, well then throw in what's his face, the otter that the Valley Flood Caller. Then you are tapping all your otters for mana, casting a spell, untapping all your otters, making more otters with haste. You're just doing a Jeskai Ascendancy combo.
Oh, was that Thorn Mammoth?
I
assume not from a
where?
Avestras.
I don't think so.
Okay, a little too fast for me to see, unfortunately. But oh, it was a Veil of Summer. That's what it was. Okay, so yeah, would we be able to hear the table audio? It sounds like they're discussing something.
This guy just nosed. Well, my nose cost 10. Yeah, it's a lot. 16 cards, right? It's an expensive nose. 16 cards. I mean, it's weird, but. I reveal imposter name. Oh, okay. Oh. That's fun. No problem. Possibly not. Activate right well, I just can't really very much. Uh-huh. It's still a problem. It's a problem. Yeah. Activate that. Yeah. First tournament is going to be crazy. Undergrowth Steam.
Damn, this is still all on end step, trying to get all those Thrasios activations.
This is probably how the game might continue for another turn cycle. I mean, I think I do kind of agree with chat where like Michael has so many resources available. He's sitting with 10 lands, and that's essentially 10 Thrasios activations. If he finds Cradle taps for 4 currently, or for 3. And
yeah, no, he just has a million mana. Unfortunately, he's going to be able to draw a lot of cards. I mean, the Mayhem Devil is going to probably be coming down from Alex this turn, but we'll have to see.
True. Yeah, I agree. If
So we
you're
also-
willing, you just pass there. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know if I spend 2 mana to. Well, I guess I don't know if I'm waiting and might want my own imposter mech to get my own Voice of Victory.
Okay, yeah, there is the imposter mech. Ristic Study trigger for Evan. Tithe
Yep.
trigger making a treasure.
Yeah, Voice of Victory. That's
Makes sense. Yep, that's rough.
oh, definitely.
The Ristic Study definitely not doing as much as you would hope. Everyone has money to pay for it, and they're not even casting spells. Or mana to pay for it, I mean.
But I mean, as we said, it was a good thing he didn't get Consecrated Sphinx, because then there would have been another Consecrated Sphinx.
Is Alex on Stormkiller Artist? No. He's on Professional Facebreaker and Mayhem Devil and Delny, but no Stormkiller Artist. So treasures are coming from, I guess, the PFB, from Tithe, from Lotho, from Ragavan.
Gotcha. Yeah, this has got to be a tough sort. As I said, I don't know. I'm wondering how much focus is being putting on Michael, because I feel like he's probably just quiet as much as he can, just try and avoid as much attention as possible.
Let's listen in to see how they're talking about this imposter mech.
I'm just saying I can't. I got you.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
I don't know.
Here either. So
Yeah, I feel you. I just yeah. I think the only way, like with what I have in hand, the only way I'd ever do anything at all here would be like a really good deal or a draw, like based on my hand, not based on anything else. So
yeah, I can't. Fuck.
It's a ton of mana.
No.
Well, he hasn't been drawing many cards. For I think I don't know. I'm just saying. He doesn't have threat attacker. Yeah, that's like he's more mana than I.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the only good thing I can do is this, and the only way I'm doing it is for a thing that they're not going to accept.
As a player, I don't know. Like, I'm not doing anything here. I know you don't want to play. It's probably someone else, but I can't. I'm still going to say. Can we get a decision?
Yeah. I can back you up, Punchy, but I got.
Are you winning on your turn?
I will vow not to win on my.
Or Final Fortune? We just
Yeah.
let's still
We can cover all of our things. I won't Final Fortune. I won't insurmountable value. Blah blah blah. Yeah, we got the check. I'm not a liar.
I believe he's not. Are you thinking flare?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it sounds like the flare denial is the best option right now. So they're letting. Okay, we have a Fierce Guardianship, even better. What we just saw there, I think, is really important if you're trying to learn the ins and outs of politics and tournament EDH. Is that if you're making a deal for a player not to win on their turn, there have to be more caveats to that, because the environment allows players to not win by the textbook definition, but if they just have infinite resources, or they have a flash to win on someone else's upkeep, like they're not winning
I've
on their
done that
turn.
before.
If you want to if you want to angle a shoot, but like, yeah,
I mean, you make deals. You have to make sure that you're making the correct deals, and sometimes the wording can be pretty critical.
Yes.
So
I don't know. I think countering this imposter mech is pretty good. They definitely don't want a voice coming down, even if there are things they can do.
yeah, no, that's a little too much, because Rock Threat. I mean, as I said, Michael's got a nice spot, but he wants to be able to interact. He has probably a bunch of counterspells in hand. We know he's got another counterspell in hand as well. So yeah. Let's head back to the politics.
Monster Mech is not voice or biomancers, because you don't have a fear that much. If it's not one of those two, it's fine. I mean, just ask what it is for. Yeah. And what do you like?
What is it if it's not one of those two?
Yeah. The only obvious choice is Kinnan, but I'd rather have familiar. I mean, I don't think I can let you copy familiar. I understand that. I understand what I'm doing over here.
Sure, you do it, man. I'm not trying to tell you. I'm throwing it out there. If that's what you want to do.
So if you're saying you won't copy familiar or voice, this is fine.
I'm not gonna say the familiar. I won't do the voice. It's gonna be the familiar unless
Just take the deal that was offered, right? Well, it'd be on top of that one, but
let's mess it up. Okay, that way.
I will cast the Fear Strike.
All right, so we have to just.
Mine first. Good to draw this.
Yeah. Perfect. Time.
Yep.
Yes. Esper.
Yeah.
Cheers. Good. I'm not gonna fight it.
Now, do you pay for those triggers for Esper and for Ristic? You've got 1,000,000 mana.
I don't know. I think it's one of those situations where like, you don't really want them to have the cards, but if you're confident enough in your resources that you don't care, then it's different. Like I think there are situations where you want them to draw the card.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because the Ristic study has not been particularly impressive.
That is not. I mean, that is true. So I don't know. With all that mana, I think I'm still paying for it.
Yeah, maybe. Also, we just have a note that they do have a 9-minute time extension just because of some other judge calls and stuff. So if we're watching the clock, yes, there's plenty of time in the round, but if it comes down to it, they will have some extra time.
Yep. All right. Well, it looks like they showed Mindbreak Trap also off that Thrasios activation, so that's another good one to know.
Yeah, resources are accumulating, people are building up interaction. It just becomes a question of who has more, not who has interaction.
Mm-hmm. So now we have to wonder, is this the time where Alex is going to try and push? He has the Voice of Victory out. I don't think it's going to get better for him. So it might be one of those things where he attempts something and it gets stopped, unfortunately, but it's tough.
There was the deal not to win made with Michael.
Oh, that's true.
So because in order for them to use the Fierce, Alex has a piece of interaction hand. I don't know if we saw it, but apparently it doesn't line up well, or they didn't want to use it. I don't know if it's a pact or something else that is just awkward.
Yeah, it needs to be deflecting SWAT because the auto war is the only thing stopping him.
I mean, yeah, he's not winning here, but it sounded like it was interaction that didn't do that much. Like I got Flusterstorm or something like that, where it was, it doesn't actually do anything to the imposter mech, but he will commit to using it, on the condition that he doesn't just lose. Like, this is a very yappy pod. I will agree.
Yes. But yeah, they have the deal for Alex not to full send right now. It's gonna be tough. I don't know how many more rounds this is gonna go though. I'd be worried as Alex. I know I made the deal, but I'd be worried as just making it back to my turn.
Blabby Tripod 99 saying in chat that they really appreciate the graphics. Big up to our production team who put those together. They did a really great job, and I'm really happy we got those. I don't think everyone had images, so there are some players that we only have their stats. But for the people we do have, yeah, we tried to make it as appealing as possible because these are people that we see a lot. Some of these players are like micro celebrities in the cEDH community because they're consistently performing really well. And it's fun to see them and interact. But yeah, let's listen in for a little bit.
Thank you.
So I
have a conversation.
It's probably good for me, unfortunately. But
I have a conversation.
Whatever you think. Games aren't what you get players. State-based actions.
Some upkeep from the game.
I will show you this that makes draw not as necessary. I'm just gonna show you one card.
Okay. Don't do us like this, Evan.
Huh?
Don't do me like that.
Blast us. Right. You see what I'm saying? It might not matter.
I cast advance in my upkeep.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. There's a voice.
Tithe.
Yep.
So we just got information from our producer that the extra context needed is that the player is threatening to brain freeze everyone and then draw the game by casting a wheel so they all lose at the same time. That is definitely something that can be done. I think they feel like they can't win because they made the deal and they won't get another turn. So yeah, I mean,
it's he's not choosing to win the game, as we said. Deals are worded specific.
That's one of those things where it's like I guess that is
Mhm.
a legal game action you can take. Is it in the spirit of the game? Probably not. Is it to your best benefit since you agreed not to win? Sure,
Mhm.
but like
I know we're talking a lot about a draw right now. These players are what between 10 points and 8 points. So
yeah. This is pod 6. We have Michael. The first two seats are both at 8, and seats 3 and 4 are in 10 points.
So you think 11 points would get them there to begin with?
Well, the 11 points maybe, I'll say.
So yeah, so Alex
9
and
definitely not.
yeah, Alex and Evan don't mind the draw, but Michael and William are both at 8 points, and they definitely need a win. So I don't see a draw happening.
So looking at the standings right now, there's only one player at 11. We have ranks 1 through 9 at 12. But then of the players at 10, there's only 4 of them. And they're already in top 16. Would a draw get them in? Most likely. The issue is what happens if a bunch of the 9s potentially win and force you out. This is people are saying in chat that the open is crazy. I agree. 500 players is a totally different ballpark. Having to get to 4 or 5 wins in 7 rounds is pretty ridiculous. But there's so many people that people will do it. Meanwhile, here everyone just wants to edge out the competition because there's 65 players. So they will take whatever they can get.
All right, we're gonna
Let's
swap back
listen
to the
back in.
player audio.
I still think there's other options. I think you're going to get anything back up. I have things. Anything at all? Yeah, I have things.
You don't need it at all. Are you trying to force?
I just think
I'm not trying to force you to draw stream. I gave him the option for us to go for that line. I've already selected my card.
Yeah.
He said he's not winning. He says,
I mean, I'm not going to reveal the
like,
information.
you I wouldn't win.
Yeah.
I didn't say you wouldn't try to force the draw.
That's true.
Which was the line that I wanted to take.
Yeah.
We're past that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You did promise not to measure. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So priorities to go.
It's. I mean,
On my draw set.
Yeah.
On your upkeep, yeah. I don't really want to reveal the information you gave me anyway. Okay. Well, can I ask you this? So I think I'm in a smart one. This is one last thing.
Are you worried about this?
Yeah.
Okay, we're chilling.
Okay.
We're chilling. We're chilling until you start pushing through.
Deal.
I don't think Evan's pushing any left.
All right. Let's start.
Draw set?
Yep.
Yeah. You see why I was concerned.
Yep.
Yeah, we're chilling, guys. We're chilling.
We're chilling.
McBride asks, why would he draw the game? He can freeze everyone but himself and then pass. So he made a deal to not win this turn.
With
He
caveats.
doesn't like the deal, but the deal was made. That's why he isn't just trying to push immediately. He was threatening to cause everyone to lose, and that was the threat.
Yeah, so the deal being made was that Alex would not A, win on his turn, B, accumulate an unreasonable amount of advantage, or C, set up a scenario that he won someone else's turn and angle shoot that. In this case, like, it's not a great deal, but if they were going to lose and he doesn't want to lose, then I don't know. It just had to be made, I think, at least in his mind. Brain freezing the entire table would fall under that third one where you are not going to win this turn, but you're basically winning, and you would win on your next turn because everyone would be dead. Or I guess you'd win on Williams' draw step.
Yeah.
Unless they have endurance, I guess. But Mayhem Devil coming down as well as a Ristic Study, it looks like.
Yeah, so the Mayhem Devil is going to be able to do a nice bit of board control. However, I don't know if it's too late already.
Yeah, well, this is the kind of thing where if you want to disrupt any of the Thrasios decks that are in play, you're going to end up with them just activating on top, and they're going to get the cards anyway. It's just that they're going to feel pressured into doing things. Yeah, I would agree it was not a great deal, but at the end of the day, everyone here is trying to push for a win, and the deals that you can make, it's very cutthroat. If you can make that deal, then sometimes you kind of just feel like you have to. Mayhem Devil's seeing a lot of play today. I think it's the blue farm tech of the week.
Mhm. Looks like we've got some triggers happening because he's cracking treasures.
Yeah.
So he's forcing people on. Do you think this force right now before Evan untaps is the correct term to do it? Correct time to do it?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now he hasn't picked off any of Evan's creatures itself. It's
Yeah.
possible that he's trying to keep Evan around and strong to try and force that draw because both those players will be fine. Um, but I'm not sure. Are they? We'll see if the producer has anything about anything politic wise going on.
It's probably
Okay.
just people trying to argue to preserve their board state because they're not going to win and they can interact with everyone else. I would assume that's kind of just the go-to for these grindy blue decks.
Mhm.
Like, hey, I'm not going to win on my turn, and I'm helping you, so you should keep me alive,
Mhm.
kind of situation.
We also just saw the Basalt Monolith be revealed from William.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you have a clone for Kinnan, that's pretty good, but you're
Mhm.
also last in turn order.
Yep, I think there's. I don't know if he spent it, but I think there's a Court of Calling in his opening hand, right? Or was I
For
misremembering?
William, let's see. Do we have that? Oh, yes. Looks like there was.
Okay. So maybe that's his hope to try and court into two, but then now people are gonna see that, unfortunately.
I mean, you have enough mana. You have the 5 plus Thrasius. That's 6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this Mayhem Devil discussion could take a second
Mm-hmm.
because I imagine that Alex wants to do even more while things aren't getting interacted with. I guess we're
Yeah.
going to combat with the Voices of Victory, which, like I said, will trigger Mayhem Devil more when those tokens are sacrificed at the end of the turn.
If they let them, I mean, now you have to block those.
Mm-hmm. Yadimba TV in chat mentioning that now that Timna is out, there is SWAT online. Yes, that is true. Unfortunately, I don't think there's gonna be a win attempt. I think this is just gonna be like more value and then set up to try and survive the turn against a Rug Rack Thrasius deck that's about to draw 10 cards potentially, and a Kinnan deck that gets to untap with a Rhystic Study and a Cradle.
Yep, 100%. So he's just well, the attacks went through. He's getting 2 extra draws right now. Maybe that extra information will be relevant.
The judge is saying that there was a deal made to keep one of the Thrasius safe. That is interesting, especially because if it's Michael's, then you still just get to refill your hand whenever you feel like it.
Yeah, I wonder which Thrasios would be safe because I have to imagine Williams is the one that should be.
I mean, yeah, you're further behind relatively.
Mhm.
Player 3 drew Grindstone Mnemonic Betrayal. Grindstone, like the 1 mana artifact,
Yep.
or Grinding Station.
Oh. And then
I think it's
Moonbat
Grinding
doesn't
Station.
do a whole lot in this board right now either.
No. Someone in chat mentioned that if Alex had attempted to go for the win with Brain Freeze and Wheel, that Rock Thrast does just have a they would get Delirium for their Shifting Woodland,
That is true.
which would open up a whole can of worms because you could turn Shifting Woodland into any kind of flash enabler that you need.
Yes.
Most
Yeah, no, that
likely,
gets
is
Valley
there?
Flood
Wait,
Caller, and
yeah.
I say, yeah, that would be very scary. But at that point, people then start fighting over those kind of things. Looks like the Wishclaw is being cracked for the last time, at least for this one. I wonder what he's trying to get. I have to imagine another piece of protection, unless he is trying to set up for the win on someone else's turn.
Michael should have a Shifting Woodland under the glare, I think, if I remember correctly. Right?
I believe so. I thought he revealed it earlier in that game. I
Yeah.
know there is a
That
Beseiju,
might have
but I
been
thought
last
there's
game.
also a shifting.
Can we see? I don't know. The glare is not great.
Yeah. So, well, Wishclaw getting deflected away. Okay.
Interesting.
getting deflecting SWAT. Yeah, that's what it should be getting. Because as I said, we know that there's an auto wire, and that's the only thing that stops him, assuming he gets back to his turn.
Glebus, there's both. There's a Boseiju on top. There should be a shifting woodland underneath.
Yeah, because they found the Boseiju off of Thrasios activation as well.
So Michael should have both shifting woodland and Boseiju in play.
Yeah, I would say he's saying he's set up for a flash win. Ooh,
Nyx Bloom Ancient.
Ancient.
Ooh.
That is quite the card.
I mean, unfortunately, you already tapped your Cradle, but if you can untap it, then you're in business.
Yeah, I don't. It's one of those things that I don't. It's a really cool card, but it just basically paid for itself. It doesn't necessarily do a whole lot of impact.
Well, because the Elvish Mystic now taps for 4, which is pretty good, and the Mana Vault taps for 9 or 10.
Yeah.
It's important to remember that Kinnan is a trigger and Nyx Bloom Ancient is a replacement. So unfortunately, you do not get to choose what order they're applied.
Yeah, I think they also realized that they forgot about the sacrifice. Did they get that trigger for the Mayhem Devil?
Off of what?
The sacrifice for the token.
Oh, for the Voice of Victory tokens? I guess not.
That might be what they're discussing now. But they're talking about the Nyx Bloom itself. Yeah. Sure, let's hear the player audio.
You're good. Yeah. Five treasures. Yeah. Okay. No issue.
Is the mana going to be relevant?
The mana. It's not relevant.
So we good to go do
let me just think of the trigger, I guess. I could.
Yeah, Mayhem Devil is great here.
Yeah. I don't know if fighting over this Nyx Bloom is correct right now. You had such a fight over like Thrasios and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't see killing Nyx Bloom right now.
Nyx Bloom was cast, right?
A whole lot of sense.
I think Nyx Bloom was cast.
Yeah.
And then now it's a Kitten spin for an Endurance with Nyx Bloom in play.
Yeah. So there's the Endurance, which unfortunately, well, now it technically can't be used against Mill right now unless he has a way of bouncing it back into hand.
Or like an instant speed clone, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, Nyx Bloom was the end step spin. That is our mistake.
Aston, the producer's saying that there's both. There should be both a Shifting Woodlands and a Boseiju. Unless someone mislabeled.
Yeah, they're saying that Nyx Bloom was actually, it wasn't a cast, it was a Kinnan flip. And then I guess he's just ending his turn and discarding the grinding station. Don't worry, it's just a value bloom. I'm not the threat.
Yeah, I'm just making a lot of mana. Sorry.
Yep.
Oh, there is a
Flesh Duplicate. We knew he had that in from the opening hand. What does Flesh Duplicate do right now?
I mean, Nyx Bloom Ancient copy is pretty good.
Yes.
But it's gone. So I don't know. Is it just Biomancer's familiar to have more Kinnan availability?
Maybe it's a Mayhem Devil to try and keep Mayhem Devil in check, but that I don't know how well that works.
It could just be Thrasios.
Or Voice of Victory.
Yeah.
I would say. I have to imagine they're
Nyx Bloom is in the
having a lot
graveyard,
of
so it
conversations.
can't
Can
be
we
another
hear
Nyx
the
Bloom
table talk?
Are you going to do anything, Ronald?
I don't think so.
You sure you want to count in the second one? That's all. Okay.
It's between two options.
I mean, if you kill it, I don't hurt you. That's fine.
Well, it's either phase it out. So I can't
Sure. Whatever you want. I don't hurt.
Or if this clone's going through it,
I mean, I guess If you're just phasing it out, not killing it, then it might be a voice. Right? Like, I want the devil either gone, or 2. Like, I don't really want to let you just for free let him have a devil and I don't get one, right? Like, then that's weirder, right?
Why do you get a devil and I don't?
What is that thing we're just in? This one's gonna win.
Alright, pass on the
Did
sacrifice.
he just say, let's sacrifice the emergence zone and
So,
present
see
a
that one
win?
going, yeah, pass.
It's just the too much.
Yeah.
Huh?
What does it?
Trigger. Heuristic.
Okay. Just to
we
clarify,
still
the
have
shifting
that.
woodlands
Yeah,
is in
we
the
let-
graveyard for Michael. I think it was mentioned, but it's actually not on board.
Gotcha. But looks like he's, as you said, you've been stating basically about trying to get these instant speed wins. So this is happening.
Ooh.
Yeah, Flash Wars PTSD.
I don't know. Yeah, we can listen in.
The voice stuff, right? That's like,
I would be willing to, if we get rid of the Mayhem Devil, I'd be willing to copy Esper Sentinel.
What about you?
I'm not trying to force, I don't even think my hand is good enough to do anything like that.
Well, if the mayhem devil goes away, are you gonna make a voice?
no.
Anyway, that's not, I'm totally willing not to.
That'd be a different.
Voice is not what I care about.
It's just he's on his turn.
Yeah, he's going into your turn now.
I understand.
Just be aware he may make a voice.
Right. Probably. We can. There's time to deal with it. He can tell not his turn, right?
Right. That's my point.
Okay, we gotta.
My flesh plays on the sack.
I have passed on. Yeah, put on.
Yeah, sure. I'll pass.
Yeah.
But it's time. It's a mayhem devil. You just put a bump for banishing.
I'm good for him to draw.
If you need to you have a time extension, and there's not a judge on your match, please.
Yeah, I was saying, we'll have to see this win attempt. Phyrexian Metamorph over top.
Man, all the clones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Now,
the announcements are making things loud.
Phyrexian Metamorph get?
I don't know. Artifacts or creatures. There's a bunch of dorks. There's the Voice of Victory doesn't do anything right now because it's not. It's currently Evan's turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. I mean, if it's just another Mayhem Devil to try and fend off any interaction from Alex.
Potentially. He just has so many Mayhem Devils he can shoot them down. I guess it's still mutually assured destruction, but it's possible that Michael's just trying to get to his turn. He might just have the win already.
I wouldn't be
this is
surprised.
All just trying to bait stuff out.
There was a question of timing around. The clock is off. They have extra time as well. They had at least 9 minutes. And that could have also been for a different event. But yeah, we'll keep you updated on how much time is actually available to them.
So they're definitely. We got confirmation that our timer should be right for the round for this match.
Because sometimes the round timer starts and the judges haven't actually started recording things yet.
Yep. I say. Yeah, I assume you just get what? Multiple, cloning voice doesn't do anything. Mayhem
not your
Devil,
turn, yeah.
multiple Mayhem Devils is just kind of mutually assured, but it's possible he's just trying to make it to his turn and blow everything up.
We can go back to player audio. Yeah, we turned it off for a second because the announcement was making things hard to listen to.
Flash of
Oh boy.
Good.
Yep.
Mayhem Devil.
The original Mayhem Devil.
You also name Mayhem Devil. Yeah, you need 2 Mayhem Devils.
Well, I named Mayhem Devil. Let me think if it's a Metamorph. Could get copy artifact, right? Sure, it'll be a Metamorph Devil, right?
So it'll be an artifact.
Yeah.
Mayhem Devil.
Yes.
That's also Mayhem Devil.
Thanks, Judge.
You might have heard some more at some point. We'll see.
Oh, we'll figure it out.
I'm gonna cast a Mox Amber.
That's for
Sure. Good to judge. Good to judge you guys.
Yeah, you go, buddy.
Cool.
I'm just a spectator.
Yep. I'm gonna.
Alright. Well, looks like we have, what, 4 Mayhem Devils now on the field?
I think that's the situation, or at least close. Yeah, because there's the artifact one, and then there's the flesh duplicate one, both on Michael's board. There's the original on Alex, and then now there's another flesh duplicate Mayhem Devil on Evan's board.
Mhm. Things are gonna get wacky. Yeah, quadruple Mayhem Devil game. Spice is overflowing.
Mhm.
I'm laughing how much Mayhem Devil has done in this tournament.
Yeah, it was one of those cards that I thought kind of fell off after the Funny Goblin left the format, because there were fewer treasures being jammed. But I think with things like Taru, Smothering Tithe, Lotho, there are enough reasons for people to make treasures, and that there's Mayhem Devil around.
Although they might not
looks
stay
like
around long because that's an amphibian downpour that's being cast.
yes.
So what would be the storm on that? Got to be pretty high.
Because it was what? Nyx Bloom Ancient into
No,
Endurance.
Nyx Bloom was a cannon flip.
Okay, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. What even was cast this turn? I can't even tell anymore. The 2 clones, so at least 2, and then
There were the 3 clones plus a
Oh.
Mox Amber have been cast.
One of the okay, because it was only 2 clones though, wasn't it? Wasn't the Evan's
Yes,
clone
because Evan
from
started off
Cannon?
this chain with a clone of his own.
Was that cast or was that off cannon?
That is a good question. I assume with the amount of mana he has tapped, that would be a natural cast.
Okay. Yeah, I can never tell. There's too much going on whether or not things are cast. I assume they have Storm under control, so let's see. It's at least 2. We know that.
Oh, we know it's at least 3.
Oh, the Soul Ring as well. The Soul Ring as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Whoa. Okay. Evan might have this then. If he can just turn off all of the Mayhem Devils and
Does he have enough mana to replay Kinnan? And I assume he's got to have like Basalt in hand.
probably, yeah. If you're Alex, do you make a deal with Michael to just crack treasures?
Oh, 100%. If you're getting, because you have to make all the targets made known. So I have to imagine it's hitting like every Mayhem Devil. It's hitting every Voice of Victory. Like it's hitting everything basically. And that's a little too scary. So I have to imagine it's got to be mutually assured destruction.
What were we talking about, like Clone Wars last game?
Yep.
I don't know. This is now we're encountering the situation where yes, copyable values do not change. So if Michael has another instant speed clone to play, then they can just copy Mayhem Devil without counting the amphibian downpour effect.
Mm-hmm. Although I don't know how many more clones are gonna show up.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
So looks
there's
like
still
some
Mockingbird.
of the copies are I don't know if they're resolving or they're just showing targets. Esper Sentinel
Yeah.
is down. But looks like we've got a fight now. We've got a crop rotation. Okay. So that's some Mayhem Devil triggers right there.
Yes. You know what's funny about amphibian downpour is that if there's a Valley Flood Caller, it would untap the frogs.
That is kind of funny.
So
But
if there's like a bunch of frogged creatures, a Valley Flood Caller, and then something that like an Enduring Vitality, then you have a lot of mana available.
mhm. Okay.
Okay, so
I
MBT
have to
is
imagine at
known.
this point, Alex and Michael are gotta gang up on Evans.
Chad is
Mayhem
noting
Devil.
that William is just sitting there. Yeah, I mean, if I were in his seat, you're kind of just there because you're not getting back to your turn soon. You have to get through 2 players who are in very, very powerful positions. And if you don't have a bunch of cards in hand, like what are you supposed to contribute besides maybe determining the outcome of the game? Let's go ahead
see
and
if they're
listen
saying
in.
anything interesting.
You said so. They're talking like, why would I agree to that?
I don't know. I feel like it's the only thing that I have at the moment to keep Evan in check if he tries to do something.
Give Rustic time.
It's true.
If you look at any of my things with Mayhem Devil, sure.
Also,
Sure.
I can't win this. Okay, I can't win this.
Allow me the wiggle room to target your life total if things get tight.
Sure. Even a win, you're gonna say if he wins. Like if it's a win, you can't target.
I will make that stipulation with you as well. I will not target any of your stuff until you're trying to put a win on the stack.
I'm fine with it.
That's
Would you like
scary.
to point
Until I put a win on the stack?
Yeah.
Yeah, winning the game. Like whatever.
Does that include making infinite mana?
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's not a win. He's got to draw all the cards to then win.
No, that's it.
I'm just making,
That's kind of hoops.
just making sure.
There's gonna be a draw if you said it. Yeah. I'll agree to it if you just never target my board. You can target me.
That'll work. He's at 33.
I mean, he has so many treasures. There's
He's got
genuinely,
8.
there's genuinely world details, man.
He's got 8
So far.
He's got 8. Anyways, we do need to keep moving because of time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make that deal with you.
I'm going to change my targets to your name.
Sure.
You have a target bonus.
Hit the Bible. Or like
Anything?
oh, you're winning the Bible fam, I guess. Whatever.
I guess. I mean, I can't ignore it.
I don't know if that deal is good or not.
I don't know how many.
I'm going to be passing the turn very quickly after this. So
No.
Right there.
I'll just go where I can.
sure.
There's
There's
a card rotation on the. Or,
yeah. There's
Although-
the trickle and the Ristics.
the wrists are good. Yeah.
And we'll just resolve that. All that.
Yeah.
All right. You draw.
Yep.
I'll draw. You're gonna make a treasure. Oh, I drew a fish.
I've got Tide Trigger.
Is Crop Rocket result?
It's worth thinking about because he's getting his cradle and that's how he wins, right? We're gonna die here. Does anyone want to stop this? I'm passing.
You're getting Cradle?
He's getting cradle.
Yeah, I figured you'd want it.
Alligators? Maybe?
Maybe it's Thras.
Just want to show you at least.
Okay.
So yeah, I just want you to have info. But yeah, I pass on Crop.
Okay, plus.
Sure. So you're saying we'll use what?
I don't want to. That's
Sure.
that's
There's
all.
not. I mean,
Yeah.
All right. For
Okay,
the
so-
audience, he revealed Deflecting SWAT as that one card.
Oh boy. People in the chat asking why would you ever make these deals? I don't know. It's one of those situations where you feel like you're not going to be able to get through without having someone else to support you, and then you expect to be able to take advantage of them later because they don't know something. It's I don't know.
Plus,
It's just
Alex
one of those.
and Evan are fine with a draw. They
Yeah.
they are on the bubble, but 11 points sounds like they should be able to get in. So they don't mind. Although it looks like he didn't grab Gaia's Cradle, he grabbed Talon Gates.
I mean, Talon Gates is still a combo piece. We that in combination with any kind of Guy's Cradle, and then what's the Moonfolk?
Agoro Breeze Caller.
Abora Breeze Caller. That is a producer is saying that Michael has Abora Breeze Caller in hand, which if anyone here knows how that card works with Talon Gates, it's pretty goofy. Being able to bounce Talon Gates with Breeze Caller and then put it back down for 4 mana, untapping a land each time, does make infinite mana very well at instant speed and with no spellcast, which you could then funnel into Thrasius or whatever resources you need. They're making the argument that the Thrasius activations would create a lot of Tithe triggers, but I think at that point you already have enough resources just to win on top.
What was Talon Gates? Or are we trying to resolve that?
Mr. Producer, do we know what Talon Gates phased out?
Yeah, Michael's saying that they needs a way to get Cradle out.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a win this instant. I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if it converted into a win on his turn.
Mm.
Okay, so the phase, the
Evans,
Mayhem Devil
Phyrexian
was killed
Metamorph,
by
right?
triggers, and then that Mayhem Devil was phased out. There, like one of Michael's Mayhem Devils was phased out.
Okay.
It looks like.
Yeah,
Is
so
that
it looks
correct?
like he's keeping at least one of them. So,
Seems pretty reasonable.
yep. Because as he said, he's gotten one of the combo pieces. It's possible he already has Cradle in hand or a way of doing that. In addition, he did cast his he free cast his Flare of Denial to copy one of, or to counter one of the additional Amphibian Downpours as well.
And that not only got Thrasis off the board by sacrificing it as an alternate cost, but also protected one of the Mayhem Devils. So there should be plenty of mana to go for things on his turn.
Mm-hmm.
At least I think that's what it looks like. Considering Thrasis is in the command zone and not a frog.
Yes, he would have sacrificed it, I have to imagine.
Yeah, we got That's a Good Card cEDH podcast guys in the chat who are going to be casting your top 16. So yeah, look forward to hanging out and watching them.
Would we be able to get the table talk for this?
Sure.
Oh, there's an announcement going on right now.
Gotcha. Yep. I mean, as much as we'd love to listen to what's happening at the table, I don't think having the loudspeaker blaring. Okay, no, never mind. We're good. Let's go ahead.
Got him. Then we didn't share me from here at all.
I don't believe so.
This is
No, I don't think
so. Yeah, these are the three cards that were endorsed. What is going to happen is we are now going to jump to this library to randomize it. This is looking at your cards. This doesn't with a warning. Seals upgrade 3. You haven't got any warnings today from what I've seen. So
Yeah, you're good.
this does upgrade 3, so I don't expect you to get 3 in the next 20 minutes. We're gonna have more of an issue.
Don't challenge me.
challenge accepted.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna let him cut. And then
I just make sure it's oriented correctly. I'm not sure if it's backwards.
hold on. Okay.
And now we have this trigger back on the stack for Ristic Study. Would you like to add?
Yeah. Yes.
Imagine she's like, no.
And just so I am on
My warning
with this Amphibian Downpour, we had one that was fizzling from the Talon, one that was countered from the Mayhem, from the Flare, one here, one here. That was 4.
This one is countered. This one is fizzled as well.
Okay. Yeah. So there were 6 in total, correct? What about the original here?
That was so the should have one. The voice should have one.
You're right. No, that's what I was doing.
You're right. You're so right. You're so right.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I'd like
Yes.
to try to pass. Okay. I've been looking at my discard, and it's going to be land. Is it good? Good.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So there was a
we
real
got
quick.
that a little cleared up.
There was a quick judge intervention because it sounded like Alex accidentally drew a card from Ristic Study that was I think there was some confusion about whether or not the trigger resolved. That's not a serious issue. The judge just treated it as a warning and then shuffled. So that has been resolved.
Okay. So now, Michael, let's see. Michael's actually getting to untap here. So he has Talon Gates. He still has a few creatures with the Mayhem Devil. Do you think he pushes here? I have to imagine, right?
I would expect. I mean, this is your window.
Mhm.
People still have resources available. But if you have the combo, I mean, we see the Breeze Caller right there and like revealed from his hand. If you can resolve this, and get to enough mana to make it combo off,
Yep,
then
there it is.
it doesn't even matter what else gets countered.
I say, I don't know
Yeah.
if we know a whole lot more about any hand information. We know that there is an MBT still, but that being the first spell, he does have the ability to cast it, though, hard cast it.
Yeah, can we pull up a bar of Breeze Callers to have that extra information so we don't miss anything about how the card works? Got the foil with the signature. Fancy.
I mean, it's cEDH. You got to bling out.
True. cEDH players either have the fanciest version or just a proxy. There's not a whole lot of in between.
Mm-hmm. I have to imagine there's got to be quite the conversation happening right now.
Okay. The resolution on that is not amazing, but we can still work with it. Breeze collar. Yeah. So it's 1 in a blue for a 1/1 flying Merfolk Wizard. 3 generic mana, return a land you control to its owner's hand, untap target land. So in this case, with Cradle, you want to be at least making 7 mana, and you need to make at least 6 mana to go neutral with Cradle. Because you can tap Cradle, bounce your Talon Gates back to your hand to untap Cradle, and then for 4 mana, put Talon Gates onto the battlefield at instant speed, and then repeat the process. You can tap the Talon Gates for mana in the meantime, and then bounce it again. And assuming that your Cradle can pay for both the activation of the Breeze Collar and the Talon Gates, at least you can make infinite mana.
And surprisingly, it did resolve. No one fought over it, and now we're on to William's turn.
Yeah, again, without a land tutor, there's not a clear win on board. So I'm interested to see how this pans out.
Yeah, and we know that we've already used the Crop Rot, so it's going to be tough to do that, to get it into play.
Thrasius isn't in there anymore, so you're not just going to flip it into play.
Yeah. Although it sounds like Alex actually might get another turn after this.
Yeah, this is not what I expected. But I mean, that's the power of people buckling down and dealing with boards.
Yeah, Aston, he did not recast Thrasios.
Some of the chat mentioned that Training Grounds reduces the ability of the Breeze Collar. Yes, it does. It reduces it down to 1. So then you can still win with 5.
Yep. Plus, people are mentioning that Aboro can be killed with the Mayhem Devil triggers as well.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of how many times you can activate in response to try and get on top of those, I think. But that's unlikely with 11 treasures.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to do, unfortunately.
Get some information shown around.
Information.
Yeah. What now? What would you do if you're Williams' position? Because I think he's been kind of zoned out for a lot of the game.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's one of those things where he's been zoned out. However, he's been like the least touched player in terms of that. So I feel like people are just kind of leaving him alone. It's so we don't necessarily know what's in his hand. We know, I think, Cord from the original start. So we have no idea what he's drawn since then.
Michael White, this is still Swiss. This is the final round 7 of Swiss. And as soon as this game is over, we will be moving to top 16.
Yep. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm William. I mean, for one, we are getting low on time. We are at that 10-minute mark. And William and Michael both need the win if they are going to be doing anything in this tournament. So they have to be fighting for it. I just don't see a great window right now. Unless he's holding like a Flash Enabler, because they're very popular. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw the Emergence Zone go off. So whether or not we see something like a Born or a Valley Flood Caller, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's definitely like the meta, you could say. But
plus, we just saw Tymna get taken down off Alex's side off that crack of the fetch land. So he showed off to Michael that he had the Deflecting Swat in hand, and he was really hoping probably for that protection. Unfortunately, did not. It's not very helpful right now. Granted,
I mean, with
he
11,
does have the mana
11
to hard
treasures, you
cast
can still
it.
just cast it. Yeah.
Yeah. But it'll be tough to see how he can get into this, unfortunately.
I think I agree with chat. This has been great. I think as much as it's been grindy, it's been very back and forth. It hasn't been super because there's so much line, there have not been a lot of opportunities to just force a draw because two players do not benefit from the draws. It's too late for that. Everyone is going back and forth. It's somehow getting around the table, which is amazing. And yeah, we're just glad to be here. This is the power of round 7 in the once a year TopDeck Invitational.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess this has got to be the push point because he's casting Veil.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mental misstep on the Veil of Summer. That's a very good use of mental misstep, I will say.
100%. Aston's asking, Ottawar and Besaju are both on board from Rog Thrasios. I
I
don't
definitely know
if
Besaju is.
Besaju is on the board for Rog Thras. We know that. I don't know if Ottawara is off the top of my head.
That is an interesting argument to keep the Breeze Caller around.
Oh, really?
I mean, if you can say, hey, I have these resources, let me like keep this around in case I need to use it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it depends who you're talking to, and it depends if the player that's going to kill it, most likely Alex, cares. But yeah.
I mean, it's going to die at some point. We'll just have to see when. I wonder if I have to imagine that's probably already been spoken about with the ability to rebuy.
Yeah.
Why do we have life sideways? That's just how it is.
That's just how the table's arranged.
Yep.
I'm a little far away to do anything about it, unfortunately.
And
we
they
just
are
hit
at
time.
Yep. So now we have 20 minutes left for it to force draw.
So the round time is not reflecting the time in the round. The round time is reflecting the total possible time at this point. Because we are at a hard cap of 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So that we do not have an 11-hour game. I think that is a reasonable ask.
Yep. Yeah, this is the final turn. We have 20 minutes left in this final turn.
Do you think we're going to see more than one instant speed win attempt?
More than one instant speed win attempt? I think it'll be tough. Because we're pretty sure he grabbed Deflecting Swat, so I don't know if he has a flash enabler out of Alex's side. It's one of those things where you just looks like they have probably I assume that was the draw, right? Or are they just making a weird deal?
I don't know. They're
just
Evans
showing
never
off.
pushing a draw.
This is gonna be a draw for certain.
They had an extension. They did just hit time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Evan is saying that I have all of these resources and I have 3 pieces of interaction, as well as a high fate trickster. What are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we saw an Ottawara get played out
and everything. Oh, they're playing it. Okay, they're drawing, but they're gonna try and play it out for the cameras, so that way we can see if it was even possible.
Chad, how do you feel about that? I mean, yes, they're drawing logistically because the players that need to win won't be able to win. But I mean, it still could be a good game.
Yep, it's always nice to see whether or not, because all the draws are basically you're assuming things. So we'll see if the assumptions were correct. I say he needs to get born. If he got SWAT, that's crazy. I think he was grabbing SWAT because, as I said, he was hoping the voice would get back to his turn, and the only thing really stopping him was the Ottawara in William's hand that we knew about.
It looked like it was being played out, so it might be on the board now. I can't tell. I might have missed it.
So yes, we're...
Yes, I have Pact of Negation.
Yes. Yeah, this is... I say, could we get the table audio?
Yeah, as long as that's fine. I'm getting interrupt as much as we can. I still next way he could ever win.
3, 4.
Undefeated runs. I hate this.
Are you 106?
We both was on
106.
Yeah.
You guys.
Most of it was not. I don't know what you're here. Not horse most of the time.
Yeah. 3 of my draws were because I rolled a 3 and just was like, oh, that's it. Cord.
Here's my point. Hold on. I paid for time. I paid for Veil.
Your price, you're gonna want to
I paid for Basalt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Alliance.
6.
The legacy 2K play.
I have to imagine this is what, the chord?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. They're just double checking to make sure. Although, board, yeah, the dispel stops that. So, yeah, this is, I have to imagine, got to be a draw coming up.
I don't know. Yes. What does it put them at? I think it puts some of the players at 11, right? Or no? Were they
Mhm.
already through? Let me check again. Going into this pod, yeah, Alex and Evan were both at 10. This would put them at 11, which, looking at wins, we had a 9 win. We had some 12s and 13s draw. We had some. This is a draw. Okay, sure.
Yep.
We had some more 12s and 13s draw. So they're just locked. We had a 13 win. They probably needed that game to play out. There's a pod of 8s, 9s, and 10s that hasn't been resolved yet, and there's another pods with some 7s that hasn't been resolved. Yeah, same here. There is still room for them to get pushed out. I don't know how the math works out. It's probably tight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be close for them.
The draw doesn't do anything there for half the table. So
Yep.
the players at 8, they will not get in on 9 points. So they do not want to draw. That it was Michael and William on the top half of the screen. If you're Alex or Evan and you don't think you're going to have the chance to win, but a draw will put you in the bubble with 11 points, then you kind of might as well take it at a certain point. Like if there's not a whole lot of other options, because they could just play to win, then taking the draw gives you the highest chance of making your top cut.
Yeah, the draw was because of time, not necessarily because a normal draw.
Yeah, they did also just hit time there, and there was nobody that could present a win without opposition.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that was a very exciting game. I'm glad we got to showcase that as the last game before the cut because that was fun.
That was, I mean, as much as people from the wider Magic community make fun of TDH for a lot of talking and a lot of draws, I think that was the best example of the players are doing their best and they're playing at a very high level to even get to that point. Because there's so many different people, there's so many different approaches to the game. People have so much leverage with the resources they have that they have to grapple for any kind of advantage they can get.
Mm-hmm. And there were several points that we thought, oh, this player was going to have it, this player was going to have it, and it just kept shifting.
Yeah, we got one more interview, guys. We're not done yet. Don't kick us out just yet. As far as the deck list, they will be available after the tournament once there's no risk of players trying to look at things.
Yep.
So by this evening, most likely. If not tomorrow.
Yes, it looks like we're almost set up on that interview as well.
Who do we get? Let's see. Who do we get to grill?
Ooh, let's see. Who do you want to grill?
I want to see how Michael didn't win there. I think either him, I don't know. Like we talked to Evan earlier yesterday. William, I could be interesting. I think he was kind of out of the game for a lot of the time, but then like Michael and Alex both presented a lot of chances to win and unfortunately didn't get there. Mm-hmm. So I want to see their thoughts. Like what do we not see? What was behind the scenes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's funny enough that one Wishclaw talisman for the Smothering, well, technically it wasn't for the Smothering type, really it was what changed this game dynamic.
Yeah, I would say so. The Mayhem Devils were crazy because of that. Michael White saying that we're covering the semis and finals. No, Steven and I are actually done here. We are handing it off to the That's a Good Card team to do the next 2 rounds and take us back home.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, here is our last little bit of yapping with whoever we get to interview. Let's see. How's it going, Alex?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello,
yes,
hello?
Yes.
I have no
Hi, hi.
I have no voice.
Alex can unfortunately not hear us. But while they work on that. So I'm very excited.
The bracket link I can put in chat. I think unless Jonah has it, probably easier to get to, but
probably. Description
So I
has
cannot go from
the
caster
bracket.
view. Oh yeah, it's just in the stream description. Makes sense. That is easier than me trying to run around and find it.
Hmm.
Our two top players going into this last round both won, or at least two of the many 13s got there. So Dio and Zachary Adler both won their rounds, putting them up to 18 points and very much safe, and even just guaranteeing turn order. I assume they had to play it out because they had lower point players. There is both of them had players with 8 or 9 points in their pods, which they would need to win to get anywhere.
Yep.
So as much as they would probably like to draw with 13 points, the tournament structure did not let them get to that.
Mhm. And it's never bad to be in the top spot, especially since there are going to be time limits for these final rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean as much as the stats, we can't really do that much about it. We can confirm that going first matters. Especially if you're going to top 16, you want a shot at the prize pool. And yes, you already have some money, but you want all the money. Going first gives you a better chance.
Can we turn it up?
100%.
So,
Now we're back.
testing. Can you hear us?
Same thing. Click on that. Sounds good.
Sounds like our interview should be back online.
Yep. Oh boy, what a day!
Yes. What a start to a day. All
Hello,
right,
Alex.
can you
How's it
hear us?
going?
Hey, Ethan, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good.
Tell us.
It's kidding. It was a hell of a day.
Yeah, I bet that was a crazy game. Tell us about Mayhem Devil. We saw it earlier, but you're the second blue farm we've seen that's throwing the card in with some more treasure. You're really quiet.
He came from San Diego, worked on sort of putting Devil in the deck for this event specifically. It kind of solved all of our worst matchups, to be honest. And we really wanted to have a board wipe in the deck, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to committing a slot to it. And so we landed on Devil. It's like all the Simic decks running around right now, to say kind of our worst matchups at the moment. And they're so terrified of Bowmasters that they're changing their decks to run clones and clones and clones to beat Bowmasters. So we're just throwing in Devil so they can't Bowmaster our Devil, and we can try and win that fight. I'm also on Mech to try and combat that little mini game as well. But yeah, Devil's been good today. There was another Double Sase pod that I played in yesterday where I put in work as well.
Yeah, just a quick note for
phone 4 times, but
yeah, just a quick note for the chat. There's an announcement going on, so the audio is a little bit weird.
So one of the questions that I wanted to ask you, there was an earlier turn where you made the deal about not winning to get kind of a resolution out of that. And I know a lot of people in chat were, I guess, questioning some of the deals being made. Can you have a little bit more insight on that?
I mean, the deals in cEDH right now are just like off the chain. There's, I think I came into this event like kind of expecting a lot of deals to get broken. I've been really pleasantly surprised that a lot of players have been playing really kind of tight and pretty honest. And I've only heard about a little bit of sort of deal breaking, but I felt confident working with the players that I was at with the table. I try to play a really honest game with Magic, and so when I make a deal, I'm going to stand by it. And I was just trying my best to not lose the game, but stay in a position where I could potentially win it. And I'm okay with potentially passing my turn to keep synergies on board and a little bit of parity between the 4 players.
Perfect.
Makes
Thank you for that.
sense. All right. It looks like you're on the bubble right now, or at least like pretty close with 11 points.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I have no idea. I haven't looked at my phone yet, so
We'll have to see.
Okay.
But yeah.
But thank you so much for taking some time to speak with us.
Of course.
And best of luck. We hope you make it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Good luck. Thank you.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Okay. We will be moving on to our transition before they get into top 16. But any other comments on the day, Steven?
As I said, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see Mayhem Devil, and it's just been it's been exciting. I need to go grab some of those anime boy Mayhem Devils now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've got like 6 or 7 of them sitting in a box. They gave them out
Mhm.
at all the RCQ events. They're like 50 cents. So, I mean,
Perfect.
yeah.
Well,
But
before we
thank
make
you.
the transition out, do you have anything that you want to bring up?
Nope. I'm just happy to be here. And I look forward to hopefully getting to help out another one of these events. I had a lot of fun, and just getting to watch and talk about cEDH is one of my passions.
Great. I was saying, where can people find you?
I mean, I'm not super all over the place. I don't have a YouTube channel to plug. But yeah, if you just run into me on either an event or on like a Discord server or something, say hi. I show up as Master Uguay usually. And I want to shout out to all of my the Denver folks that were able to make this work, whether it's MTG Basics or the Critical EDH crew. That they're all awesome, make the scene super fun, and help me stay involved.
Great
Oh
to
yeah, and
hear.
level 7. You guys are still in chat. Level 7's amazing. Great Denver store. But yeah, what about you?
Well, I'm Hidden Planet X or Steven from Dead on Board MTG. I do weekly cEDH gameplays. You can find me on all the socials like that. I also do embroidered apparel. So if you are interested in getting some sweet, I just finished the Guild of Ravnica sweatshirts. I got all 10 guilds. They are really nice. They're even holographic. It's phenomenal. So go check out my site, dobmtg.com. And I
Might
want
have
to
to
thank everyone
Aractus.
in the chat. This has been great. I've been loving getting to see all this commentary. And thank you for helping us figure out some of these cards. The cameras
Yeah.
look so good.
Oh boy. Okay. Yep. We will be leaving you guys with a ad break and then transitioning into Top Cut. Love y'all and have a good day.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamline registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe.
Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there.
EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the second showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
Welcome, everyone, to the Top Deck Invitational 2025 Top Cut. We have 4 full pods of amazing players who have grinded through 7 rounds of gameplay against some of the best players in cEDH. I'm super excited to be joined by my co-host, Ya, to talk through this wonderful top cut, kind of talk about who our predictions might be when it comes to winning each pod, and just kind of review with you before we get started with our top cut pod. We will be reviewing pod 3 on the stream. So for anybody following along on the Top Deck software, seeing which pods are which, we will be watching and have the pleasure of watching pod 3. Yeah, how excited are you today to kind of get to cover this?
I'm so excited. This is what we've all been kind of waiting for, and I think the makeup of this top 16 is pretty cool to see. I'm really excited. I really like the pod we picked to be commentating on today. Really excited for them to get started. I know that they're right now taking a group photo before they sit down and start shuffling up. So excited to get this started.
Yeah, something interesting about the standings. It looks like the bubble was exactly at 11 points. So there were a couple of players, shout out Caleb, shout out our good friend Pigeon, who were right there on the bubble with 11 points, putting out a great showing, getting really close to the top cut. But about 11 points. I don't think that was necessarily shocking to me. I thought maybe there would be a chance that it would be 12 points, but I think that 11 looked pretty clearly like it was going to be the top cut just due to the number of draws. So our producers have just let us know that the top cut pods are currently taking photos, which I love that for them. But while they are doing that, I'd like to review the pod that we are going to be covering. So pod 3, Yao, why don't you read out the turn order for pod 3?
Pod 3 is going to be Jordan, Steven, Sterling, and Jeremy. Let me get last names here.
Jordan Drake, Stephen McGill, Sterling Sellards, and Jeremy Davis. So we have in seat 1, Jordan on TNT, which I was excited to see. I'm not going to lie. I think Jordan's TNT list, and we'll kind of get into this, Jordan's TNT list is extra spicy in my opinion. And then seat 2, we have our good friend from SoCal, Steven on TNK. We had the pleasure of watching Steven's game yesterday and watching him pull out a really, really dominant dub. And, we kind of manifested that we might see him again in the finals. And guess what? He's in the top cut. He's getting close to the finals. Seat 3, we have another TNK. So Sterling's going to be rocking TNK as well in seat 3. And then in seat 4, we have a cEDH to round out a pretty balanced pod, I would say. The last pod that we reviewed with Steven was for Blue Farm. So we have a little bit of mix up here with some fun TNT and cEDH, but also, we got to have that fundamental Blue Farm in the works here. Yeah. Let's go ahead and make your prediction. Pod 3, who you got?
Ooh, that is a tough question here. I think that I would love to see cEDH kind of still pull it out in this post Dockside meta. I do have a soft spot, but Jordan is pretty tried and true. I mean, this is a real killer pod. I think the only person I'm not super familiar with is Jeremy, and so that's probably why I'm kind of putting my hat into for Jeremy. I would love to see cEDH take this one.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see somebody win out of seat 4, Yeah. I think that being able to kind of look through the rounds, and as we've been looking through, been seeing a lot of wins out of the first seat, obviously, to no one's surprise. But also a lot of wins yesterday came out of the 3rd seat, shockingly. And then I think 2nd and then 4th. But I don't have the stats on that, so I'd love to see the stats on it. If somebody wants to do a review of the Invitational, kind of talk about seed orders and what the win percentages were out of which seat, that'd be really exciting for me personally, especially since a lot of what we talked about yesterday was kind of getting the feel for when you have these really, really, really strong players, like how much does the seat positioning actually matter versus this like wide field, you never know what you're going to get come into the tournament. Could be the first tournament, could be, their 50th tournament. You don't really know. I love that Jeremy's getting a shout out in the chat here for being a really solid cEDH pilot. So really excited to see what Jeremy has in store. But But yeah, it's going to be really interesting because I think a lot of people might consider Jordan Drake to be, the favorite, being in the first position, being a really, really strong pilot in general. I think producers, do we have a stats for Jordan that we could pull up here? That'd be awesome to look at those. Sorry to put you on the spot. But I'm really excited for Jordan being in the first seat, being a really, really strong player. But yeah, I am getting some notes just so everybody knows. The match in terms of, oh, perfect. You have the Jordan Drake. Here we go. Awesome. We have this awesome infographic provided by our production crew on Jordan Drake. Thank you, producers, for putting that up. So Jordan's got a 34.95% win rate. Whew, that's hot. With an expected value of winning only 25% of your games, 34.95 is an incredible win rate. Played in 43 different tournaments and has almost a 50% conversion rate. So that means half the tournaments Jordan's playing in.
So
That's insane, right? Half the tournaments Jordan is playing in, he's making top cut. That's crazy. 5 wins under his belt, 11 finals appearances, 1 top 10 cut, and 4 top 16 cuts for a record of 72, 69, and 65. That's awesome. I wish that I had a conversion rate that high.
Yep. Most of us do.
As a, I'd like to consider myself a solid cEDH player. My conversion rate sits about at 30%. So having somebody almost at a 50% is crazy to me. But shout out Jordan. Before we get into the other players and kind of talk about what their bread and butter is, I did want to outline for the chat how this top 16 pod is going to work. So this game is going to be 180 minutes total, after that 180 minutes, there will be no time extension. If after 180 minutes, no one has won, player 1 will win if they're still the active player, or still alive, not active player, sorry. Player 1 will win if they're still alive in the game. Otherwise, it will be player 2. Otherwise, it'll be player 3. Otherwise, it'll be player 4, etc. So this has been some rules put in place so that we don't see really, really extended top cut, like untimed top cut games. And I like that this style awards strong play in Swiss.
Yep, agree.
So for those of you who don't know, the seat positioning of the top cut is based on your performance in Swiss. So if you're kicking butt in Swiss, you're going to get that first seat. And that means that you're going to get the tiebreakers afterward if your top cut game goes to time. So Jordan's in a position where if this game goes to time, Jordan will likely win. Then Steven, then Sterling, then Jeremy. So, producers throwing up some stats for our boy Steven on the screen. Thanks, producers. So Steven is local to LA area, yeah. I know that you've played with him in tournaments before, correct?
I have,
Tell us a little bit about Steven.
He's a really solid player. He's I think incredibly nice. I've really enjoyed every match I've gotten to play against him and just really enjoy. He's a really good figure for the community down here. So I'm just so excited to see. Honestly, this top 16 has a number of just Southern California players. I think that for a while, West Coast was a little underrepresented, at least from the California region, at least the Southern California region, I should say. And so cool to see Steven, Alex, Zachary up there representing, and then I believe Schmandrew Schmeckland is also from this area. I'm pretty sure that is Tutu Bird or has been. He changes his name, so I'll have to double check.
We'll have to see if all the LA/SoCal people can get a picture at the end together because, you got to represent the regions, And just looking at Steven's stats here, what shocked me is that he's only got 10 tournaments under his belt. I guess this is TopDeck statistics, so maybe he's got more other tournaments that were outside this realm, but only 10 tournaments, but a 60% conversion rate. We were just talking about Jordan's conversion rate at 50% being insane. 60% even more insane. So we've got a 20, 20, and 12 record and a 38.46% win rate. I like that his win rate is so high. Steven does play a blue farm style that has both Nas and Necro. So just being able to put wins on
Push.
board.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Yep.
push. That's like Steven's bread and butter, baby. So that's why I really like, the fact that we have a TNK in this top cut pod that is just not afraid to go for a win, not afraid at all. So, really excited for Steven here. Producers, do we have statistics for the next players? If so, go ahead and throw them up. Oh, perfect. Just like that. We have Sterling. 71 tournaments. Holy guacamole.
Yeah.
So Sterling is no stranger to the cEDH scene here with 71 tournaments, a whopping record of 108, 132, and 63. We have a 60.56% conversion rate across 71 tournaments. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. And a 35.64% win rate. Sterling has 12 wins out of those 71 tournaments, 23 finals appearances, 4 top 10 cuts, and 4 top 16 cuts. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat here. The chat is like jaw-dropping right now with how insane these stats are. So, I'm sorry, Sterling, I wasn't familiar with your game, but I am now. Let me tell you, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of putting a little circle, putting a little asterisk next to Sterling here on my note sheet here, because with those stats, I mean, he might be close to a favorite to take this pod. Just saying. Just saying.
It's pretty good. It's really good. It's really
And
good.
rounding us out here, seat 4, we have Jeremy Davis, 49 tournaments, a record of 80, 146, a 51% conversion rate, and a 35.4% win rate. Another exceptional player who has exceptional experience, 8 wins, 7 finals appearance, 3 top 10s, 7 top 16s. Wow. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised because this is the Top Deck Championship Series, but holy guacamole, these 4 players all having a conversion rate of basically 50% or higher is insane.
It's really good.
How are you that good at cEDH that every single tournament you walk into, you flip a coin, you either make top cut or you don't make top cut? That's wild. That just goes to show that this is just a high level of player skill that we get to watch, and I'm just so excited to be able to watch these games. And for listeners, if this is one of your first tournaments that you're watching, or you've been watching for a long time, I hope you understand that this is high level stuff, and it's just a pleasure for us to get to cast this and watch this with you all. While we are working. Oh yeah, of course, chat. We didn't mention what they're all playing. So Jordan is playing TNT. Steven is playing Blue Farm. Sterling is playing Blue Farm, and Jeremy is playing Sisse.
Yeah.
Sisse is playing Jeremy, or is Jeremy playing Sisse? Boom. But yeah, we have TNT, TNK, Sisse. So that is the pods. But yeah, we're going to go into a quick sponsor shout out. So producers, go ahead and throw those sponsors up on the screen. Pew, 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 pew. Huge thank you, first and foremost, to MTG Basics. And now in the chat, can everybody please say thank you, Raul, our producer, for putting this all together. Raul is doing so much work behind
Solo
the
today.
scenes. Solo today. You have no idea how much work this person has been putting in, both for this tournament, cEDH community. Everyone give a thumbs up or a clap emoji in the chat for Raul, because holy guacamole, Raul, you are incredible. And let's lead into our sponsors, who are also incredible. We have Snowball, Gold Sabertooth, Doot Loot, The King's Court, Tavern of Souls, TopDeck GG, Freedom Waffle, and EDH Top 16. Oh, Raul, I hope you're looking at the chat right now, because you're getting your flowers in the chat. Everyone's saying thank you, Raul. Thank you, Raul. Thank you, Raul. Oh, man. Just shout out you, Raul. Shout out the producers. If I could guess, if Raul had a webcam right now, if we did a producer cut, he'd be going like this. So this is from Raul to the chat. Oh, okay. He just put a heart in the chat. Okay, lovely. We want to make sure that everybody understands how much Raul and MTG Basics how much effort they've been putting in to make this work. And it wouldn't be, without them, we wouldn't be here to help commentate this. And I'm just so grateful. All right. So while we're getting that player pod set up, it looks like right now they're setting up the players. We're going to kind of dive into some information hidden information, some would say. We have the deck list for these players right now, and I want to talk about and highlight some cards that kind of make these deck lists shine, in my opinion. And the first thing I wanted to talk about is Jordan's TNT list. And right now, a card that I wanted to point out is that he is on Weathered Wayfarer, which is a Tag C special.
I had a feeling.
That's a good card. Yeah, I was like, which card are you going to talk about? So Weathered Wayfarer, folks, is a 1-mana white creature. Nomad Cleric, but I think it was eroded to human Nomad Cleric. You can pay a white and tap it, and it reads, search your library for a land card, reveal it, put into your hand, then shuffle your library. Play this ability only if an opponent controls more lands than you. And it's a 1/1. So the very interesting thing about Jordan's TNT list is that he kind of plays it like it's a Rog Thras list. But he gets access to the white color pie. And because he gets access to the white color pie, he finds Weathered Wayfarer to be a good way to grab Cradle, right? Rog Thras always looking for ways to grab Cradle. And there's a lot of ways to do it, but a lot of them are like green sorceries that, can't really activate or resolve when there's the classic mid-range board state, right? So I just think it's really exciting to get to see essentially a TNT list that is facading around as a Rog Thras list, which is pretty cool. Is there any other notable cards that you want to point out in Jordan's list that you're like, that's interesting to see in a top cut TNT list?
Because of the makeup of this deck, I was looking through it as you were kind of talking about it. He's running some really interesting kind of lines. Like he's running Aven Interrupter in this list.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
Oculus, which you do see more in a Rog Thras type of list. And I just really think it's a neat, like this is kind of where these Thrasios plus piles are kind of going. And so it's pretty unique to see it. At least I haven't seen it in TNT. Maybe it's a more common thing now with TNT. My local pod just doesn't play TNT that often.
I haven't seen it very much in my local Pacific Northwest meta. I mean, I've seen Abhorrent Oculus, but I have not seen a lot of Aven Interrupter. So let's talk about Aven Interrupter first. Aven Interrupter is a white and a white, so 3 mana total for a creature, bird, rogue. It's a 2/2. It has flash and flying. When Aven Interrupter enters the battlefield, exile target spell. It becomes plotted. Spells your opponents cast from graveyards or exile cost 2 more to cast. So this thing is just like, we could probably do a whole podcast on this. And folks, if you want to talk about fringe cEDH cards, check us out. That's a good card on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, yada, yada, yada. Aven Interrupter is so interesting because it not only deals with the threat that is right in front of you, but also provides this Staxy effect where spells your opponents control cast from graveyards or exile costs 2 more to cast. So that Staxy effect stops a ton of breach lines, or at least makes them way harder to navigate. Because now your Brain Freeze is costing 4. Now your LED costs 2, So it's just a very interesting card. I absolutely love to see creature cards on a stick or like effects on a stick, basically, that allow you to attack the stack or fight against another player through creature-based effects. So shout out to Aven. It looks like the chat's giving a lot of love to Aven as well. Aven can be a beast, gets around all the uncounterable things. Aven Interrupter is spicy. Yep. Is he on Kitten to flicker it? I don't believe so. No, he's not. That'd be kind of crazy, though.
Whoa.
If you could use Aven and Kitten and Flicker to plot things. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, it is a pseudo Dranith effect. So being, I like how that we're having a That's a Good Card podcast, mini podcast, while we're waiting
what we do. It's what we know.
This is great because the listeners in the chat get to give us information on the card as well. Chat, let us know if you think Aven Interrupter is a good card or not. Tag C or not Tag C? Oh, Brendan's pointing out holding up one white can be tough. Which, it can. But at the same time, with how Jordan plays his deck, it's very Rog Thrasy, where he just has a ton of mana and he's holding up mana at all times. So that's really cool. Abhorrent Oculus is another interesting one. I see it a lot in my meta, and I think a lot of people are kind of drawn to it because it's so valuable. So Abhorrent Oculus is 2 and a blue for a creature eye. What a funny, what a funny subtype for a creature. It's just an eye. It's a 5/5. It reads, as an additional cost to cast the spell, exile 6 cards from your graveyard. It has flying. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, Manifest Dread. Manifest Dread means look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature, and the other into your graveyard. Turn it face up at any time for its mana cost as if it's a creature card. So, like the morph effect, basically, of whoop, flipping it up. So really excited to see Abhorrent Oculus in this list as well. It's just a way to not only make bodies to create your like to increase your cradle count, but also get things into play uncounterably. So you can just, manifest a Grand Abolisher and then flip it up as a special game action, and your opponents can't respond to it. So pretty interesting here. That's a good casting crew. Thanks, chat. Oh, it looks like the chat's a little split on Aven Interrupter of whether or not it's a good card.
Rowan Foxley put it best, I think. Not a good card, but sometimes a good card.
Not a good card. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe S word. Not swearing on the stream. Yeah. Oh, okay. We're getting some notes from the producers here. Let's check this here real quick.
Looks like he's getting the players set up.
Yep, all the players are. Yep. We're doing some player wrangling here, getting them all set up. I'm sure they're giving them time to. Some of them probably came out of like 80-minute games or games that went all the way at a time. So they just need to, get a snack, get something to drink, use the restroom, and then be able to strap in for a potential 180 minutes. So a great question from one of our wonderful casters in the chat here. Is Oculus usually cast or more often cheated in? That's a very interesting question. So for me, in my meta, a lot of times I see it in Reanimator builds, so it is being cheated in, but I have seen it cast before. So sometimes you can just be like, sure, I can exile a bunch of cards in my yard. But a lot of times it is like, you are either cheating it in with a tutor to board, or you're reanimating it with, like, I see it in like a Kenrith list, right? But I have seen it cast before. Is it likely? No. But you can likely either tutor to board, Court of Calling. I think someone in the chat just said Neoform. Exactly. So you're just cheating it in somehow so that you can get that manifest ability, because the manifest ability is what I'd like to think of as a stalemate breaker with an Abhorrent Oculus. Because if your opponents have 15 counterspells in hand, that doesn't stop Manifest Dread from manifesting Dread. Yep. So you can still flip that Grand Abolisher, you can flip that Seedborn Muse, you can flip whatever you want as a special game action. Your opponents can't do anything about it. So, all right, now that we've talked about Abhorrent Oculus a little bit in Jordan's list, let us know, Abhorrent Oculus, in the chat, that's a good card or not a good card? Question mark. While we pull up the next spice that we have, because I want to move into Steven's list here. And Steven's list, you know what I want to talk about?
I think.
It's not what you think I want to talk about.
Surprise me.
Okay, it can be. Y'all, why don't you talk about what you want to talk about? What's jumping out at you from Steven's TNT list? Or TNK list, sorry, Blue Farm.
We touched on this a little bit yesterday, and there was a question that we didn't get to about it in the chat, and it was about Knuckles the Echidna, how it has been feeling. I do think that Steven said that overall, he wasn't super impressed with it, with the games he had played so far with it that day, or yesterday. And so, but the idea is that it is, even though it's 2 generic and then 2 red pips, it has double strike, trample, haste, and then it can also, whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 30 or more artifacts, you win the game. That last part's not what we're super interested in. It is the...
Well, hold on there. Here's the funny thing about Steven's list. Steven's list is so treasure-focused that it's like unironically not dead text. Because Steven's list, he's on Professional Facebreaker, he's on Tataru Taru, he's on Smothering Tithe and Wheel. So if you Smothering Tithe Wheel, and he's also on Final Fortune. So like Smothering Tithe and Wheel, make a bunch of treasures, Final Fortune with Knuckles. That's crazy. So I think Knuckles is a very interesting include. If we look over at Sterling's list, because obviously Sterling is also playing Blue Farm, the spicy 4-drop that he has instead is Stormkiln Artist, which is what is pretty common. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we made it. That's our pod 3, baby. Listeners, Mom, get the camera. We're live. They're shuffling. We're getting ready. I'm so excited. Oh, man. And just to round off our conversations, while the judge kind of goes over some rules of the top 16 cut, once again, I want to note to everyone listening who might have just hopped in that there are different rules for this top cut. It is not untimed. It is a 180-minute cap, at which place, if the first player is alive in the game still, they will win the game at 180 minutes time. If they are not alive, it will go to the second. If they are not alive, it will go to the third. So just so that everyone in the chat knows, this is a way to stop games from going infinitely if there is this massive, constant battle. And it also incentivizes players to try harder during Swiss. Because holy crap, is Jordan in a really good position by being able to have that fallback of, oh, if this goes to 180 minutes, I just win. So, I mean, I'm pretty excited to see this rule set. I think I am super down for anything that incentivizes people to win in Swiss and not draw in Swiss. So if that means, working hard to get to first C in your top cut so that you have that to fall back on, awesome. Good for you. You worked hard. Jordan put in a ton of work in Swiss to get those wins. He deserves it. So, yeah, everyone in the chat, I feel like for the most part, most people agree that this is a good way to make sure that we're not going into uncharted territories when it comes to super long games. So, really excited to see how this game starts out here. It looks like everyone's shuffling up, looking at their cards, and we'll get mulligans for y'all. While they're still doing their mulligans, the last deck that we haven't highlighted. What do we think about the player's body language, Kyle? We'll get into that. Real quick because we didn't give enough love to Jeremy in the 4th seat. Jeremy's playing Sisse, and I wanted to talk about a very interesting card include in Sisse. It's not okay. So this isn't spice, but it's something that I think I don't see as much anymore because of clone effects. But Sisse is actually on Gilded Drake. So Gilded Drake is 1 in a blue. This is a classic cEDH card, but a lot of people have been cutting it. It's a 3/3. It has flying. It reads, when Gilded Drake comes into play, exchange control of Gilded Drake for target creature. One of your opponent's controls, or sacrifice Gilded Drake. So Gilded Drake is one of those cards where we used to see it a ton. I remember when I first started playing cEDH, it was like, oh my gosh, Gilded Drake is in every single blue deck. But because of clones, because of how the meta shifted, I think that Gilded Drake has kind of put us into Gilded Drake has kind of taken a back burner for most decks. So I'm really excited to see it in a Sisse list because I think that Gilded Drake effects catch people off guard. It's very similar to Deadpool, which Sisse is also on Deadpool. So pretty excited here. Oh my gosh, everybody is making body language checks. Because I brought that up. That's okay. So let's review body language, everybody. So Jordan, cool, calm, and collected. Sitting up straight, looking around, just shuffling. I don't have a big read on this. Steven's looking. He's really staring into the nothingness, staring into the void right now. Doesn't look particularly happy. But I think he might just be absolutely locked in.
The middle distance, if you will.
Yeah, just staring into the middle distance. Sterling's sitting forward a little bit, but also just still, shuffling up. I think that we'll get a better read on body language once people have kept their hands. I think for me as a cEDH player, that's where I get the best read of what's going on. Once people look at it and look at their goodies, they pull up their cards in their hand. Here we go. This is me. Act cool.
Wow, you had cards ready.
Act cool. Yeah, I do have cards ready. You know why I had cards ready? We have time right now. I wanted to highlight a couple of cards that I think are going to be MVPs in this game. The first one.
Nobody can see that.
Nobody can see this. It's Mayhem Devil. It's a
Yeah,
Mayhem
it's been
Devil.
doing work.
Super glary
It has been
Mayhem
doing
Devil.
so much work this tournament.
Yeah, Jordan is looking confident. Someone in the chat just said that. But I wanted to highlight Mayhem Devil because I think this card has been absolutely dominating. Tithe meta, clones have been hitting it. Like everything just makes Mayhem Devil so dang good. And I also wanted to highlight another card. You know what that one is, yeah? God, it's so
Adnaz.
glary. Add Nas,
Yeah, it's
baby.
really glaring.
I want to see Steven rip a Nas this game. If Steven resolves a Nas this game, I'll be a happy man. That's all I'm saying. If Ad Nas gets resolved, I will be happy. Doesn't matter what happens after that. I just want to see somebody attempt to jam in a spicy way. I think that we need to start Turbo Summer, even though it's almost the end of summer. Don't make me cry. But I just absolutely love seeing an Ad Nas resolved. And it's just one of those things where it's like, boom, pushing all the chips into the middle. Let's go. Somebody asking, shout out Captain Moral Support, is Steven and Sterling on Mayhem? I can check that. For sure, Steven's on Mayhem Devil, I think. Oh my gosh, he's not. What? Steven's not on Mayhem Devil. Checking out Sterling. Oh, neither is Sterling. Are you serious? Does that mean we're not seeing a Mayhem Devil this game? Checking. Jeremy is not as well. Oh my gosh, and Jordan can't. No Mayhem Devil. That's why it was sitting here, yeah, until you said it. No, card is trash. Yeah, that's interesting, Joe. We'll have to, if Steven ends up winning this game, I'm gonna have a little talk with Steven of why he's not on Mayhem Devil when he's on Professional Facebreaker, Knuckles, Lotho, Taru, Smothering Tithe. That's fascinating to me. That'll be okay. I'm making a note. That's my first question to Steven if Steven ends up winning. Mayhem Devil is a bad card. I don't know about that, chat. I don't know about that. Okay, looks like Sterling's taking a look at his mulligans here. From how Jordan's sitting, I think Jordan has decided on keeping a hand. Taking a look at Sterling's body language right now, Sterling looks like he's sitting forward, elbows on the table. I think Sterling has a nice hand. I'm guessing there's going to be like turn 1 fish or turn 2 Ristic or something like that.
I didn't realize until he came on the screen. Jeremy is also local to Southern California. I have played against Jeremy multiple times as well. So really excited to see a double SoCal pod represented in the top 16 of the TopDeck Invitational.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. And July just put a nice comment in chat here about Mayhem Devil. Probably thinking he's going to turbo out a win with all those treasures as opposed to using them to control the board. That's true. That is true. That's one of the reasons, as a diehard Corvold cEDH player, that's one of the reasons that Mayhem Devil comes in and out of my list, right? When I'm trying to play faster, I think to myself, I want to crack treasures to draw cards to cast Ad Nauseam. I don't want to crack treasures to draw cards to ping down people's boards. That's not as fun. So maybe that's why Steven thinks the way he does. But the other thing is just like, and this is a question to ask many. And if there's anyone in the chat here who was playing in the Invitational, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. But a lot of people have been talking about the championship meta, right? So the idea that there is this different control-y style of meta that's slightly tuned towards the championship versus a meta that would be like a traditional meta that you'd see in your local area, right? So the interesting thing about this meta specifically is that you're going to come across a lot of Cradle decks, a lot of Rogthras, a lot of board states that are very battleshipy, battle cruisery. So a Mayhem Devil is really interesting in that sense because like it's almost like a fallback option. So it's like, okay, if your turbo win didn't actually get through, at least you can play a Mayhem Devil and keep the Thrasios players in check, right? People in the chat are currently crying for Steven because he's mulliganing so much. That's really sad. I really hope, and we won't know until they finish their mulligans on what everybody's keeping, but I really hope Steven's not just like down to a 3 or something like that. Oh, man. Aiden, I'm seeing your question about that. We don't know yet what he's mulliganing to, but oh no, he just snap mulled again and then did the salute. Oh no. To me, if you're doing the salute, you're at least going down to 4. Oh, my heart is out for Steven here, going down so low after fighting 7 rounds. July asking, is Steven playing Curse Totem? Let me check. I doubt it. That'd be really interesting.
No, he's not.
He's not. No. He's not currently on Curse Totem. Producers, do we
Neither of
know
the Blue
what
Farm players are?
Yeah. Producers, do we know what mulligan that Steven's going down to currently? Because it looks like everybody else has their mulligans. If you could get us that information, that'd be nice. I know we're going to know in about 30 seconds here. But yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if anybody is on Curse Totem effects. No, because Sisei, there's no way a Sisei would be on Curse Totem. That'd be crazy. And there's no way a Thrasios would be on Curse Totem either. Although sometimes I think about it. It's funny. When the intrusive thoughts, the intrusive deck building thoughts come in, I sometimes think about playing Collector Roof and Corvold. And then I wake up. Chat, if you ever have intrusive deck building thoughts, let us know in the chat while we're waiting for Steven to resolve his mulligans, and slightly put an F in the chat for Steven, who's mulliganing crazy low. Oh no. He's down to 3. Producers have just let us know that Steven is mulliganing to 3. F in the chat, everybody. Land Darkrit Necro Prey. Could you imagine? That would be incredible, Rowan. If Steven pulled that off, that would be insane. All right, looks like player 1, Jordan on TNT, is keeping second 7. Player 2, Steven, F in the chat, down to a mulligan to 3. Player 3 on Blue Farm as well, second 7. And player 4 on 6. Immediately, Jordan is coming out to a massive lead. I believe that's Ancient Tomb, Mana Vault, the One Ring, Activate, Pass. Oh no, this spot is in danger. Everybody's just sitting there staring at each other like, question mark? That is one of the most insane ones that you can think of if you're sitting there in first seat. Steven plays Ancient Tomb, pass the turn. Oh, sigh. That is a sigh. Wow. Land coming out. I believe that's is that a soul ring?
Soul ring.
Is that the special soul ring? Lotus petal. Okay. And chat, just so we're aware, Steven kept Ancient Tomb, Exotic Orchard, Demonic Tutor. So technically, we could see a turn 3 Ristic.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, you can see a turn 3 Ristic. By then, Jordan will have drawn 6 cards from the One Ring, putting himself in a really difficult position. But that's all you can really do on a mull to 3 is just pray that you can get into a position to get back into the game. So it looks like we're hearing that player 3 showed a Wish Claw to player 2. So Sterling is sitting there saying, "Hey, bud, I know that you mulliganed to 3. I got you, dog." Which is so funny to me because, like, in normal scenarios, you never want to give away Wish Claw, but the fact on curve Ristic, the fact that there is someone at the table that you can like confidently hand your Wish Claw to is low key kind of fire. So if you're Sterling, you're like, hey, at least that guy mulled a 3 and I can hand him this Wish Claw and we don't instantly die. What would be a crazy move is that Sterling doesn't know that Steven has another tutor in hand in that demonic tutor. It'd be really funny if Steven just YOLOs like demonic tutors for half of Thoracle Console and then like Wish Claws for half of Thoracle Console and like perfectly draws into lands for that mana and then has 2 tutors that just instantly go into a win con. I could see Steven doing that solely because Steven's like, I'm a mull to 3. I might as well give myself a slight percentage chance to actually win the game. But yeah, I agree with Aiden Wilson in the chat here saying that we're going to need to work together and get some teamwork to fight against turn 1, the One Ring, coming out of Jordan, because that's just insane. Okay, Jeremy was able to develop a land into a Mox Diamond into a Bloom Tender, which is honestly solid. That's kind of like the best case scenario for a Sisse when you're starting out. You're just like, hey, I'm able to go ahead and, develop my board in a way that's going to be able to get me closer to those Woober activations. So it looks like, Steven did just show Sterling his hand. So I guess Sterling is now aware that Steven has another, has that demonic tutor in hand, but still, I don't think that Sterling would be is too afraid of this. I think everybody is sitting here looking at Jordan, and as the Sisse pilot here,
Whoa.
Sterling playing an Orcish Bowmaster. In this scenario, Jeremy is sitting there, butt cheeks clenched, thinking, please no, please no, please no, please no, please no, please no, please no. If I'm Jeremy, I'm sitting there going, oh, please just say it's going to be relevant to pressure Jordan's life total. Please just say it's relevant to pressure Jordan's life total. We can cut the player off, to see if that's what's happening. Let's hear.
Any more than get more to say about Bloom Tender. That's all. Okay, but you're the threat way more than I am. Like that I'm not counting at Bowmasters, and so it's gonna stay around. This can die at any time. Like, okay, not my fault. Yeah, but like I don't know. I think we should be. And you're free to draw 2 cards. Oh, I'll respond. Are you gonna show me yours now? Yeah, I am.
Oh my gosh. And we're cutting back to our audio here, folks, because there's not much the table can do at this point. The fact that not only did the Bloom Tender die to the Orcish Bowmaster from Sterling, Jordan has a Bowmaster of his own in response. Jordan is in the most commanding position at this point. And, it's just one of those things. Jordan has the answer. Like, what are you going to do? If you're sitting there as Sterling without knowing that Jordan has his own Bowmaster, like, it doesn't matter because Jordan's going to be able to kill the Bloom Tender anyway, based on what he wants. So this is just one of those scenarios where Jordan is set up for success. Looks like Steven's playing his Exotic Orchard, or playing his land, and Demonic Tutoring. We'll see what he ends up getting. We are getting a notice. There's a bit of a glare on Jordan's board. So if you're wondering what that second land is, wait, is that what is that second land? Is that a deserted temple? Let's get a confirmation from the producers what the second land is. Oh, it's a bayou. Okay, so Jordan has a bayou. Thanks for confirmation. So chat, what are we thinking that Steven's tutoring for here? Very interesting. Alphys in the chat. This is the top 16 pod. So the semifinals of the TopDeck Championship Series.
And this is specifically pod 3.
Yes. Thank you, chat, for saying it's a bayou. Do you have a guess on what he's tutoring for here? If he has another land, a Tithe might be interesting instead of a Ristic, but it's just so awkward because even if you deploy Tithe on the next turn, then you're sitting there going, cool, I still have my card draw engine, so then you have to pray that you make enough mana to play Crom. I agree he has to tutor for a value engine. OBM is kind of interesting. OBM is definitely interesting. That's a great pull, Greyface Gaming. If the goal of the table right now is to pressure Jordan and make sure that he does not win the game, like Sisse has been banished to the Shadow Realm with that Bloom Tender going down. So, and Sterling used a ton of resources as well in his own OBM and cracking Lotus Petal to do so. So both player 3 and player 4 are in an awkward position. Jordan is in a commanding position. Tutor, Breach, and Activate Prayers. That's wild. Rowan's thinking it has to be a Tithe or a Ristic. I think that the idea that OBM, of OBM is interesting. The problem with that is if this was an untimed game, completely untimed, OBM kind of makes a little bit of sense because you're stopping Sisse, you're stopping Jordan. But I think that because there's a 180-minute cap, Steven has to figure out a way to get cards in his hand, right? He's got to figure out a way to get cards in his hand. You cannot win a game of Magic the Gathering with no cards in your hand. Actually, that's not true at all. But it is highly unlikely in cEDH. So, okay, our producers have just confirmed what Steven did Demonic Tutor for. So if you want to make your guess right now, give you 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. It was a smothering tithe. So Steven did decide to get a smothering tithe. He must feel that, the likelihood that someone's going to fight over that tithe is super low. It's going to give him a ton of treasures off the One Ring activations. He might be able to develop a Crom to draw cards.
Whoa. Wishclaw going to Sisay next in turn order. Interesting.
Yeah. No, I would love to hear if there was a conversation beforehand, and producers let us know. We can cut the player audio as well. Because if Sisay is like, I'll just go get an OBM or something like that, I would absolutely have no problem with giving the Wishclaw over to Sisay. But that being said, we kind of just talked about how Sisay's completely out of it. And our producers have just said there hasn't been much talking at all. So this is a very quiet table, according to our judge. So it's very interesting that there was just a hand the Wishclaw to Sisay. Yes, chat. Remember, this is a 180-minute timed top cut. Once again, if the 180-minute time is reached and the first player is still alive, they win the game. If they are dead, and the second player would then win the game. Once again, our producers just said that the silence in this game is fascinating. There is zero talking going on besides game actions. That's very interesting.
I think
Aiden,
that at this point of the game, like at this point of the tournament, all of these players have done their yapping, right? They know that everybody here knows how to politic, knows that a deal is going to be a two-edged sword. So they're just going to hopefully just play some cards, I think is what a lot of people wanted. And so maybe we will see that here until it's time to go, right? And then I think we'll see a little bit more talking.
Yeah. Interesting. So the Wishclaw, we just got news from the producers. The Wishclaw just got passed to player 3, and player 3 got Deadpool. Interesting. I honestly don't know what to say about that. Chat, what are your thoughts on tutoring for a Deadpool in this scenario? Because after the tutor for Deadpool, it's just has to say pass. Fascinating. Less yapping, more game actions. This is good. Now this is pod racing. And we did pass the Wishclaw with one counterback back to turn to player 3. I'm sitting here as Steven being like, what the heck? I thought I was going to get that. You showed me that. How come I didn't get a Wishclaw talisman? Someone in the chat saying sometimes seat 1 doesn't have the best record and wins. Seat 1 is the seat positioning is determined by your rankings in Swiss. So Jordan did have the most rankings or the highest ranking in Swiss. So Jordan did deserve to be in that seat 1 position. It was not a randomized top cut. Yeah, Deadpool is really good against Thrasios decks. I would agree with that, Natalia in chat. And Brandon. Shout out Brandon. Honestly, Steven's #1 fan here. Just really feeling for the guy on the Multa 3. Bro even showed his hand. That's so true. He did. So it stinks for Steven, but at the same time, it doesn't really affect what his next turn is going to be because we know that he tutored for Tithe. Okay, so we've just been told by producers that Jordan, aka the person in charge here, drew Force of Will and a Horn Oculus as their draws.
Oof.
So Force of Will is active for Jordan. It'll be very interesting to see. Highly doubt. There's no world where he Force of Wills Steven's Tithe, right? Like that would be the most like kick him while he's down thing ever. That would be rough. And we'll see if producers, is the active player token still on Jordan? Is Jordan still deciding what to do on his turn? Looks like he casted Thrasios. Lands and graveyards being shown by Jordan.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, someone's talking about a marked card. Honestly, that just looks like the glare on the card. Yeah. I don't think it's... I wouldn't consider that to be a marked card by any means, in my opinion. Okay, so it looks like it was passed to Steven, and Steven puts out a Tithe. I don't think anybody's going to fight over this, which honestly is a great position for Steven, because Steven's like sick. the one time in my life a tithe hasn't been targeted to get countered because I'm on a mold of 3. Oh, that's some solace, you know. There's some solace in that. So shout out Steven. I think that anybody who got to this point where you have a tithe into play with 4 mana on board, you know, you have something. You're doing something. And you're going to gain some mana. Unfortunately, you don't have a draw engine yet, but after next turn, you'll be able to develop commanders. This is kind of like the resiliency of Blue Farm, you know?
Yep, very much.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see if Sterling, I mean, obviously there's no downside for Sterling to Wishclaw again, but I'll be really interested. Producers, let us know what he ends up grabbing off of this Wishclaw. And yeah, it's laughing because a second Smothering Tithe has hit the table. I repeat, a second tithe has hit the table. Oh my goodness. So Jordan's One Ring is feeling a little less good right now because it's going to give 4 mana to both Steven and Sterling if this tithe resolves. Jordan's sitting there thinking to himself, he's got a Force of Will that's hot. So I'm wondering, oh wow, no, we passed to Jeremy. So Jordan said, you know what, that tithe's fine. I don't need to rip this Force of Will on that. Which I think is kind of interesting because I think that Sterling is definitely the second biggest threat at the table, in my opinion. Chat, let me know if you disagree. But I think that Jordan's in the driver's seat. Sterling's kind of posing a threat here. Jeremy's pretty far behind, but we do know that Jeremy did grab a Deadpool that's able to be deployed on this turn. So that's kind of interesting. Elias asking in the chat, why wouldn't Jordan just jam? You know, sometimes you just don't have the mana to jam or the resources to jam. He had to deploy Thrasios on his turn, which takes up 2 of the mana. The mana vault's tapped. Sometimes you just don't have the ability to just... Even if you have 12 cards in hand, sometimes you just don't have the resources to jam. So, yeah, the cool thing about the 2 Blue Farm players now is that they are both not going to be wanting for mana at all, which means any top deck that they get. So Steven, you know, top decks a Nas for turn, boom, that's super hot immediately. It's one of those situations where you're kind of just sitting there waiting, hoping that you can deploy a draw engine at some point. And my guess, and y'all correct me if you think something differently, my guess is that Steven's gonna just deploy Crom on his next turn if he doesn't draw anything else. What are your thoughts on what Steven's next turn is gonna look like?
I think that makes sense, right? Like that's he can lean onto his commanders for some passive draw. He'll have the mana for it, and it's still a little bit less threatening that way. Oh, Faeburrow Elder coming out.
Yep. Faeburrow Elder coming out for Sisse, which is really interesting because, you know, we know that they got a Deadpool, but instead there's like, you know what, I'm going to play this this big mana dork instead. So Sisse's kind of in a position now where I think he's hoping that Jordan tries to fly a little too close to the sun. Chat, no, Steven does not have a Demonic Tutor. He Demonic Tutored for the Smothering Tithe. So if Jeremy gets into a position where Jordan flies too close to the sun, eats interaction from Steven and Sterling, they're honestly in a decent spot. Like, it sucks that your Bloom Tender got shot early and you're in 4th seat, but having Sisse on board, having developed mana, having Faeburrow Elder, that's pretty good. Overall, like, you're sitting pretty. So Natalia in chat, dang, not the Deadpool in hand, converting to a win on board for Sisse next turn with any land drop. Yeah, that is nice. That is nice. And I believe that's a Biomancer's Familiar being cast by Jordan, which obviously we've seen this card a million times during the series here. Producers, if you can pull that card up for our listeners who are watching. It's kind of a staple of any Thrasios deck at this point, right? Being able to activate your Thrasios more freely, it's always just going to be better overall. Even if your opponents have Smothering Tithes. Let's cut to player audio real quick. I kind of want to hear what the conversation is like.
Don't tap me with a good. Cut your cards.
You'll be fine.
Don't tap me with a good time. I will do it. Actually, I will take two. I will untap. I will put a colorless.
Yeah.
Untap on target turn. Okay.
Pass.
Yeah. And I'll use the blue and the colorless to snap targeting your feet, Oliver. Sure. Sorry, another burst up. Had nothing to do with your favor. I just needed a target. And then I will lose two more. Yeah, this is a wall. I'll cast the growing rights.
Can I kind of what's in your hand? All I have is interaction. I'm gonna be honest.
All right. So that was a very interesting little sequence we saw there. The snap being fired off definitely makes Sisei's potential win attempt next turn much more difficult. In the chat, yes, this is top 16 cut for the TopDeck Championship Series. It is a 180-minute game, after which the cap will be hit, and then if player 1 is still active, they will win. If player 2 is still active, then they will win, depending on who is still alive at the end of the game. And it honestly might be relevant for Steven that Jordan's life total is getting pretty low. Because if Jordan does end up dying and this game goes to time, Steven would win at the 180-minute mark, which is fascinating. Greyface Gaming, we have been told by the producers that Jordan does have a live Force of Will in hand. So Force of Will with an Abhorrent Oculus to be able to be pitched to. So that is what we were talking about. Players are having a conversation on whether or not this growing rights of Itlumok will be resolving, I believe. It's a really powerful card for a Thrasios deck. Won't lie. Being able to get a Cradle is pretty good. Rowan and Josh saying that Sisei's catching a lot of strays so far. It's true. It's true. I think that the Bloom Tender sequence with the double Orcish Bowmaster was definitely a gut punch for them. That being said, they have been given the Wishclaw Talisman. They do have, developed mana. They have Sisei on board. It could be worse. You could be Steven right now. I'm sorry, Steven, if you're watching this VOD. That was a joke. It was a joke. Yeah, and Joe saying, I don't think he cared about Fabro Elder that much. It's... Yeah, and Natalia's following up there. I do believe that Sisei would have had Win on board if he was able to untap with the Fabor Elder being able to tap for mana, just based on the information that we know that there's a Deadpool in hand. I believe there's still a conversation. Let's cut to the conversation because not much has been happening in terms of game action. So I'm wondering what they're talking about here.
What do I just let it go? I'm just so dirty dying. Sort of sucks.
I know it's a nervous habit, but can you take the arm out too much if you like?
Oh, I'll go back.
I know it's a nervous habit.
So I'm sitting on my leg. Can't shake it. It's not on the ground.
It's a bit high stakes. I don't believe it a little bit.
Should I put this up here? Yeah, I'm just. It's a hard choice.
Oh, I say make a decision. Yes.
I'll do should be possible.
Are you sure about that? I'm. They're both low resource, but like if the resources are there's a wish claw, like I understand that this is your value. I'm gonna create the stack on it. Yeah, that I mean, but he said he wasn't gonna use it. When you give him access.
You did say that. That was the deal you guys made.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It's a force of will. It can counter anything. I'm passing on it if it gets to me. It seems spicy. It's up to you. I pass. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're crushing us an advantage. It's hard to tell.
The problem isn't even an advantage. It's the fact that I'm dying very fast. I'm burning myself down very bad.
Okay.
And then you're about to start overwhelming.
Yeah, I'm good. I just moved to say my piece. So I'm gonna pass on force. So I have priority on force. Yeah. And what did you pitch?
Abhorrent Oculus.
And you took one life?
Not yet.
Okay. There we go. What are you doing on your
turn? Currently, my plan was just play my commanders.
What do you think's more scary, Jeremy?
In a general sense, I am. I have to be honest. I think in a general sense, I'm literally most scared of Biomaster Familiar because this is just hard card advantage that we're gonna have a hard time dealing with. This is what makes this good. This comes back, I guess.
Well, no. Between this and this, I can deal with either one. I just don't know what is worse.
I think that Cradle is less good without Biomancers. I think to hit the most.
And I want to go flip this turn.
I think to hit the most things possible, I personally think it's Biomancers. Oh, sorry to the audience or whatever. I literally just nailed the mic.
Done that a couple of times too. Don't worry.
I'll show you some stuff. Cautious targeting messages even here.
Back to the same predicament. I think I'm just gonna let you go at that point. I just don't think it's worth giving that trigger right now. And I can use the life.
Oops, exile tonight.
I'm good for this as well.
Force Will Resolve, Pyroblast,
And then
Gurgle.
going on TTB.
Flipman, right? Power right. So power bath. Whatever. Red targeting Thracios, correct?
No,
That guy's awesome.
Okay, so we just saw that stack resolve there, folks. If there's ever going to be a big stack and we want to cut to player audio, please just let us know in chat as well, and we'll try to be better about cutting to it as well. It's very interesting that Force Will was used there to protect the Thracios, and there's a little bit of discussion here going on in chat on whether or not that would have put Jordan in a position to win the game. I think obviously it would put him into a driver's seat, for sure. And like the swords coming down on Biomancer's Familiar definitely slows him down, but it's kind of one of those situations where it slows him, but it doesn't stop him, right? And unironically, he healed from that. Boom. So life total might end up mattering because of this one ring, but I think that Jordan felt like in a position that he was at. One, Abhorrent Oculus is his dead card in his hand currently, so it doesn't feel bad about pitching that. But two, obviously protecting Thracios in a Thracios Cradle deck seems like the correct play to me. In the chat, everyone's praying for Steven to draw the Nas. That's hilarious. I'm also hoping for Steven to draw the Nas and just come off the top rope. How awesome of a moment would it be if Steven just like Mold a 3 wins the top 16 game in the championship series?
That would be so cool.
I know, right?
That would feel so great.
That would be absolutely spicy. I think everyone in the chat, at least from what I've seen, has been kind of rooting for Steven. Everybody likes an underdog story, you know? If you can Mold a 3 and win your top cut game, that'd be crazy. Oh, what a story, you know? That way, you could probably write a biopic about that. What do you think? This is the first cEDH biopic ever.
I think the wild thing here is that
just title it Mold a 3.
So many people are rooting for a blue farm list to take it, right? Historically, it's like, you know, we kind of want to see the fringe deck, but sometimes the person that's just down is the person we want to see win.
Yeah. I think that people would like blue farm a lot more if it just started with 3 cards every single game. I think it would be a lot more balanced, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Steven did what I thought he would said. I am a genius, apparently. He casted Crom and passed. So, yeah, Jordan got Weathered Wayfarer off of Growing Rights, which is big, considering that Steven has 4 lands. Wait, but he has 4 lands, so that doesn't make any sense. So he has to have more. Blue farm is goated in the chat. Chain of Vapor, let's cut to... Oh, never mind. It was Chain of Vapor targeting his own Wishclaw Talisman. Now that's spicy. That's how you make use of that Chain of Vapor. Okay. And we are casting Wishclaw Talisman, floating a colorless. I have never seen somebody do that before. True, Captain Moral Support, he did go to Crombat. I guess that gets around the deal he made not to use it. That it is now a new game object. That is true. That wasn't the Wishclaw that you know of. These aren't the droids you're looking for, but this isn't the Wish Claw you're looking for. Sterling pushes here. That's a good question. You know, we did see a lot of interaction come down on Jordan's turn between the Force of Will and the Pyroblast. Breaking news, by the way. Zachary Alder just won Pod 2 and will be advancing into the final pod, which is huge shout out to Zachary Alder for taking down their pod, advancing to the finals. You love to see it. And now we're kind of having a conversation here where player 3 might be able to go for a win. Wishclaw on the stack. 4 treasures and a City of Brass untapped. Very interesting. Also just got a note that Zach is a SoCal player. Everybody's calling him Zach in the chat, so maybe he goes by Zach instead of Zachary. Sorry for calling you by the government name. Let's see. Okay, looking at graveyards now, which is Lotus Petal, Land, Bowmaster, Pyro, Chain of Vapor. Let's cut to player audio. Let's see what this conversation's like.
Do that, but that's gonna push and draw more cards. But sure. Party is on me. I will show the Fierce Guardianship.
A Fierce Guardianship. I will think for 1 second. I will lose a life and attempt to cast a Swan Song targeting Fierce Guardianship.
Pass.
What do you think? Crack, activate here.
Wait,
what do you guys working with?
They
I have 1 card in hand.
They have 4 treasures.
Oh, well, what is your interaction? That way I know, like, do I activate here? I don't want to just kill this. Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, he's got 1 card in hand. He tutors goes down to 3 mana. It has to be for a win here. It has to basically be Oracle to fun.
I'm sure Decon's another card in hand, or Oracle.
Yeah. So,
Which one represents the stack over there?
yeah.
Or
This is your graveyard.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm wondering. Do I just wait to see what it is so it gives us more options?
I mean, you're gonna draw the cards regardless.
I mean, I don't know what your point of your outs to are, but like the most counterable thing in cEDH is a 1 mana instant. So
I think now it's probably better.
I agree. My thing is, right, is he's limited on his options right this second. He will have exactly 3 mana if I do not practice, so he's limited on what he grabs right now. If I give him more treasures, that might open up his options to grab more stuff.
With the Wish Claw, you're saying?
Yes.
That is I guess my thought, and not that I disagree, you are right, we are giving him more options. My thought is if you draw Misstep and he has Tainted Pact, we're cooked. So, it's hard. Playing to your outs, a thing that comes up a lot in cEDH is the most counterable thing in cEDH is a 1 mana instant. So it gets hit by the most stuff, blah, 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 blah. I don't know that there's anything other than what's about to happen. They literally have 1 card in hand, which was relevant, but like number of cards in graveyard? 5. So they'd have to have 3 then a loaded. So if they have 3, they have loaded pedal. If they did breach, it's because they have exactly freeze in hand and Lotus Petals right there to start going. So I don't know. I legitimately don't. That's what I've got for you.
I think you have to decide if you draw and you counter this, it doesn't matter that he has more treasures, he still has 1 card in hand. If you don't counter this, it might give him more options, but if we're not countering this, we're currently dead anyway.
It's not that. It's do I wait for the windfall on the stack to then crack it to counter?
Maybe
only you know what you have in hand, so that's
nothing I have in hand. From the story, I had a mana floating. Not easy, unfortunately.
Oh, I
Yeah.
used it. I do have a carry. That's because
Way
of this ball.
together really heavily that I feel strongly.
Thank you, Judge.
I've got to leave.
I think I'm gonna wait.
Understand?
Wait to see what happens.
I understand.
Swan song, then good to resolve.
Pass party.
All right, I will get a 2/2 bird. Wow. Can I get a bird token? So I'm dead immediately right now. So Wishball Talisman is on the field, right? Yeah. I'm gonna cast the Dark Ritual. Is Dark Ritual good? Yeah, he's gonna try and Nautilus or something. Hey, you should find that one man. Yeah, so he's gonna go 6/7 down to 6 Nas with 1 minute left over.
Roz with 1 mana left. Yeah, I think I can respond here, right?
Yeah.
The place.
You do.
Wait. Now I feel like it's the opposite.
I think it's the opposite.
Well, now I get mental miss the.
You want it.
Oh, you're right, because the breach is select. Or no, the breach doesn't matter.
No. Literally, we know absolutely categorically now that the plan is Nas. So like,
Or Necro. Like,
or
I
Necro.
think that Necro. I'll tell you that. Oh, all right, then it's
Like,
Nas.
So like, because that's not a combo piece. I mean, I guess misstep still hits you.
And that's what.
But
Black, by the way.
so, but if this resolves, he goes to 6/7 mana, goes down to 6. Cast Nas, goes to 1 mana. Has to win with a Nas from 1 mana, 5 cards in graveyard. So he basically has to hit mana breach.
I mean, I think I'm very good at live.
From 57, the breach is gonna be really bad. Like,
But also you could counter the Nas on the stack.
Well, that's the idea, right? It's either
but you have no mana up.
right. I have to.
It has to be free interaction and forcibles in the graveyard. God, maybe you're right, but then we just feed him treasures. That feels so much worse.
And then the Nas definitely gets there. He has 4 more mana.
Oh, I have to wait. I have to wait. Actually, no matter what. I have to wait.
Okay, I passed.
Okay.
Because if I do it now before the wish ball cracks,
All right.
it gets Nas anyway. And then, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. No.
If I tap this and the key journey doesn't do anything for you,
I'll activate Wishball Talisman.
That's right.
Is that good? Yeah. I mean, I'm the last on tap. It's probably good for me.
If you give it to me, I won't use it if you don't win. Like I'm not a big fan of Wishclaw. Like if it's a Grem tutor, that's fine. But like, it's just like if I had been so behind before, I wouldn't have taken the deal. So.
So while Sterling is resolving the tutor here, there's obviously an interesting conversation that the table's been having and the chat's been having as well here of whether or not Jordan should be activating the One Ring to look for answers. By doing so, he's giving Sterling 4 potential mana, 4 treasures through Smothering Tithe. We do know from the producers that Sterling has 0 cards in hand. Whatever he's wishclawing for is what he has. The table has speculated it's ad nauseum, and I think we're about to see what's going to happen. I think once he puts this on the stack, whatever it might be, we'll cut back to player audio to see how they handle it. I also was told by production that the card that Sisse was showing TNT was actually a bluff, and it was an Ashiok. So if you're sitting here thinking that Sisse had some sort of sandbagged interaction, Sisse does not. So Aiden in the chat just asked about that. It was an Ashiok that cannot be cast and is effectively nothing in this circumstance. So Sisse is sitting there at F6. And Jordan is going to be the one to have to interact with Sterling if Sterling has, is attempting to win the game here. So this is a very interesting game. I said earlier at the start of the game, I just want to see a Nas resolve. There's a chance that Sterling tutors for a Nas here and just rips it. What are your thoughts? What do you think he's going to get? Yeah, I think you're muted. Everyone in the chat, F in the chat for y'all being muted.
I really wanted to respect that audio from the players there, make sure nothing bled through. So that's all. But yeah, I agree with you. Nas makes
Everybody in the
sense.
chat respects you for wanting to make sure that we had clear player audio here. Did Crom draw anything this turn? I believe Crom drew from Sterling on the cast of the initial Wishclaw because it was Chain of Vapor, Wishclaw.
Yep. Correct.
Chat saying not yet. I think so.
Right?
I think so. And that's an ad nauseum on the stack. Yeah. The prediction comes true. Cheers in the chat. Let's go. We actually see an ad nauseum. Let's cut to the player audio to see if there's a response.
Please bless to win from it. Decision time. Here, I'll show you because it matters. But that's the odds we're working with, right? It has to be exactly one thing at this point. Or mine by train. That's a start spell. Is that a start spell? That is a start spell. So I have to be exactly one of two cards? Yeah, I don't think a one out there.
Yeah, like, though, is it? I don't know. Then I've got so many cards in hand, but I don't know. In post Nas, I feel like we can't beat them on the stack. But like, what's weird is, if we watch them rip a bunch of stuff with one mana up, and then like they've got to cast rocks. So if it's super scary with the rocks on the stack, you do it. I don't know. It's like it's really bad either way. Again, I feel kind of I've gone full circle. Like I'm back to like I don't know that I've got a good option for you. So
I just don't know. So I think of what's the goal? The floors you miss in your top 4 cards. And then isn't the author's also 5 mana, which we're kind of something. Like I don't think there's a world from 37 a guy with 5 mana.
I do actually agree with that.
Yeah. Where if he has 1 mana, Lotus Petal's in the yard, so Ring's in play. Like I don't know why I'm telling myself. Yeah, sorry, I'm like in the middle of top. I think like there is a non-zero chance that he isn't able to convert a win off. I know if it's me in this position, I don't think I can convert off one, and I don't know how similar our listener. That's all we're saying. Let it ride.
I don't think I'm not offering a vote either way. I don't know. I don't know that there is a good option. Like I'm looking for like logic either way, and I don't find anything that sways me. So that is fun.
So if you draw the 4 cards and you whiff, we're dead. Yes. Versus we're maybe dead if we may be dead if this results in like watch this sad nonce. Ready for it? I'm gonna have to make a decision. Let's see what happens, bro. We're in it. We're in it. Now this resolving. Yeah. All right. The name shows it. Holy cow. Here we go. Okay. 1 mana. All right. That's 3. That's 0. 2. 5, 6. 1. 7. Good job. 2. 8, 9. 0. 3. 7, 12. 0. 3. 14, 15. 1. 3. 18, 19. Cool, that's not looking good. 20, 20. Oh, that's something. I'm not stopping, I'm thinking for a second. What are you thinking?
Uncensored sales is in these.
Losses in your I haven't played a land for turn, right? I have not. I have not. Just 4, 4, yeah, third. Oh, you got the city match for third. That is correct. You have not played a land. You only have some cards. Yeah, that is correct. You have not played a land. We did not even take out the copies. I'm going to once again think for a second. Oh, I haven't even nuclear cells.
And just for my awareness, you're still thinking on the NOS.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so while Sterling thinks about the Nas here, I think all of the table just realized that that Sterling hasn't played a land for turn yet, and the card that Sterling was pointing out to be very interesting was Final Fortune. So there is a world where Sterling simply Final Fortunes into another turn, where he has the ability to untap with a Sculpted 7 from this Nas. And please, producers, let us know when he is stopping. Okay, so he has decided to stop at this point here. I think that the only route right now is to cast that Final Fortune and go into his next turn. So we will see if he's able to pull it out here. There were some spicy cards. We saw the Demonic Consultation. you know, I think that if the Final Fortune resolves, he's going to get there. See what the land for turn is. It's Ancient Tomb, tap 2.
Nice.
He's probably going to play that Signet or, okay, Grim Monolith. Sure. Interesting. He must have 2 more rocks. Otherwise, that's kind of weird to play a Grim Monolith when it doesn't untap on your Final Fortune turn. But, chat, I hope you're as excited as we are to watch this. You know, Zen, you're saying this is a wrap, right? We don't know yet. So there's still a 1-ring activation that can draw 4 cards, give 4 treasures to Steven, and technically 4 treasures to Sterling. So I don't think it's all said and done quite yet, but it's getting close here. Okay, so we're seeing a rock come out from the Grim, using that to tap to cast the Arcane Signet now. Casting a Rite of Flame from the Arcane Signet. And that should give Final Fortune mana through this. Okay, so now Final Fortune is on the stack. Table still trying to decide when is the best time for Jordan to activate the 1-ring. And I do feel like this is a really difficult scenario. So like the difference between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana on his next Final Fortune turn and 14 mana is nothing, right? So
Yep, there it is.
Okay, so he is activating. I do agree that, let's cut to the table audio here.
Something like yeah. So this is the pinch point. Yeah. Like 100%. We're on crazy slim odds. Yeah. But this is it. I now feel pretty strongly about it.
Okay. I'll top 100. Yeah. I'll draw 4.
Very good.
Understood. 4 triggers? Yeah. Nothing. Didn't know about it either way.
Yeah.
Final Fortune?
Yeah.
Red Elemental Blast Palm? Yeah. You gotta make sure you don't draw a card on my next turn.
Yeah.
I would like to Mystical Tutor.
You got it. Yes.
I would like to put Demonic Tutor on top.
Sure. Sure.
I will be Demonic Tutoring and going through a breach line. Okay. That sounds good to me.
So it looks like Sterling was able to weather the storm of Jordan drawing 4 cards. He asked if the table wanted to concede by saying that he is mystical tutoring for a demonic tutor, putting it to the top, so he'll have an unconditional tutor on his Final Fortune turn. I kind of like that the idea of making him play it out. There's been many times in my life where I've seen a player with a breach line. That being said, these are some of the best players in the world. So, but you know what? You got to see if they got it, right? Yeah. I don't hate it. If I'm in the top 16 and I just played 7 rounds, I got to see them do it. Chat, I don't know if you agree with me there, but I got to watch as I lose the game. I'm not just conceding just because it's pretty, it seems like it's 99.9999% chance. I also wanted to give a shout out. Apparently someone in the chat just said Atali won the Open, which is crazy if Atali just won a 500 something person tournament. That's wild.
So good.
Shout out to Atali. I wish there was Atali in the TopDeck Championship Series. That's all I'll say. I would love to know the 4 cards drawn from the 1-ring. Our producers just said 4 dead cards when we asked. So Great Face, that's your answer there. 4 dead cards. Apparently there were 2 lands and 2 dorks. And the judge followed it by saying very dead cards. So not only are there dead cards, but they are very dead cards. And then another question, what's Steven's last card? Producers, do you know what Steven's last card is? That would be lovely to hear. Looks like Sterling's going to clean up, discarding about 6 lands. Sitting at 6 life, ready to go into their Final Fortune turn. Let's see if they've got it. No shot Sterling messes this up. You better knock on wood, bud. That would be miserable if that were the case. Okay, he's asking for graveyards now. We are on the Final Fortune turn. This is all or nothing for Sterling. All or nothing. And welcome everybody who just joined the chat. We just had a bunch of you join from the, I'm assuming the open. Right now we are on a Final Fortune turn from Sterling. The table has basically said they have no interaction. Sterling had just Mystical Tutor to put this Demonic Tutor on the stack. Sterling is likely to be grabbing a Breach to seal out this game here. So if you haven't joined us all, we have already had Zach winning one of the final pods to make to the finals. And we are now witnessing Sterling effectively closing out this game and getting himself a ticket to the finals here. I don't believe that there's any other card that Sterling gets here besides Underworld Breach. Yeah, what are your thoughts on in this scenario?
No, I don't think so. And he's already kind of stated as much that he's going to look for the demonic off the mystical tutor to go look for the Underworld Breach.
Yeah. I think that at this point in time, there's probably a little bit of fear in your mind that there's some crazy thing that can stop you. But realistically, it's like only if your opponent is running Endurance, right? And can evoke for a green on your turn as the Breach hits the field. That's literally like the only thing that you're afraid of at this point of time. And now cEDH did show a bluff by showing TNT that Ashiok. So there's probably a little bit of doubt in Sterling's head that, oh, maybe cEDH has some kind of silver bullet. Okay, so we did just see a Grand Abolisher get cast. So now if you're afraid of Endurance, well, you shouldn't be, because there is a Grand Abolisher that resolved. Interesting. Professional Facebreaker going down as well. Just to be able to impulse off of treasures, potentially. We are cracking a fetch to go find a land so that we can likely cast our Underworld Breach.
Also a Enlightened Tutor as well.
It was an Enlightened Tutor. Oh, I see. So did he Demonic Tutor for a Grand Abolisher? Because he knew that he could E-Tutor, put Breach on top from the impulse from Professional Facebreaker? If so, that's just really clean play from Sterling. Knowing, hey, if Endurance is the only card that can blow me out right now, I can go Grand Abolisher, cast my Professional Facebreaker, impulse off of the Professional Facebreaker ability after Enlightened Tutoring to get Underworld Breach. If that's the case, wow, that is, round of applause for Sterling really thinking through how to protect himself from any possible angle that his opponents might have to get to him. Let's cut to player audio here as Sterling goes through his final reps.
Three lands. I will then be playing a Demonic Tutor from my graveyard, exiling 1, 2, 3 cards.
Okay.
Yep. I'm past it on the other side, didn't I? I totally did. I will then be sacking my Lotus Petal for a blue and recasting it again. And I was wondering if we could get a count on Storm now. Hi, John. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. 7. No, that was last turn.
Yeah, and you're casting this again. The second Lotus Club. Yeah.
Yep. And I'm casting this again, exiling 1, 2, 3 cards.
Yeah, I agree.
I will sack it for a blue.
Yes.
Exiling 1, 2, 3, replaying it. Using my 2 blue that I have floating, I will brain freeze all copies targeting myself. Is that good?
Yeah.
I will mill a total of 9 storm.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
We did not see an LED, sadly, so I will sack my Lotus Petal again. Tap for, and then replay it.
So I'm kind of low.
I'll have a blue floating. So replay that. Crack it on the blue. Tap there. Oh.
I got some count for you over here.
Have a blue to represent it for the camera.
Understood.
And then I will sack it again. Good. Blue. Recast it again. Sorry, so this was 4. I have floating, cast brain freeze. All copies targeting myself for a storm count of 12.
12, so it will be 13.
1, 2,
Dice.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. I will then play a Ryan's Red Diamond from my graveyard. Exiling 1, 2, 3 cards.
Yeah.
Good?
Yep.
I will sacrifice it for 3 blue.
Yep.
Discarding all these cards. Man, I really could have skipped a step.
I was wondering why we didn't just start with a light shooter.
and then play Foss's Oracle. Exiling 1, 2, 3 cards. I will have 1 blue floating.
Cool. That's on board. Pass priority. Pass priority.
Good game?
Good job, bro. Good job. Thanks, Monster. Did your game, Jerry.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, producers, for cutting that table audio here. Wow. Sterling pulled it out. Congratulations to the legend. Yeah. What's really interesting about this game was when we were doing our pre-games, we were talking about Sterling. Once Sterling's stats got brought up, I realized, I think I said, like, dang, Sterling, I wasn't familiar with your game. But holy guacamole, this guy's insane. So big shout out to Sterling. I think he, took a while to get to that point, but at that point in time, look, you have 180 minutes to secure your win in total. I think his game actions were at a reasonable pace, and he just wanted to make sure that he was as safe as humanly possible to get that win. So everyone in the chat saying they can just scoop, right? It's difficult to scoop when you've made it this far, right? Like, even though you're dead in the water, you never know when a player could, fumble or mess up. I think overall the table had they showed great sportsmanship. Shout out to Maddie in the chat for saying good sportsmanship. It was a very clean win. I think that being able to piece together that ad nauseum and chain it into a final fortune, and then chain it into a line that provided him a grand abolisher on his final fortune turn. Just incredible. Just absolutely well played all around. Chat, we're going to have an interview soon. We're getting Sterling ready for that. If you have any questions for Sterling, please throw them in the chat. I have a couple of ones that I've been noting down in my notepad here. Yeah, Rowan in the chat. Yeah, it's really difficult to know if that I do think that Force of Will stack really ended up setting up Sterling to have like a clear path to finding the win there. People joking about whether or not One Ring's a good card. Yeah, it might have been greedy. It might have been, Jordan thinking that he is in such a dominant position that he doesn't want to give an inch to anybody.
Yep.
Christopher says, ask Sterling if the One Ring is a bad card. Oh my goodness.
What we can say for sure is we know Sterling doesn't run it in his Blue Farm list, so we can say
Yeah.
that for sure.
All right, interview's ready, y'all. Make sure you throw your questions in the chat for Sterling. Let's get him on here. Hey, Sterling, how you doing, dude?
Congratulations.
Oh, you might be muted.
Oh.
No, still can't hear you, bud. Maybe grab our producer here. Oh! And just like that, they cast him away. No, Sterling! No! Grab my hand! We're getting his audio reset here. Oh, I heard him for a second. You know what it was? His win was so immaculate that it left everyone speechless.
Speechless.
Sterling, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
All
talking
right,
to the
cool,
mic or
cool.
grab that mic a little closer to
Yeah,
you.
if you can grab that mic.
Yeah,
just-
you're real quiet and we're real loud. There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, well, congratulations, dude. You made it. You're
Thank
in
you,
the
thank you.
finals. How does it
Yeah,
feel?
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's not my first finals game, but I'm appreciative to be here. Thank you, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we have a couple of questions for you. One, we want to know in that final fortune turn, what did you end up demonic tutoring for? Was it the Grand Abolisher? Like, talk us through your thought process. You kind of went a roundabout way to getting to the win, but everyone in chat was just saying you're really protecting yourself. So what are your thoughts going into that final fortune turn?
Players were talking amongst themselves. The Sisei player kept showing the other player that the Sisei player had a card in hand that they thought might help. I still don't know what that card was, so I just wanted to make sure that I grabbed something to make sure that nothing could beat me there, that I could secure the win and make sure that I finished off that final fortune turn.
Yeah, Sterling, I can tell you what that card was. You want to know?
I would love to know.
It was an Ashiok. It was a complete bluff. He had nothing the whole time.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's how it be. You know,
Hey.
sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't.
And props to you for keeping your cool and really playing, I think, such a great tight line, right? Like having to play it out and knowing that, hey, look, I have this, I know I have this game in hand, but let's just ensure I have it. Like, props to you. Like, that was just really impressive. And I'm saying this from myself, Kyle, and chat. We were really impressed with the way you just navigated and did it with. You were hellbent going into that, like before that final fortune turn. Like, that was just so cool to see.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and was there any doubt in your mind that you were wish clawing for Adnos? Was there any other card that came to mind?
There was an option to take the route of demonic tutoring for Underworld Breach and doing an Underworld Breach line. And I thought about it and I figured that the Adnos was the best way because they were talking about letting it resolve and not giving me mana to the One Ring. And they were talking about that. And so I knew I needed as many cards as possible. So whenever he does tap that One Ring, I have as many answers to anything he draws.
Yeah, awesome. And we have a question from chat from the beginning of the game. What was your thought process? Because we didn't have the player audio live. When you initially, your very first Wish Claw, you actually gave to Sisei, who was next in turn order. Did you have some deal or something like that with Sisei? Like, what was the thought process there?
Oh, yeah.
Basically, what happened was I just killed Sisei's Bloom Tender. I play against Sisei a lot back at home. Taco Bell Piglet, if you know him. And I knew that there was not a good way for them to try to win the game if I gave them the Witch Call there. All I had to hope was that I could try to figure something out in the next turn rotation or two. And I was pretty confident that no matter what Sisei got, that it didn't matter to me.
All right. Well, that's awesome. We have another shout out from the chat for you. Rex says congrats. I don't know who that is, but I hope you do.
Appreciate it, Rex. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Blue Farm's good. Blue Farm's good.
Blue Farm is good.
Mild shock. We did have a question because we've been talking about this a lot. We noticed that you're not on Mayhem Devil, but Mayhem Devil has kind of been the talk of this tournament. What are your thoughts about Mayhem Devil, just in general? Because it has kind of been like really, really important in a lot of these games. Oh, I think you got muted.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you're still muted. No, Sterling. Oh, there we go. We can hear you now.
We're back.
Okay.
You're back.
Yeah, we can hear
me.
you. So thoughts
Okay.
on Mayhem Devil.
Then it's another 3-mana card for my Adnos because I already run a lot of 4-mana cards, as you can see from my list. And I feel like personally, it doesn't do enough by itself. Like I'm trying to win the game. I'm personally not trying to stop other people from winning the game necessarily, unless they're actually winning the game right then and there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another thing is imposter mech is like it's a give or take if you're gonna see it in the meta, and I already have a problem of playing Bowman and seeing imposter mech, and I don't want to play Mayhem Devil and have the same problem.
Yeah,
I see. I see. Well, that's awesome. It's great. Great to hear your thoughts on it, because we do know that Blue Farm makes a ton of treasures. I think that when you have it deployed, it looks scary, right? But it's not necessarily pushing you to actually win the game. So we actually just got notice that Corwin won table 1, and Zach had already won table 2. So we have 3 out of 4 of our finals pod all Blue Farm. Sterling, what are your thoughts going into a potential big time mirror match?
I am playing with a lot of people down, and I don't know the Texas cEDH Discord. If anybody knows that, they're pretty popular, and there's a lot of really good players down there that play Blue Farm in Texas. And I'm pretty familiar with the mirror match, and I feel pretty confident in it.
Cool.
Well, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah.
Once again, congratulations. Looking at the only pod that hasn't finished yet, do you want to guess how many Blue Farms are in that pod?
How many?
There's 3.
Oh,
and 1 TNT. So the likelihood of a 4 Blue Farm pod is very high for the finals. So make a mental note of that. We're rooting for you here. Honestly, I'm rooting for you in general because we got the pleasure of commentating this entire game. So I feel a personal connection to you, Sterling. So I'm rooting for you to take it all down. All right. Well, your audio's a little muffled right now, but I think that was all the questions that we had in chat. So thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again, and good luck in the finals.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good luck.
All right. Thanks, everybody in the comments for being so nice to Sterling, giving him shout-outs,
cool.
giving him his flowers. Really, really happy just to see, an awesome Adnos resolve. Look, I brought it up, yeah. It's right here, sitting in front of me. I see an Adnos resolve, Kyle happy. And I think chat is also really happy when they see an Adnos resolve. And you know what chat would also be happy about is hearing about our wonderful, wonderful sponsors, producers. What a transition. Throw them up on the screen here. We have Snowball, Gold Saber, Doot Loot, The King's Court, Tavern of Souls, TopDeck GG, Freedom Waffle, and EDH Top 16. Shout out to our sponsors. And once again, big shout out to MTG Basics for putting all of this on. Once again, we're going to give MTG Basics their flowers. Everybody say thank you, Raul, in the chat.
Thank you, Raul.
Thank you, Raul. Raul is the producer who has been putting all of this together. You have no idea how much work has been put in to making this broadcast happen. Raul is the one who brought Yaw and I in to say, hey, this is how you do this whole thing. This is how you commentate. This is how scenes work. So it's probably been a struggle, honestly, for him to work with us. But I just want to say to Raul, who's been working incredibly well to just put this whole thing together, work with us, work with the judges. Thank you, Raul, in the chat, please. Oh, look at that. All the thank yous are coming out right now. Incredible. Well, listeners, 3 of our 4 top cut pods have ended. We still are waiting on one final pod, table 4, which has Andy, Isaac, Jace, and Schmandrew. Schmaclund. So we have that pod to still finish up. Yeah, it's just a funny name on Top Deck. So we have to wait for that pod to finish up, but we will be getting the finals pod up and running once that game ends. Once again, this is 180-minute timed rounds, so it's not like this pod is going to go infinitely. So once that pod finishes up, we're going to get some time to take some pictures with the finals pod and then get the finals pod rolling. So once again, Don't go anywhere. Well, you can get up, get some popcorn, get yourself something to drink, stay
Stretch it
hydrated out there. Yeah,
Yep.
stretch it out. Make sure you stand up, do your stretches, and then come back here for the finals when it starts. So we're going to say ta-ta for now. Going to take a little quick break, and then we'll be back to commentate the finals. Thank you, chat. Thank you all.
See you in a bit.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card, and what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamline registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe.
Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there.
EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the second showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, alters, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamlined registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe.
Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there.
EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the Second Showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
Welcome, everybody, back to the TopDeck Invitational 2025. I'm Kyle. This is my co-host, Ya, and we are so excited to bring you the final pod of this incredible tournament. Now, just a heads up, the top 4 pod is still going, but has about 5 minutes left in their time, in which case the first player in turn order will be assigned to be the winner if that player is still alive. If not, the second player would be assigned the winning position, and third, so on. Right now, it's looking like if nothing else changes, the top player in that pod is Andy, and Andy would be moving on to join the finals pod. Now, that being said, anything can happen in the next 5 minutes. But right now, that's what we are kind of predicting here. So it'll be really interesting to see. That would leave our top pod being Zach in seat 1, potentially Andy in seat 2, Corwin in seat 3, and Sterling in seat 4. Now, all of these players are currently on Blue Farm. So we would see a 4 Blue Farm finals pod. Yeah, what are your thoughts on seeing 4 Blue Farms?
I think this is what we all probably deep in our hearts expected, right? Like that, the best deck in the format would just get there, and it's proven to be true. I mean, it was also, I believe, 65% of the meta overall. So the numbers were with the Blue Farm on this one. We were, I was personally hoping for like a Sisse list or something, but I'm not at all surprised.
I don't think it was necessarily 65%. That seems crazy wild, but I think it was like 30 or something along those lines. So
Yeah,
the
it
producers
was
can let
really
us
high.
know what that pie chart looks like. Okay, there we go. So
there
it
it
was 30-ish% Timna Crom. So, there was some expectations that would be the top performing deck, but we're going to see about 4 different versions of that deck right now. Now we do have we do have the ability to look at all 4 of these decks. So I kind of wanted to take a look at each one of them individually and kind of talk to the chat about what the different versions of these decks kind of look like. So sitting in seat 1 is Zach on Blue Farm, and an interesting inclusion in Zach's list that we've seen be really, really effective throughout this tournament is this card right here. Yeah, you know what I'm going to show?
There it is.
Mayhem Devil, baby. So Zach, I believe, is the only pilot of these 4 pilots who is actually on Mayhem Devil, which is very interesting, especially since of these 4 Blue Farm decks, the only clone effect across all of them is Mockingbird. There's no flesh duplicates in these lists. There are no phantasmal images, just Mockingbird. So if Zach is able to stick a Mayhem Devil on the board, that's going to be the only Mayhem Devil coming down. So I'm really interested to see if Mayhem Devil is the difference between winning the game or losing the game for Zach specifically. Interestingly, if we look over at Andy's deck list, Andy is actually running another treasure generator in Knuckles. Now, this is if Andy wins. I think there's a minute or 2 left, but their expectation is that Andy will take it. Question mark? I am not at the event, so I don't know. But from what I'm hearing, that's what we're assuming. Andy is on Knuckles, the Echidna. So we actually saw Steven in the top 16 pod on Knuckles as well. So it's kind of interesting to see that there might be a heavier lean into treasure generation, but not necessarily having Mayhem Devil. Another interesting note about Andy's particular list is Andy is the only of the 3 Blue Farm pilots to be playing Dranith Magistrate. What are your thoughts on seeing Dranith Magistrate in a 4 Blue Farm pod? Because in my head, it's like, of all the decks for it to matter, it's probably going to matter the least. But at the same time, sometimes Blue Farm, when going into the mid-late game, the Timna and Crom are pretty influential.
Yeah, I agree with you here. I think that it's not uncommon to see in the Blue Farm list. And it probably made sense in the rounds of Swiss and even in the top 16 pods, right? Just because of deck variety. But going into this one, I don't see it playing as much of an impact unless unless nobody can get out a advantage engine, which I actually just don't see happening. Like, I see that being
Yeah.
like the thing they shoot for, or somebody trying to turbo out a win.
Yeah, exactly. It does
Hopefully.
slow down breach lines. So all of these decks, obviously, breach is like the number one option for blue farm to win the game. So Dranith Magistrate does stop that. It'll be interesting to see if both Knuckles and Dranith give Andy's deck an edge over the others. Moving into Corwin's list. Corwin is, I believe, the only one of the three who is running Opposition Agent. So that was the first thing that I noticed when looking through that list. So all of these decks play a ton of tutors. So having a really impactful opposition agent could be the difference between winning and losing the game. I'm really excited to see if Corwin's opposition agent is going to actually do anything in this pod, but I think it might catch a lot of these other pilots off guard. Yeah, what are your thoughts on Opposition Agent right now in the meta? You know, we've seen a bunch of Wishclaw Talismans. I believe every single one of these lists is on Wishclaw Talisman. Double checking here. Yep, every single one of the lists is on Wishclaw Talisman. All of them are running the tutor, or the tutor staple pile of Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor. Some are running the Diabolic Intent. Even I see a Beseech the Mirror in the mix as well. What are your thoughts on Opposition Agent in this 4 blue farm pod?
Kind of like you, Jimbo's saying, like, I think that looking at the difference between a Dranith Magistrate and an Opposition Agent, I'd rather be on Dranith. I mean, I'd rather be on Opposition Agent here, right? It can really push you forward rather than just trying to stall everybody out. And then as soon as somebody can resolve a bounce spell on the Dranith, like, it could be the game, right? And where, like, Opposition Agent, like, people might be incentivized to keep it around with you, right? Just to make sure nobody really pops off. So
yeah.
I think it's really, I'm a little surprised there's only one out of these 4 players that are on it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily surprise me. I just think that everyone has their own little spice out of here, and I am just getting word from the producers that Andy did in fact win the top 16 pod. It did go to that 180-minute timer, and Andy, being the highest performing Swiss in Swiss out of that whole pod, being in first seat, means that Andy moves on to the finals pod. So our final pod, once again, will be Zach in the first seat, Andy in the second seat, Corwin in the third seat, and Sterling in the fourth seat. Now, our production team is moving really fast to get Andy up and over to the finals pod table so that we can get started on this finals game. We want to have as much time as possible to get through this game, and we wanted to briefly mention while they are getting ready, taking their photos, and moved over to the table, we wanted to mention something special that's going on here, which we have a giveaway to announce. So this giveaway is sponsored by one of our sponsors, Doot Loot. And Doot Loot will be giving away a very generous prize of a foil Japanese mana confluence from Theros. So go ahead and join their server from the link in the YouTube chat that we'll post in the YouTube chat. Everyone in the chat right now, if you join the Discord, we'll be giving away the foil Japanese mana confluence during the final round. The giveaway will be at 4 p.m. PST. So that's 7 p.m. EST. Do the quick math on that. But thank you so much to our sponsor, Doot Loot, for giving away this awesome foil card to anyone in chat. So if you're interested, anyone in the chat right now, there's 314 of you, hop in there, add your name into the pile for the giveaway, and good luck. All right, we're getting that table ready right now with our final pod. Yeah, you know, we were talking a little bit about the ability for these decks to actually push for a win in a really quick manner. Of these decks, the majority are on both Necropotence and Ad Nauseam, but not all of them are. For example, Zach is only on Necro, no Ad Naus. Andy is on no Necro, is on Ad Nauseam. Andy is on no Necro, but yes to Ad Nauseam. Corwin is on Necro and Ad Nauseam. and Sterling is on no Necro, but yes ad nauseum. So we kind of have a hodgepodge of these blue farm decks on whether or not they are on both Necro and or Nas. What are your thoughts about blue farm, like where it is right now, and whether or not you're kind of surprised to see a mix-up between Necro and Nas being in these decks?
Personally, I am a little bit surprised, but I've only played like Blue Farm twice in my entire time playing cEDH Magic, so I'm not a huge expert here. I would probably try to run both, just because again, it's just try to get cards right and get something to stick. If of the two, if I had to pick, I'd probably pick Adnaz over Necropotence, just because I think like that's a bigger hit of cards immediately, and then I don't have to like sit around and like wonder, do I go big or go small? That's just a personal preference for me, but I would be on both if I could.
Yeah, and I did want to also highlight, and everyone in the chat, let us know if you think this is a good card. There is a Tag C special card in Sterling's list. Sterling is running Orum's Chant, yeah. Did you see that?
I did see that.
Orum's Chant, listeners, is a 1 white pip instant that has kicker for a white pip. You may pay an additional white pip as you cast a spell. That's the kicker cost. Target player can't play spells this turn. If you paid the kicker cost, creatures can't attack this turn. Now, this is a card, was one of like the first cards we reviewed on our That's a Good Card podcast. It is fascinating to see it because I haven't personally seen it in a long time. In my Pacific Northwest meta, I almost never see Orum's Chant. There was a little while when we started doing that podcast that Blue Farm was picking up Orum's Chant. We were seeing it a little bit. I'm kind of shocked to see Orum's Chant. Chat, I would love to know if you see Orum's Chant in your meta right now, because it's awesome to see one of these like fringe interaction pieces being played in a top cut of the championship series. It's just fascinating. Yeah, you're hyped. You must be hyped to see that, right?
I'm really hyped. I do see it a little bit more. I was playing it in my Dargo Timna list for a little bit, but I think we're off of it. Like the group that I'm chatting with, shout out to Nick and Eric. We decided to kind of go off of it just because it can get one of the big downsides is it can get deflecting swatted, and that's going to be pretty relevant in this game, I think.
Yeah. It might end up being super relevant because that Orum's Chant, the second part of the card isn't super relevant all the time, but it can be. But anyway, while we're thinking about the chat deciding whether or not Orum's Chant is a good card, please type "that's a good card" or "no, not Tag C." We're going to go ahead and shout out our sponsors. Well, yeah, be nice. Our sponsors here today, we couldn't do it without you. First of all, I'd like to shout out our production team, MTG Basics. Thank you so much for putting on all of this production. Let's get a thank you, Raul in chat, who's been a wonderful producer through this entire thing, coordinating with us, coordinating with the judges. Just been an excellent time working with them, as well as shout out to our judge, Brandon, who's been working with us as well, just to make sure that everything has been going smoothly. We really appreciate you. And of course, our sponsors on the screen, you see here, Snowball, Gold Sabertooth, Doot Loot, who's been running that giveaway that we were talking about. So make sure you check out Doot Loot's Discord, get in on that giveaway. The King's Court, Tavern of Souls, TopDeck GG, Freedom Waffle, and EDH Top 16. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Once again, we couldn't do it without you. All right, checking out the chat here. We have some shout outs for Raul, shout outs for Brandon. We love that. Ooh, I'm seeing someone from our Pacific Northwest meta. Shout out the Pacific Northwest meta. We got King's Court shout outs in the chat. Nick, Kyle, are you coming to Fishbowl? Absolutely. Ya and I will be at Fishbowl. So yeah, shout out Nick. Let's see what else we got going on in the chat here. Oh, I see Hire hopped in. What up, Hire? It's good to see you. Mindful Games in the chat. Pacific Northwest in the shout outs here in the chat. King's Court is the place to play for real. Steve's the GOAT. Shout out Christopher, who is shouting out King's Court. Okay, we got some hype in the chat. Let's go Corwin. Okay. Let's go ahead and see. I'd like to know here. We've kind of reviewed all these different lists. Zach, Andy, Corwin, and Sterling. Of these four, is there somebody that really stands out to you?
Oh man, I mean, at this point, anybody that's gotten here like really does stand up to me. I mean, it seems like it's been a brutal top 16. And on it, I think pretty remarkably, 3 of the top 4 pods finished. Right, like actually, like they won their pods, and from the 3rd seat, nonetheless. I think Zach was the only one that ended up winning from the 1st seat. Sterling and Corwin, fought through and won from the 3rd seat. I think that's really a big deal, considering like how much emphasis we've been putting on like getting that 1st or 2nd seat. I know you and I have talked about it.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting for sure. And we have player profiles for these. So producers, please throw up the player profile for Zach. We'd like to talk about this man. He's been doing a great job. Absolutely incredible win rate, 43.62% win rate, 48 tournaments, which I would say is probably about the average from all of the people that we were seeing in the top 16 and reviewing their profiles. It's generally between 20 and like some of people have like 80 tournaments. And the conversion rate being 60.42%, which is on the higher end of the conversion rates we've been seeing, especially for almost 50 tournaments. That is incredible coming out of Zach. We have 13 wins, 9 finals appearances, 4 top 10 cuts, 3 top 16 cuts with a final record of 82, 68, and 38. Just an incredible stat line for a great player. I'm not necessarily shocked to see that he not only crushed it in Swiss, but has found his way to the finals.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, awesome. The next profile we'd like to review here is Andy's. So, producer, if you can get Andy up here. Oh, that's a great picture of Andy. Andy has a 39.12% win rate over 53 tournaments and a 67.92% conversion rate. Just when I thought Zach's 60% conversion rate wouldn't be topped, Andy is up here at almost 70%. 9 wins, 15 finals appearances, 3 top 10 cuts, 9 top 16 cuts with a whopping record of 168 wins, 116 and 72. That is crazy high. Next up, we have Corwin. Now, Corwin is sitting here with I would say a respectable 47 tournaments. Not as high as some of the other guys, but 47 tournaments for a 27% conversion rate and a 26.83% win rate, a record of 44, 80, and 40. 5 wins, which is very impressive. 4 finals appearances and 4 top 16 cuts. Corwin, I think, of the 3 we've seen so far, might have the least experience in the tournament play, but at the same time, he must be feeling great getting here to the finals.
Oh, yeah,
ready to play against some
Absolutely.
heavy hitters. I'm so stoked for Corwin. Corwin might end up being our underdog here, and I just can't wait to see if they can pull it out. Next up in the last seat, we have someone that we have seen on the stream, and we had the pleasure of commentating a couple of times, I believe, and that's Sterling. Sterling has 71 tournaments, a record of 108, 132, and 63. Once again, another player with over a 60% conversion rate and a 35.64% win rate, 12 wins, 23 finals appearances. Whew, that's probably the most that we've seen. 4 top 10 cuts and 4 top 16 cuts. Just an incredible player all around. We were saying in our interview with them at the end of the last round in the semifinals, like, look, how confident are you going into this? It's potentially 4 blue farms, and he had a lot of confidence. So I'm kind of rooting for Sterling, but I also seeing that, Corwin is kind of, I would say the underdog in this situation. I also love a good underdog story, yeah. So right now, it's so hard because all of these players have such good stats. If I had to make a prediction, my heart is telling me I want Corwin to win, but I think that, oh man, I'm going to go with Sterling just because we had a wonderful interview with Sterling. He's in 4th seat. He's also an underdog story. I think I'm going to have to go. I'm going to lock in my pick in the 4th seat, which is questionable if I were a betting man. But I'm going to be rooting for Sterling and Corwin. But you know what? It would be great to see Zach or Andy just take it down as well. They are just masters of the craft. So, yeah, let's hear it. What's your prediction? Who's taking it down?
I'm hoping for this is a real personal bias, just because he's local to my area, Zach. I'm hoping he can take it down and kind of really put SoCal on the map here. I mean, he's already done a really good job. He's been, he's winning. He's really proving himself, and I'm really rooting for the guy.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I'm getting a tag. Question mark? Somebody is saying that there's an update to the giveaway. Oh, apparently, Doot Loot has upgraded the giveaway. So I'm going to get some more information on what that looks like. If our producers can tell us what that means, but everyone's tagging me and saying, oh my gosh, there's an upgraded giveaway. So, so apparently there's more than just a Japanese foil mana confluence or something like that. That's wild. Okay. YouTube, everyone's saying YouTube chat. What is going on in the YouTube chat?
It looks like if he
Okay, here we go.
There you go. Go for it.
No, you got it. Yeah, read it out.
If he can get the Discord to 1,100 members, they're currently sitting at 875. So if this can happen, we can get to 1,100 members by 4 p.m. He will upgrade the pricing to, I believe I'm reading this right, a set of all 10 Japanese foil extended fetches.
Holy crap. Can I call dibs? Dibs. I win. Sorry, guys. No more giveaway. No, I'm just kidding. No, that's insane. That is some real Doot Loot right there.
That is some.
Everyone
wow.
who's watching
Thanks,
right
Doot Loot.
now, if you hop in, you're gonna have less than or you're gonna have more than like a 1 in 1K chance of getting a 10 foil fetches sent to you. That's crazy. Everybody, check out the link to the Doot Loot there. That is an insane giveaway and a wonderful way to end this tournament in general. So.
And
that's
once again,
crazy.
It's 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which no matter where you are, it's about an hour, a little over an hour and a half from this point right here. So you have about an hour and a half to get to 1,100 members in the Doot Loot Discord, and it's upgrading to all 10 Japanese foil extended fetches. Wow.
Yeah. Let's producers, could we relink the Discord in the chat? People are asking for it. Ooh, and we just got a producer announcement that the players are being seated for the finals table. Ugh, I'm so excited. Don't worry, guys. We got the link coming in chat. There we go. Awesome. All right, chat. Now's a good time to kind of talk a little bit about something that y'all have been recommending, and that's getting a little more player audio. We're gonna do I'm gonna take it upon myself where if there is a massive stack war and the players are politicking, I'm gonna try my best to make sure that we get the player audio for that. So please don't feel bad asking in the chat to get some player audio going. If it's in between or people are tutoring or something like that, you'll hear our voices. But otherwise, we'll make sure that you get all the politicking that you need. Shout out everybody in the chat. We got you for sure.
You're right, Chris. It is 2.5 hours. I've been up since like 4. Sorry, Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah, it's been has been up for a long time, but
It's been a day.
I'm
just happy to be here. I'm so happy to be here.
You know what, everybody in the chat, shout out Ya. Y'all had a rough morning. We won't get into it, but being up since 4 a.m, I'm just so excited that you're here with me today, Ya. Honestly,
I'm happy to be here.
The fact that you've already made it to the finals, I'm so proud of you, man. I wouldn't have wanted to commentate with anybody else, bud. So shout out to you. You're doing great. We're gonna get through this finals. Everybody in the chat, say thank you, Ya. Get some hearts in the chat too. Someone in the chat, Pied Piper in the chat, ban talk would help. I don't know what you mean by that. Ban talking would be
ban talk
interesting.
Would help.
Ban. Oh. Yay, yeah. That's my favorite comment right there. Screenshot that. Shout out Zach.
He even spelled my name right. That's
I know. That's kind of shocking. That is definitely shocking. Yapping at the Envy wasn't half bad, to be fair. Hey, I agree with that. I agree for sure. Now, we do have access to these players' deck lists, these 4 Blue Farm players' deck lists. If you have questions about what's in these players' decks, if you're interested to hear if X player is on what, let us know right now while the players are having their conversation right now. They're getting set up. They're just the judge is talking about prizing currently. If we need... Sorry, I just started laughing because somebody said ban Timna in the chat. um, if you have any questions about these deck lists, let us know. Nightlocker MTG, if Timna were banned, then there wouldn't be 4 Blue Farm players in the finals. Wait a minute. Oh, chat, you're so funny. Stormkill artists, that's a great question. We did talk about that a little bit. Of the 4 players, it looks like there is only 1 on Stormkill artist, and that is our 4th seat, Sterling. Sterling is on Stormkill artist. Now, listeners in the chat, if you don't know what Stormkill artist is, it is a creature that's 3 and a red. For a 2/2 creature dwarf shaman, it reads Stormkill artist gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. And the more important text is it has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, create a treasure token. Stormkill Artist is a super interesting card for Blue Farm because what it allows a lot of Blue Farm pilots to do is generate mana as they are fighting on the stack. So if they are casting their Pact of Negation, they are going to have a Stormkill trigger to give them a treasure to generate them mana. Now they have netted a mana off of casting a counterspell. It can be incredibly powerful. You cast a Swan Song, you're netting a mana on that Swan Song. The Swan Song is now free. But hold that thought right there, folks, because, oh, baby, we are in it. That's the finals pod we have right here. Once again, we have Zach in seat 1, Andy in seat 2, Corwin in seat 3, and Sterling in seat 4. Looks like we're getting some pile shuffles going in the first place. Look, I know that push shuffling, like, I think it's 7 times, whatever the math is on how many times you push shuffle, does randomize your deck. Something about being in the final situation, that looming threat of being land screwed, makes me want to pile shuffle every single time. So shout out to the pile shufflers in the chat, even though it doesn't really have any statistical significance. In my heart, it matters. Yeah, are you a pile shuffle enjoyer?
No, not necessarily. It just takes up a little bit of time. I do it as quickly as I can, but I just kind of believe that the heart of the cards. I mean, I'll do it like once before the tournament, but during the day, unless my lands get really stuck together somehow, nah. But yeah. I've also never played for this much glory and prizing. So what do I know?
Yeah, and we have a couple more questions in the chat here. Are any on Delny? That is an excellent question, as Delny is a good card. AKA, that's a Tag C special. There's only 1 player on Delny, and that's Zach. So Zach in the first seat is on Delny. Notably, Zach is also the only person on Mayhem Devil. So those are 2 unique inclusions coming out of Zach's deck for sure. We getting some cheers in the chat. I love when people in the chat are shouting out their homies. So we got Let's Go Sterling, Let's Go NATO. Zach's also on Mayhem Devil. Yep, that is correct. Thoughts on the partner mechanic and others alike being banned, if it was an option to shake things up? Well, I am a Corvold only player, so I would inherently benefit from that. But that being said, not super interested. I'm so neutral on any bannings of anything ever. I really am just like true neutral.
He really is.
Pile shuffling is mathematically useless, but it does help you count. True, Nightlocker. True. And counting is hard. Let's be honest. Is this the final table? Yes, Nemesis. We are at the final table. This is for all the marbles. Top 4. For the championship. For the cup. For the glory. You got this, Corey. Let's go, Sterling. How many on Vivi? Go, Caster. That's a great question. Let's take a look at Vivi. I don't think it's any.
Anybody.
Nope, not a single one is on Vivi, which is really interesting because a lot of people, at least in our early interviews yesterday, were saying that people convinced them to go up Vivi. So it's interesting to see that all the top cuts Blue Farm players are not on Vivi. Rex1 in the chat saying Texas strong. Hi, Kyle. Hi, Frostman. Profit with the jokes in the chat. Something tells me Blue Farm is going to win this pod. Yeah, what are your thoughts on Blue Farm potentially winning this pod?
I think it's a mathematical certainty. The one certainty Chris, I can say for today.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that Blue Farm will win this game. Shout out to Chris in chat. Been playing Corvold lands. Heck yeah. Shout out Chris. SoCal for the win. Let's go. Come on, AB. Chances are good. SoCal represent. Yeah, chat, help us out. Let's figure out where everybody's from. So Zach is from SoCal, right, y'all?
Correct.
Zach is from y'all. Andy is from question mark. Do you know? Producers, do we know? Chat, help us figure out where Andy's from.
Andy?
Corwin, do we know where Corwin's from?
I don't believe. I don't know.
I'm looking at chat with so much hope.
Yep, me too.
Montreal represent. There's no way. Are they from Montreal? That'd be wild. We have a delay, so never mind. there's like a 15-second delay or something along those lines. So I'm waiting for Sterling is from Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. Awesome. Okay. So we got Sterling from Texas. That's why that makes sense as to why Rex was saying shout out Texas. Andy is from Ohio. Okay.
Shout out to Andy. Shout out Ohio.
And Corey's from New York. Oh, awesome. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, everybody in the chat. All of you are incredible for figuring out where everybody is from. So we actually have like a pretty like diverse setup here. We have a SoCal enjoyer. We have Texas represent. We have Ohio represent. We have New York represent. This is truly a pod. This is all of the different blue farms from all of the regions battling it out. Region-based gaming. Let's go. Reppin' Dallas. Shout out Thrive in the chat.
I'm surprised there have been no questions about posture so far yet. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, that's true. I'm just reading all this chat. Everybody's just hyping up their person, whoever they're representing in their region, which is awesome. Diverse blue farm. Yep. Regionally, yes. There is actually, I honestly am kind of shocked that there is a pretty big distinction on like what all the blue farm pilots are running. There's probably like 10 cards different between all of them, which is more than I thought. I thought it would be like 5 cards difference. So, Unban Crypt and Lotus. I love that people in the chat are just like using this platform to just say whatever the heck they want. Which round is this? This is the finals of the TopDeck Championship Invitational 2025. Only 30% of the meta. That is true. That is true. Blue Farm was 30% of this meta. But anyway, yeah, you did ask about body language, and we were talking about body language earlier. Let's see my assessment here. It looks like Zach's got a bit of a presence right now, but honestly, he's still doing his mulligan, so not too worried about that. Andy also mulliganing. Sterling is sitting pretty far forward. Smile on his face. Now he's sitting back. I think Sterling is keeping that hand, so I'm happy for Sterling, because in 4th seed, if you're sitting pretty with a good hand, that's great. I'd like to think Sterling has a solid turn 1, judging off body language and keeping the hand and smiling and being happy. That's my guess. People in the chat are praying for an early win with reverse Thoracle. I hope so. That'd be hilarious. I think reverse Thoracling is one of the most like stylish ways to win the game. I absolutely love reverse Thoracling, especially in tournament EDH. It's so funny because now anytime I see people resolve a consultation or a tainted pact, like people immediately ask like, are you reverse Thoracling right now? Like that's the first question that comes out of their mouth because they're so scared of it. And it can be really effective. That being said, the risk is pretty high to do something along those lines. Checking out the chat here. Unban Ancestral Recall. Don't be cowards. All right, Daniel, I'll take that into note. I have no power or ability to ban or unban anything, but I got you, dog. Shout out Evan. Just got home with Wingstop ready to watch. Hashtag not sponsored. Well, Evan, if you didn't miss much yet. We're still shuffling up. We have Zach in the 1st seat, Annie in the 2nd seat, Corwin in the 3rd seat, and Sterling in the 4th seat. I'm going to keep repeating that for everybody who's trickling in here. Our viewer count is slowly going up as the game is starting. Really excited to review this game and just kind of like move through it with everybody. Shout out the chat who's been with us yesterday and today. It's been a couple of long days. A lot of cEDH being played. Yeah, do you want to talk about any highlights that we've had over this time while we're resolving mulligans?
I mean, for me, the highlight of this one so far has been honestly watching Sterling in that last round. Somebody winning from no cards in hand to resolve the thing that kind of pushed him forward was being able to resolve a dark ritual so that he could spend it on a wish claw talisman. Like, that was just so cool to me. I thought that was really, really neat. If you haven't seen that game, go back and watch that one. If you're just joining us, it was a really cool, just really good sequencing on him, especially as the table, all three players were, working together against him. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was a true 1v3 scenario, and he just was able to pull it out completely. So really excited. That was honestly one of the highlights for me as well. I also really like Steven's game yesterday. I thought that was really cool to just see a clean win. It was just no nonsense, no BS. Resolve Adnah's win game. I love to see it. Oh, it's pretty funny. Anyway, just looking at Sterling's body language right now. I don't know if you saw, but he was getting a little jumpy. And normally when I see people hopping their leg on the table, it was a very interesting picture because he was hopping his leg jumping his leg, really excited. Sorry, I just did it and then shook my camera. He was jumping a little bit while everybody's sitting there resolving mulligans. I think he's sitting there like that meme of the guy going like this, just like watching everybody mulligan while he's got a good hand. That's got to be a good feeling. So even though he's in seat 4, I mean, it's exciting to see that he might have a situation where everyone else is mulliganing low and, he's got a good hand. And it looks like Zach is mulliganing again and just kind of like seeing what would have happened. Now, they're all blue farm pilots at this table, so they all kind of know how their deck is supposed to function and how they should be mulliganing. So sometimes they just want to, share what could have been. If only I had drawn a land. I hop my leg at all times, says Nick. Even when you're losing, Nick? Shouldn't timer be running? It starts with the mulligans. Generally speaking, yes. I don't believe that the finals is timed. Let me double check with the producers. Producers, I don't believe there is a... Oh, it is timed. Is it 180 minutes, producers?
Same like last time?
Yes. Okay, it is. Okay, excellent. Have we started the timer? Have the judges started the timer, producers, or is that on us? Not yet. Okay. So the timer will start when the game starts? Okay. Gotcha. So I believe that the timer is going to be starting when the game actually commences because we have to get extra production stuff from these players. So we're not going to start at the mulligans because we're going to get pictures of the mulligans for the production so that we know what everybody's getting, yada, yada, yada. So even though, generally speaking, you are absolutely correct, Captain Moral Support, normally it starts with that because of the special production value, all that fun stuff. We're going to start the timer once we've gotten pictures of everybody's starting hands so that we know what's going on.
And for those of you asking, we will be getting, we'll actually be getting mulligans and whatnot here from the judge after everybody kind of settles on what they're keeping and not keeping.
Wow, in the chat, Duke coming in off the top ropes with a $20 donation. Let's reach 1,100 members and hit our stretch goal. Full set of all 10 Japanese extended foil fetches giveaway at 1,100 members. That is incredible. Once again, hop into the Doot Loot Discord if you want to get in on potentially 10 Japanese extended foil fetches for free. Best commercial as well. Shout out Doot for having a great ad commercial. Good luck, gamers, in the chat as well. That's just incredible to see that giveaway. I'm incredibly jealous. I need some foil fetches in my life. Maybe I should check out Doot Loot, just like everybody else should. I've also just been informed by the producers that once the 180-minute timer has started, there will not be overtime. So it will follow the same rules as the semifinals, where seat position will determine the winner at 180 minutes. In case anyone had any questions. Hey, I'm seeing Ryan in chat. I think that's a Pacific Northwesterner. Shout out to all Pacific Northwest cEDH gamers out there. Whether you're from Portland or Seattle or Vancouver. Absolutely love being in the scene up here. It's a great time, let me tell you. If we ever have any events for anyone listening, check out Pacific Northwest cEDH. The events are always fun. What are the mulligans, asks Glebus in the chat. We will get all of the mulligans and starting hands to us from our lovely producer Raul once mulligans have been finished. It looks like Zach has been mulliganing pretty deep, unfortunately, but you know, he's in first seat. Can pull it off still. What sounds more off-putting, 3 hours or 180 minutes? Well, math is hard, Evan, so I don't know. 180 big number, 3 hours small number. What is the meaning of life? Wow, Gray Face Gaming. I wish I could know. Chat, why don't you go ahead and put the answer for Gray Face in there? You know, I would, but I just, you know, I don't want to type it out. My fingers are tired. So if anybody else could answer that question for him, that would be super helpful. Thank you, chat. Sterling mulligan count. We're not sure yet. Like I said, producers will get us final mulligans once the mulligans have finished. But Sterling has been sitting here, jumping his leg for the past 5-6 minutes. So I think he kept A7. I don't know if it's first 7 or second 7, but we'll see here in a second.
It looks like Zach has decided on a keep. He's just deciding what he's going to bottom. It looks like a mold at 3 from here. I can't tell for sure.
Oh man, we're getting flashbacks
Judge
to
will
the
let
top.
us know here in a second.
Yeah, we are having flashbacks to the top 16 cut where Steven had to mulligan to 3. And Zach is just shaking his head thinking about whether or not this is a hand that is actually keepable. A lot of people say on mold to 3, it's like if it has lands, you just keep it. I personally have never mulliganed to 2. If anyone in the chat has mulliganed to 2, let me know. I once was in a tournament where I saw someone mulligan to 1, but I think that they were really tilted.
Okay.
All right, we're getting started here. Hands in order. So Zach has kept 3. Andy in seat 2 kept 5. Corwin in seat 3 kept 4. And Sterling kept a second 7.
Oof.
Once again, the mulligans to 3, to 5, to 4, and second 7. Sterling is sitting in an incredible spot here with card advantage off the rip. Taking a look at that 3, the mulligan to 3, if any listeners are wondering what Zach mulligan to 3 on, the hand is land, Lotho, Fairy, Mastermind.
Ooh.
So Zach is just hoping to hit a second land in 2 draws to be able to cast the Lotho or Fairy Mastermind. Oh, man.
Second seat pregame.
Yes. So we did get a pregame from Sterling, who was able to keep that Gemstone Caverns. Sterling's hand is pretty solid. The ability to potentially get an Esper Sentinel out really quickly. Turn 1 from Andy was land Mox Diamond. Turn 1 from Corwin, land Esper Sentinel pass. Pretty standard blue farm gameplay here. We're now on to Sterling's turn. We'll go ahead and get a luck counter for that Gemstone Caverns. Land for turn from Sterling. And playing out an Esper Sentinel of his own. Followed by a Mockingbird of his own. On X equals 0, copying the Esper Sentinel. Sterling sitting here having a great time. The only awkward situation about starting with double Esper Sentinel, your opponent's mold so low that they're like not
gonna play things.
They're not gonna cast cards. So the problem with this situation is that these might not get fed because your opponents are so low resource. It's crazy. I love that luck counter on that Gemstone Caverns just says luck. Now, everyone in the chat, we will be cutting to player audio once more impactful events happen. Or our producers let us know that there's good conversation going on. Evan calling a sterling win in the chat. Love that. Quad Blue Farm, yep.
Looks like an Orcish Bowmaster came down.
Yep, Orcish Bowmaster from Andy, taking out one of the Esper Sentinels, the one that had flying. I mean, that's a best case scenario for Andy, really, in this situation. Did mulligan a little lower, being able to just OBM down one of the draw engines from Sterling, the only player who kept 7 cards. Pretty impactful. That being said, Andy doesn't have a draw engine currently, but we'll see if that changes here in a second. I am a humble watcher of cEDH. Aren't we all, Robert, in the chat? Aren't we all? Gotta love proxies. I agree completely. Proxies are an incredible part of the cEDH format. It allows people to, from all walks of life, to be able to play this game. It provides equity for everybody. So shout out to proxies and proxy-friendly tournaments everywhere. All right, we're getting Timnacast from Andy, who now has 2 nice-looking attackers here. About to get even better. Let's cut to player audio here, because it looks like there's a conversation on these attackers.
Anyways. So I think taking him off an attacker is not an insane idea because they're going to die so quickly. So I just want to throw it out there.
So you'll get one. You'll at least get a card draw. Is denying yourself a resource.
But we're going to give him more for the full game because he's just going to.
You let me get 2 card draws off my Esper Sentinel, and I'm good with it.
2 card draws?
Yep, that's what I'm asking.
I think his cards are more valuable.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, then I will take the 1.
Yes. Okay.
Take 1.
I'll pay 2 life and then drop 2 cards.
Yep.
Pass. One shot. How do I?
All right. Seems like Corwin deciding on what to do here just plays Otawara for turn and passes. Unfortunately, doesn't have 3 mana for Tymna. And shout out to everybody in the chat saying, yay, player audio. Thank you for that. Of course, whenever we have a situation where our producers are letting us know that there is table talk that matters, we will go ahead and switch up to the player audio for you, of course. In hindsight, Esper should have been blocked. You know, they had a conversation about that in general, and I believe what happened was Andy agreed to let Esper live for 2 more draws off of the OBN if he let him through, and I think that is why they did not trade. So Sterling kind of trying to edge out a couple of card draws off of it in exchange. That being said, if there was no deal made, I 100% agree with you, Kevin, that that Esper should have blocked for sure. And it's interesting to see here if Zach is able to get his 2nd land drop. Yeah, you've been in this kind of scenario before. Is there any special magic trick that you can do? Can you, like, you know, wiggle your fingers 3 times and say some sort of chant, maybe like Heart of the Cards, in order to draw yourself a land in this scenario?
Exactly that. Heart of the Cards 3 times in my head, and then whisper it just barely on my lips. Heart of the Cards. And then boom.
And then just draw the land. Never punished.
Sometimes it works so good, then you draw like 4 lands in a row, and you're like, well, that's not what I wanted.
Too much. Roll it back. Chat, if you have any sort of secret magic trick that you do to be able to draw a land when you absolutely need one, please let us know. Already with the politics. Well, that's part of the game here. And Sterling is in a situation where he feels like he might need the difference between keeping Andy off of the OBN versus getting a couple more cards when the resources are really low in this game could be the difference between winning and losing. Gtos99 in the chat. I chat this is a good card over and over again. You gotta believe. True. Yeah. Eric in the chat saying maybe you just chant it twice if you don't want to be overloaded with lands. Okay, let's cut to player audio here because it looks like there's a conversation happening between
To be
Sterling and
honest,
Zach.
I think you should maybe get a bonus, sir.
Yeah.
But you only have 3 mana this turn, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to do it right. You don't have to do it right away. Yeah, I mean, you just pay for my Sentinel.
Yeah, you're right.
Bonus and then trigger.
I guess I'll go ahead and play Wish Call Talisman, and I'll pay for Esper Sentinel.
And it's not like I'm feeling yours. I'm just feeling his.
Yeah.
We just don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want to give you more of a lead than you already have.
I'm just gonna pass the turn.
Okay. I'm set. Draw. We did it.
It sounds like Zach said the thing, yeah. Heart of the cards, gotta land. For you listeners at home, we have been told by the judge some information. Sterling is sitting on a Tainted Pact and is now deployed a Wishclaw Talisman. He's set up to jam next turn. And if the opposing players don't have a lot of resources, don't have card draw, don't have mana up to fight it, this could be a quick game. I'm kind of sitting here stunned. I mean, Zach hasn't drawn very many cards, hasn't really been doing much, just land pass. We know that 2 cards in his hand is Fairy Mastermind and Lotho. So we're not sure if there has been any interaction drawn from Zach or Andy. Maybe our producers can let us know. One of our judges and or producers have let us know that Zach drew a Delny. That's the other card in hand. So Zach is really sitting with Fairy Mastermind, Lotho, and Delny. That's it. At this point in time, yeah, if you're Zach, do you just wait, hold up Fairy Mastermind? Or are you trying to get Lotho out there with an OBM on board? I mean, it just seems so bad to deploy a Lotho just for it to get instantly shot.
Both feel bad, doesn't it? But
Yeah.
you just kind of have to get some kind of thing onto the board. I think I would lean towards Mastermind here.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously passed the turn, so he's sitting on the Mastermind hoping for it. And it looks like Andy is deploying Professional Facebreaker, which has been, honestly, an incredible all-star card in this tournament from the games that we've seen. The impulse, the ability to sacrifice a treasure to exile the top card of your library and be able to play that card is crazy good. And now we see Andy moving to attacks. Fascinating to see because it's such a low resource game that this Orcish Bowmaster has not been drawing cards. Oh, it came down like a hammer and it hasn't done much, that's for sure. Rowan in the chat saying Sterling should jam. He certainly has the ability to do that. Lamore's cards in the chat. OBM is generating crazy advantage just with the sheer aura right now.
Definitely.
The thing that could happen. All right, looks like Esper Sentinel going down there. So Sterling off. Oh, cut to player audio. Let's see what they're chatting about.
I can do this.
Okay.
And I can deal with that. I'm imagining I'm already getting Wish Call.
Yeah.
Because I'm so far behind.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what deals I could make.
I mean, what are you doing with Wish Call?
Like, I don't probably a Ristic study if I draw a land.
Yeah.
Why are we blowing me out of Finna draw so he can get a Ristic study?
Well, I know. If I draw a land. Yeah.
I'm getting 1 treasure and 1 draw card.
I understand.
Lots away.
I understand.
That's in the design.
That's a lot more than any of us.
The Bowmaster will be gone.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm fine with this bag.
So I basically want to know what you're doing.
Uh,
the Bowmaster.
It depends on what I draw. But right now, if I don't draw a land, then I'm probably gonna go get a value engine. Or if I draw a land, then I'm probably gonna grab a value engine. But if I don't draw a land, then I'm gonna go get a bowmaster. That's my current plan.
Can we? Okay, that's
that is what I'm going to do.
Bowmaster is gone though. Do we need another one? Do we want to introduce that?
Then I'm perfectly fine not introducing another one.
Yeah. I just
then it'll be probably a value engine depending on.
Tell me what if you draw the land like a Rista.
Probably. Yeah.
Probably. I mean.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with you getting. I just get really honest. I will fetch.
Yep.
Wait. So are we in blockers? Just
no. It's no blockers because I would like to declare a blocker as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was pausing on.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were.
You guys are blocking.
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna fetch.
This is before we blocked, but we're going to block is what he's asking.
Yeah. Right. Because blockers have been declared all at once.
Underground C. Should I get it or shortcut? Doesn't matter.
If they advise a shortcut, that is perfectly fine.
It's probably better for the camera if you go ahead and grab it.
I'll go grab it.
Yeah.
We're gonna make this.
A very interesting politicking that we see going on. A lot of people in the chat are kind of like pointing out some of the probablys, some of the maybes going on in this politicking. I think Zach is in a position here where he is just trying his hardest to basically have a presence at the table and be able to, even though he has almost nothing, be able to kind of dictate what's happening, which is honestly, it's magical to watch. This is like politicking 101. The fact that he has almost nothing. He's able to play this fairy mastermind, but he's playing like the rest of his hand is like pact to negation, force of will. Like he's got all the answers, you know? So it's very interesting to see what kind of conversations and kind of not necessarily get like mini promises, but they're kind of just like, you know, it's classic politics, trying to make sure that Sterling isn't going to be pushing. Obviously, we see Zach deploying the fairy mastermind before blockers. And we'll kind of see how these blocks end up here with the Orc army, the Orcish Bowmaster itself, and the Timna all attacking. Captain Moral Support, don't let Eric bait you. Homie has a degree in Yaponomics. Never heard of that degree. I'm wondering what university gives that out because I'd like to get better at cEDH. So maybe I need to take some night courses in that, you know? Let's switch back to player audio here because it looks like Andy is still discussing something. We haven't resolved blocks yet.
You get to keep that. I'm blocking this, Tim.
I know. They're already both blocking. They're dead anyways. Yeah. This doesn't do anything for me. That just means you have a Bowmaster, a Facebreaker, and a Timnus.
No, this dies. That's what I'm saying. I ping the Orc army.
Oh, you ping your own Orc army. And
I get one treasure, one card draw. You get a card draw. You get to keep that, and this dies.
That's a pretty good tone. What do you have any thoughts on that? We can get the Bowmaster out of the hand.
Let's say that.
They'll draw one card, basically. That's the difference between what's happening with what I talked about.
I get a card.
If you take that deal, why should I with my Esper?
Well, the only thing that's different is he's getting one card and I'm getting one card. Right?
But he's still like benefited.
Yeah, he still has Facebreaker and Timna.
But he would still have that, right? Regardless of our deal. The only difference is he gets one and I get one here. So I'm just opening it up to you guys. Like, you guys still might block with the Espers. If you don't block with the Espers, then we go down 3 cards and 3 treasures.
Still dying, right?
This is going to die to itself.
Sure. Yeah, that's my deal presented. I don't know. You guys can do what you want with your.
So I'm fine with it. It's fine, brother.
What do you think? Because he will still be. It's one card treasure.
I'm gonna block.
Then I'm good with it.
You're good. Okay. I'll accept the deal. Sure. Good. So I'm move to blocks.
All right. Are you blocking?
Yeah.
You're blocking, and I'll take it.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Make a treasure.
Both are after
Game 2. Make a treasure. Take it. And then I
feel like we got the worst of this.
put my game 2 put in here.
I think. Also, I opened it up. I wanted to hear your guys' opinion. I wouldn't have taken it if you're like, he's going to push too much.
I fetched twice. Fine. Twice. I paid 1. Okay. Did I gain 2? Okay. Yeah. I thought I did, but I wasn't sure.
Can we look at
And then I'm going to pay 1.
questions about stuff?
I trust my head.
It's very interesting here. I honestly want to give a hats off to Zach. Somehow, through all of that politicking, Zach was able to maintain his fairy mastermind. While Sterling and Corwin lost their Esper Sentinels, and get Orcish Bowmaster to ping itself to get cleared from the board. So now this fairy mastermind didn't die and has no threat on board to die. I have no idea how Zach did that, but that was some witchcraft. That was incredible.
Yeah, that's really kind of crazy. And I also think it's pretty interesting that Andy was politicking it that way. Like, hey, I'll get rid of this Orcish Bowmaster through your draw, right? Like, just like let me have this. Like, really trying to edge any amount of advantage here, but even by giving away what feels like so much, right? But he probably recognizes that he's not getting that many pings off of this Orcish Bowmaster, and it's bringing heat on him. So really interesting from Andy too, for me.
Yeah, and Corwin here just resolving an Enlightened Tutor in what I believe to be Andy's end step, and showing a Ristic Study.
Yep.
So that'll likely be deployed here. What's interesting for Andy is I'm wondering if alarm bells are going off for Andy when looking at Sterling's board with the Wishclaw Talisman, right? I mean, everyone is kind of in, like, when you have a Wishclaw on board and you're untapping, it's terrifying. I mean, cEDH is a format where 2-card combos win game. So I wonder if wanting Zach to keep a way to draw cards and stay in the game potentially means that he can help stop Sterling, or I don't know, maybe he was just put under Zach's spell. It's hard to know. Everyone in the chat is saying traitor to grave. Judge, can you check if there was a Miss Stydia Traitors trigger? I'm assuming that's what people are talking about. Traitor in play is correct. That's what I thought too. Yes, Evan in the chat, the agreement had OBM shooting itself. So we see Corwin deploying a Ristic Study, and now we've moved on to Sterling's turn, who is attempting to activate Wishclaw. Let's go into player chat to see what this yap is about for Wishclaw.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I always offer.
It's never. Oh. Could I give it back to you? I was thinking I would get something, but then that doesn't make any sense. Could I give it back to you and you get like a limit?
Okay, yeah.
Second.
What? Wait, I will offer that. I will literally.
You're the most ahead.
Oh, I'm totally fine with never using it too. I'm totally fine with that too.
Yeah. Andy's offering to never use the Wishclaw.
But
I think we would make that same deal. I would make that same deal.
Sure. I'll never use. If that's what we're gonna do, if you're just gonna give it to that, then I'll never use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Sure. I guess that.
Yeah.
Multiple count. Like
yeah, that's basically it.
And then I know what I'm tutoring for. Pass.
Okay. What's up?
Why?
Now I draw the lands. Hilarious.
Oh. What to do?
Cards. Board.
Uno.
Very interesting deal here when it comes to the Wishclaw Talisman. Everyone just kind of saying, like, I'll do it. It's funny how it, like, the argument kind of devolved. It was like, I'll do it because I'm the least threat. No, I'll do it and I'll just get a land. No, I'll do it and I'll get nothing. It's so funny how that works in that way. But what's interesting is, like, Sterling obviously fetched for something, and if the judge and or producer can let us know what Sterling got off the Wishclaw, I think that would give us a really good idea of how Sterling wants to move forward with this game. because I was of the understanding that from Claw, he might try to jam. Everyone in the chat is saying, nah, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. But with how low resources everyone are and how low the cards in hand are, it's not crazy. Correct, Brett in the chat. Fetching does not count as playing a land. Trader only goes to grave when a land is played and not fetched. So that is why the cEDH Trader stayed, but it did die once Zachary went to his turn and played a land and deployed Delny. That's a good card. And the producers are checking for us to see what was grabbed off of the Wish Claw. Emily in the chat, what turn cycle are we on? I believe we are going into the 4th turn here. So it is going to be Andy's 4th turn.
I think that's right.
Someone in the someone said it's Zach's turn 4 and he went first. That is correct. Zach did miss land drops, Emily in the chat, which is why and had a City of Traders, which is why Zach seems behind, even though he's first player. Okay, so we did get knowledge from the producers that from the Wishclaw Talisman, everyone in the chat, guess what Sterling got from the Wishclaw? I'll give you 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. It was a Thoracle. Sterling is sitting with... Oh, interesting. So we're seeing a... sorry to cut myself off here. Andy just played a Mystical Tutor, and Sterling mental missteps the Mystical Tutor. Fascinating. And that's going away. What I was about to say is that Sterling now has Thoracle, Tainted Pact, in hand, and is ready to jam at the next window. I think that there is honestly, there might be a case with 2 mana available that Sterling Tainted Pacts in Corwin's end step to go to like reverse Thoracle. That would be insane. Leaving all but 1 card up, cast Thoracle, win game. That would be absolutely incredible if Sterling pulls that off. Andy going to combat with PFB and Tymna. Going to be making some treasures, or making treasures and drawing cards off the Tymna trigger. Yeah, reverse Thoracle is honestly, it's right there. Does Sterling have protection / backup? I don't believe so. I think that the only backup was that mental misstep, which was used on the Mystical Tutor. And I was thinking that with the Mystical Tutor, Andy might be getting some sort of interaction to stop Sterling or stop anyone, really. It is a massive risk for Sterling to go for this reverse Thoracle, but I think that it might actually work, which would be crazy. People in the chat are kind of back and forth on this of whether or not it's a good idea or not. Honestly, I kind of love it. If it ends with somebody reverse Thoracling, oh man, that would be insane. That would be absolutely insane. Andy's deploying a Fairy Mastermind of his own, Ristic Trigger, and he's deciding whether or not he wants to pay for that. Let's cut to player audio because I think that this next turn, this is like the climax of the game if he goes for this reverse Thoracle. All right, everybody, buckle up.
I don't know. No, I've drawn. Yeah,
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I have 6 cards in the end. And no further damage. I will pass. Yeah. So passing? Yep. Cool.
I'm so bad with the active players like thing.
Oh, same.
So sorry, guys, if I'm missing that.
Drop.
Yep.
Show me your win. I was thinking it. He might actually.
Yep.
We're all mulling before. This has been a very interactive game.
Yeah.
Like,
This is not a turn 2 Oracle.
Imprint wheel. Turn.
Yep.
6. All 3.
Really? No, really? You sure? Yeah, I would love to draw.
I would be down
13
for
cards.
I thought about it, but not as history.
Yeah.
We're gonna good old call.
What do you?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
We're all fairly well on research. I think that's fine. What are you doing?
Play Chrome. I'm passing.
I pass. So wait, we have City, Soul Ring, Fedora. Okay.
Yeah, you're good, brother. Cool.
Do you not? Do you want to have your enchantments up front and your creatures in the middle? Does it matter to you?
So what?
Like, could Crom be up here and Ristic be in the middle? So it's just usually how
Okay,
the board's sorted. I don't care that much.
Oh, sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. I got one card in hand. I'm not attacking. I'll pass.
On your step, can I cast a Tater Pack?
Reverse Oracle.
Definitely.
Ristic Study Trigger.
You got it.
It's 100% reverse Oracle. So that's your second draw.
Oh, it is your second.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trigger.
You deck declare. I'll draw.
Carry one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you draw once.
Because you're not active
Yep,
player.
absolutely. Okay, I'll draw from my first fairy trigger. Yep. Okay. I'll have the second fairy trigger.
Why do you have a second fairy trigger?
Don't.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll draw one. Yeah. I'll draw two more. All right, I'll draw.
Yeah.
Second fairy. Your fairy trigger. My fairy trigger. First fairy trigger. Hey.
Yeah.
I'll draw.
Okay, that's in the main.
Fairy trigger. Yeah.
And just like that, he's back in the game.
Problem many versions.
Don't have a counter spell for this.
Tater Pack good?
You reverse Oracle.
Definitely.
I'm passing if it gets to be handy.
He wished a lot. He has 3 cards alone. If he's not going to show you his hand, that's 100% what he's doing.
No.
That's what he.
I don't care if you counter it or not. Go for it.
Yeah. He would say.
Here, you got to get something from Adler too. He has a great.
Yeah, you have this.
Yeah, I can't win. My hand does not win.
That's here.
He can't see my whole hand.
Dude. Come on. What do you mean? Cards in hand right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9.
You don't have any interaction? I do, but I can't counter this. I'll show you what I have.
Sure.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. I can't counter this.
Are you able to cast anything? Like literally in
I can't cast anything.
We could feed him and maybe he could pick us.
At this point, I'm the furthest behind, to be honest.
I have to get him 2 men.
I don't think so.
Dude, I have 2 cards.
We'll counter this. Listen, unless you want to go for something.
Use your counter spell, dog. Go for it. I would rather get it out of your hand.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. 15 born.
Right.
All right. I got a study trigger here. Yeah.
You don't want to pen? No. Okay. That's fine.
Am I good to resolve study? Okay. Cool.
Oh man, yeah. I was so hyped. I was so hyped, and so was the rest of the chat. Oh man, I was on the edge of my seat there. I thought that potentially that reverse Oracle was going to resolve. I'm so sad. Obviously, like, yeah, and it's so difficult. I mean, Zach sniffed it out instantly. He immediately sniffed it out and was like, this is a reverse Oracle. You have to counter this, Andy. I cannot stop it. If you don't counter this, we lose the game, right? I think that this is just, once again, a situation where Zach was doing some heads-up play, was absolutely knowledgeable of what was happening. There was no trickiness involved, and Sterling tried. I mean, look, it would have been incredible if Sterling was able to resolve it. And it's just so difficult when it's almost clear as day when you telegraph the Wishclaw Talisman activation into, oh, end step, I guess I'm Tainted Pacting, you know. You had to go for it. I think everybody in the chat understands, like, yeah, okay. Like, I would have done the same thing. It would have been absolutely amazing. You know that Corwin and Zach don't have interaction to stop you. And now, like, out of all of this mess, Andy used interaction. Corwin has no interaction. And Zach drew 4 cards because Delny, that's a good card, has now deployed Lotho to go with the Delny and the Fairy Mastermind. And it's just like Zach on the mole to, what was it, 4 or 3?
3.
To double check,
3.
mole to 3
One
is
land,
now
a Fairy
somehow
Mastermind, and below throw.
in an incredible position. Absolutely incredible position. There's a couple triggers on the stack here from the Lotho. I'll like, if Zach comes back from being on a mole to 3 and getting this dub, is right now the board state is looking incredible. Now there is a Wishclaw Talisman, listeners, if you came in late on Zach's board, there was a deal made that would not be used for anything. So that's where we're at right now. Let's cut to player audio because there's about 1 million triggers on the stack right now.
Oh, yeah.
Are we on player audio? Hello? Oh, we're not cutting to player audio? Let's cut to player audio. Come on. Okay.
No, we're back to my BlackBerry trigger. See, let me use
And round 3.
I'll draw my last card. Okay. We're back to heuristic trigger.
Am I good? Okay.
Lotho triggers.
Yeah.
Good. Lose a life, make treasure. Lose a life, make treasure.
Pretty sure he's back in the game.
I think so.
Just a little bit.
Where is it? Oh. Okay. Mox time. Okay. I would like to discard a
Dude, I've never seen Risk they look so bad before.
Barry looks so good. Cool. I'll play this Badlands to my lane.
All right. It looks like all of those triggers were simply the cause of Delny being a thing. Double triggers everywhere. Shout out Delny. Let's take a look at the chat here. We're kind of talking about the deal. Yeah, honestly, that deal that Zach made, if Zach ends up winning this game, that deal during Andy's combat to remove Espers from both of his opponent's board and an OBM from his opponent's board while maintaining the Fairy Mastermind was just absolutely incredible. So I'm just like shocked. If Zach ends up getting this win, that play is something that he's going to be thinking about for a long time. It's just a masterclass of politicking. Shout out to Hire in the chat. Shout out to Casting Cost cEDH in the chat. Great Face Gaming. Everybody in the chat having a good time here. We were so close to that reversed Oracle winning. We were so close, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were. I was sitting there with like my hands on my face, like ah. Okay, interesting. So the producers have just let us know the hand of Zach right now is so gas. Valley Flood Caller, Oracle, Mind Break Trap, Wheel of Fortune, Swords to Plowshare. Oh my gosh, Zach is just like, he's got everything. This is
mole to 3.
On a mole to 3, and now he has 7
With no
cards in
Ristic.
hand. Yeah, exactly. No Ristic in play. 7 cards in hand solely off of Delny and Fairy Mastermind combination, and now a Ranger Captain is being put into play. Protection ready. Kevin in the chat, Ranger, OMG. Yeah. The protection is real for Zach now. MBT probably what he showed Andy. Yeah, that's absolutely. I think, Brendan, that's a great part of that conversation because, you know, Zach did say to Andy, hey, I have something. It's just not able to stop this Tainted Pact that's being put on the stack. Chat saying, yo, post the Doot Loot thing again. Yeah, shout out to Doot Loot. If you are new to the chat, we have almost 500 of you watching right now. Doot Loot is putting on a massive giveaway of 10 foil fetches. Make sure you hop into their Discord in the next 40 minutes and join that giveaway. And it looks like off the Ranger Captain, Zach got an Esper Sentinel, Mild Shock. Zach might be going to discard here with about 8 million cards in hand. Higher in the chat, yes, he has a Wish Claw on board, but there was a very a strongly worded agreement where he would not be activating it at all. If he had if he if he had a Witch Claw, I think he would have won this turn. But he's a man of his word. He is keeping that Witch Claw untouched for now. Doots the dude. That's true. 10 foil fetches as a giveaway. Just cause you're watching this Top Deck Invitational 2025.
Extended art.
Extended art. Foil. Bam, bam. All the things. Interesting here as we're sculpting. Looks like Zach is discarding Arcade Signet, Fell Warstone, and Wheel of Fortune. And it's now Andy's turn. Andy is untapped. You know, it's funny because, like, Zach has this crazy, amazing board, but Andy's not. It's not like Andy's out of this game. Timna developed, Professional Facebreaker developed, Fairy Mastermind developed. Andy is sitting in a strong position as well. The only difference being Zachary has a way to protect his win if it comes back to him, right? That's an all-time quote in the chat right here. I just got word. Zach's newest deal involves drawing 14 cards at the table, agreeing to not stop him. I'd vote for him. That's really what it seems like in the way that Zach did this masterclass of politicking. He has been absolutely on top of it, eating his Wheaties this morning, even instantly calling out that reverse Thoracle attempt. I'm just so hyped for Zach right here. This would be an incredible comeback. Mull to 3 to now this. Let's cut to player audio here because we see a card being shared.
Is anything coming my way?
No, don't Savins.
No.
This puts him way ahead.
I'm immune to it.
I mean, if you're pushing a win on your turn.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah.
Just in general, no.
Yeah, if I'm pushing a win, sure.
It's cool. I'm gonna probably crack this soon.
I mean, perfectly fine.
Dude, okay. It's sold. That's what I'm saying. You're doing what I think you're doing.
Okay.
On upright. So
What?
on upright. Wait, you said you're moving to combat? Right, or you're in combat. Where attackers declared?
I'm going to come.
You're going to combat. Okay. Can we talk about this? So I'm thinking I might just have to crack this now so you don't Savins the Bowmaster.
Sold. Dude.
And then if you're ready to go to his turn, you can do that.
I have nothing else to do other than cast the Chromox. So, like, see what I draw. But I mean, we're dying to this.
Right. This is like insane right now.
Yeah.
I
probably.
want you to get rid of this.
I'm down to. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm perfect. And
I don't
I'm
want this
perfectly
to be-
fine with you having mana. I don't like this. That's too many cards.
So then I have no drawings in them.
You can cast him on the turn.
Yeah, but then the Bowmaster, right? And it's gonna start wrecking my board. He's cooked. Like Bowmaster just completely ruined.
It doesn't have to wreck your board.
I think it's gonna. That's what it feels like.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah. So what?
I need to get rid of these. I can't let you have that much. 'Cause, like, you're drawing 4 cards off of a spell cast.
Sure. I hear you. I can't have the Bowmaster. I'm down to let you progress. I don't want to just punt to him.
So
You're not gonna punt to me.
I can make deals with the fairy where
it's out, man.
How is
Here's the deal.
I won't have Ranger Cap on your turn.
Here's the deal. I would trigger.
I'm not
You
ignoring.
have a ton of mana. Yeah.
Here's the deal.
Well, let me just talk to Andrew real quick.
This has to be gone by your turn. I'm
Okay, good time to have him.
Okay. And then I'll get the Bowmaster back. And your choice, I can either kill, I can kill Delny or Fairy.
Gotcha.
And then I'll kill the Bowmaster. I guess.
That's a tough choice, dude.
But we still leave around the Delmy. Andy, why don't we just like wait us? Make him crack it here.
Well, we go to your turn.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not jamming. Like I said, I'm not jamming. I'm not jamming with it.
Players have like make this in.
Yeah, sure. So you have a handshake deal with him. He's not jamming.
No, I had a handshake deal that I'm not sending Bowmaster things at him. Yeah. I think we want things gone, so you need to be able to jam it. Yeah, but I'm not pushing this.
Okay.
When you will promise. Fire.
Someone want to say that
Is
So what's interesting here, is I think that just based on the knowledge that we have of Zach's hand, Zach is threatening the Ranger Captain crack. I don't think Zach has any intention of cracking Ranger Captain until his turn, right? There's absolutely no world where he's doing that when he has a protected win on board. He's acting like this Delny and this Fairy Mastermind must be preserved at all costs, all that, yada, yada, yada. I think in reality, he just simply doesn't care. He just wants to be able to protect his win with that Ranger Captain. And from what the production has told us, that's in Zach's hand, I just don't think that there is any reason for him to be cracking Ranger Captain unless like Breach is hitting the stack. And although it does suck that there's a chance that he'll lose part of his board right here, like potentially lose Downey is what Andy was saying, or potentially lose Fairy Mastermind. It's funny because Andy's trying to take an inch, right? He's trying to just like inch by inch get himself some value. And what's interesting is he actually talked about killing his own Bowmasters again. Did you see that, y'all? I was like, what is this man's obsession with killing his own Orcish Bowmaster? It's actually insane.
Yeah,
Oh my
I think that
goodness.
he's just really likes to play that incremental, nothing too flashy, really trying to play it safe. Like it's a really different way than I definitely play the game, and it's I feel like I'm learning a lot listening to him play.
Yeah, it's interesting. And like the judge has asked that they move along with player actions, and now that they've moved to combat and it looks like we were resolving blocks here, Zach is still threatening to potentially crack the Ranger Captain. I would be gobsmacked if he cracked the Ranger Captain before his turn. So it just won't happen. Highly unlikely. We'll see if Andy here in second main phase will actually decide to use Savines to get back the Orcish Bowmaster, which is what all of this politicking was about in the first place. So we'll see if that happens. Treasures have been created from the professional Facebreaker trigger.
Draws.
I did like something I liked about Zach's politicking is he was an honest man when it came to talking about Sterling. Pointed to Sterling and said he's out of the game, which is so funny. It's like Sterling had his shot. I think that there's still a chance that he hearted the cards, is able to draw a consultation. He's still got Thoracle in hand, so he's not out of the game. But attempting to go for that early reverse Thoracle has definitely set him, pretty far back. And he casting the Crow Mox that he said he would. And it sounds like from the producers that they did end up trading the Fairy Masterminds as some sort of resolution in between.
The masterminds traded with each other.
Yeah, and Andy is showing a Mockingbird to Zach. Let's check out the chat here while they are politicking in Andy's second main phase. Yeah, with the calm collected take. Love a proactive judge. We do love that. We're glad that we got to push through into combat, and now we are into the second main phase already. Lamore's card saying it's looking like Andy's deals don't end up advantageous to him, but maybe there's something that we just can't see yet. It's true. It's hard to know. The judge hasn't shown us what exactly is in Andy's hand, so we don't know if he's surviving for a certain point of anticipation. It's hard to know. I think that there is a fringe benefit to Andy being so willing to work with people. Like it's very interesting. I'm trying to think from my perspective, if I were in a tournament game with him, and once again, the Mockingbird being flashed and cast, looks like 3 mana, 4 mana. So it looks like this is going to be X is 3. Likely targeting the Ranger Captain. Asking the judge now for details on Andy's hand, as well as what the Mockingbird is turning into. Let's cut the player audio here.
Mockingbird. Pass on Mockingbird. It's a Ranger Captain.
For what?
This is a Ranger Captain.
Oh, I thought active one.
No, I paid 4 mana. 2
Oh.
3 for this and 1 for. Okay. Did you want it?
No. I didn't see. You're good. Well, we switched public enemy number 1.
I'm not intent. I'm basically. It depends
If
on the
mine's
turn
gone,
cycle.
his has to be gone.
Yeah, no, this is what I was saying. Like, I don't want to be enemy, so I'm for doing that.
Are you gonna
So
crack?
it's gonna be gone by my turn.
Yeah, but that's just like you could just use a defensive end.
Are you born? I do not play Valley Floodcaller. Born's the next side.
Gotcha. I think this will be gone before my turn. So we'll get to it when we get
Final
there.
Fortune. And
We'll see when we get there.
I might need to use it on your turn, and then if I don't, I'll crack it in your instead.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. But sure.
Why is that bad?
Well, because you can still do shit on top of it. It's pretty scary.
I won't. You won't. I mean,
Interesting conversation that we're seeing here between the double Ranger Captain situation. It's kind of like the Spider-Man meme when it comes to Ranger Captains.
Yep.
The only silver bullet that we know of is that Zach does have a Flash Enabler in hand, right? So at the end of the day, even if there is a Ranger Captain crack, depending on how many treasures this Lotho just starts racking up, like Zach might be able to Valley Floodcaller, crack his own Ranger Captain, get that to resolve on top, and then be able to jam. So it's very interesting here. Mutually assured Ranger Captains from the chat. That's very true. Very true. Just crack it on Zach's turn. I think that I would be very shocked if there wasn't at least 1, maybe 2 Ranger Captains cracked on Zach's turn, right? This is very much a Ranger Captain must be cracked on Zach's turn. But also at the same time, now that Andy has a Ranger Captain of his own and about 1 million mana via treasures, because that professional Facebreaker has been putting in work, it's difficult. It is very difficult. And Andy was talking about how he doesn't want to be seen as the threat. Yada, yada, yada. Zach saying the same thing. And in reality, if you're sitting on the side of Corwin or Sterling, you're just like, come on, guys. Rolling your eyes. You're like, guys,
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Okay, yeah. One with everything, right? That's true. In the chat, Final Fortune doesn't care about your Ranger Captain crack. That is very true. Getting a look at Andy's hand from our production, we're seeing a Swan Song, a Mental Misstep, and a Deflecting Swat. So tons of interaction waiting in Andy's hand. Seeing some mana being floated by Corwin. See what Corwin ends up deploying here. Is that a Smothering Tithe? I believe that is a Smothering Tithe. Producers let me know. Get confirmation on that. Pretty certain, but I always see the Smothering Tithe with the artwork of just like this.
The hand.
The hand, the claw. Yeah, so he enlightened for that tithe. Spider-Man Ranger Captain, LOL. William, are you a little behind? I think you're like 2 minutes behind. Nemesis say, play Curse Totems so no one can crack the Ranger Captains. Wouldn't that be nice? Honestly. I think at this position, it's just really interesting because I think even though Andy has all that interaction, if Zach is able to crack Ranger Captain and get, like, his Ranger Captain's activation is going to resolve. Unless somebody is on Lussois Sacrifice, I guess. Like, that's the only thing that's gonna counter that, which I highly doubt, but maybe. I think that once his Ranger Captain activation resolves, like, he's free and clear. whether that's by utilizing a flash enabler like Valley Flood Caller, or I don't believe he had a Final Fortune in hand. Last time we checked, let's see here. Checking. No, last time that we got a picture of Zach's hand, he did not have Final Fortune. So. And just like that, the Claw is coming out for Sterling as well. We're seeing a Smothering Tithe on Sterling's board, just like Corwin's board. So just like that, after the two players who are in dominant positions have their crazy turns with tons of politics, Corwin, Smothering Tithe, pass, and Sterling, Smothering Tithe, likely to pass. Maybe goes to combat, we'll see. But so funny to me, because like in any other game, I would actually consider Corwin to be in like an incredible spot. Crom deployed, Smothering Tithe deployed, Rhystic deployed. But just because everybody else is kind of just in this insurmountable board state, I just don't know if he's going to get another turn at this point, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, especially with both of those Ranger captains about to be cracked, probably going into Zach's turn here. But we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I misspoke here. Sterling hadn't deployed the Claw yet. He was Enlightened tutoring for the Claw. Apologies, chat.
Now on top.
Yeah, it's now on top. Mayhem Devil looks good here. Which player is on it in the pod? That's a great question. Of all four of the players, only Zach is on Mayhem Devil. So there's only one person who could even potentially attempt to deploy this card. And that being said, we did just recently see Zach's hand. No new information has been gained. He does not have Mayhem Devil, and he does not have a way to tutor for Mayhem Devil. So I don't think Mayhem Devil's going to be relevant, but it would be pretty insane with a PFB engine plus double Smothering Tithe from your opponents. I'm not going to win on my turn. Cracks Ranger Captain plays Valley Flood Caller. Wouldn't be the first time I saw that happen. All right, let's go to table talk and see what's going on here. I think we're in Corwin's main phase, but let's just see what's going on.
We're sitting you're moving around. Yeah. If I drew exactly Thor or exactly console off of it, I won on turn one. That's why yeah. I educated. Yeah. You guys are good. You're fetch, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I wish this would be an attacker. You're gonna say never crack it, just a 3/3, vanilla 3/3, ever. Vanilla 3/3. Yeah. I guess it can still be cloned, but
Yeah, I don't like that.
yeah.
I just don't like that card on the battlefield.
I hate. I've had so many like.
There's so many things.
Ranger Captain games too, where there's like someone has two. I have everyone has one. Yeah.
Interesting. So it looks like that Tithe on Corwin's turn actually didn't stick to the board. So the Enlightened Tutor for Sterling's Tithe was in response, but a Swan Song ended up coming down from Andy, the one that we knew about, and countered the Tithe. So there is no Tithe sticking for Corwin. Which I don't blame Andy one bit for wanting to counter a Tithe. Tithe is an incredibly powerful card. Everyone in the chat being like, yeah, that's very interesting. I don't necessarily know if it's the wrong thing to do, because like in a vacuum, if you tell me, hey, a TNK player has 6 sources of mana, a Rhystic Study, a Crom, and they are attempting to cast Tithe, should I counter it? Yeah, the answer to that question is yes, right? Like in a vacuum, it's like, yeah, obviously you should do that. But what's interesting is like with the known information that Sterling also tutored for the Tithe, it's like, I guess it's better for Andy to manage his opponents in a way of, okay, I'm going to let one of my opponents have card draw engine and one of my opponents have a mana generator. And I'm not necessarily going to give one of my opponents both of those. Like I get that argument. I don't necessarily think it's too greedy or troll in any way to counter that Swan Song, but it could be a good question to counter the Smothering Tithe with the Swan Song, but it could be a great question to ask. I'll make a note about that. If Andy ends up taking that dub. Lots of Blue Farm haters in the chat. RIP Blue Farm, apparently. All right, looks like we've moved over to Sterling's turn here. Drawing a mystery card, obviously. Sterling asking if anybody wants to make a nice little deal and let the Tymna through. I highly doubt that's happening. Instead, mild shock. The Claw is coming down for Sterling, aka Smothering Tithe. Sterling's only other card is Thorkel. We do have that information. Sterling is sitting here with a Smothering Tithe and a Dream, potentially, if it resolves. Oh. Let's cut to player cams right now, or player audio here, because a Ranger Captain, I believe, was just cracked.
What was our deal? I'm not casting these spells. I'm just cracking it for my turn.
Basically.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to. Go to my turn.
Yeah.
Can I have a turn without a ranger cracked?
I mean, I'm cracking it on your turn anyway, so I might as well deny you from doing things, right?
Sure.
Unless you give me a reason to.
If you want to, you can. Yeah, doesn't matter. If you want to do it, go for it. I'm gonna cast him now, and Aspirate has this problem.
It is free to do, I guess.
I mean, you should. Are you casting any non-creature doing it?
I don't know. My Tymna might draw me some cards. That's it.
I mean, I'm cracking it anyway. I might as well just do it.
Yeah. Go to draw.
Yeah.
I will be asking you a question.
You got it, brother.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I wish I had one.
Maybe I get to find you. Can I use it to get a wrist tick?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Got it down.
But the deal was he never used it.
Our deal. Which we can say
it's crazy.
Dude. How many cards are in his hand right now, right?
I have to make some kind of deal.
This month is gonna put you in a decent spot eventually.
But I only have one card, and
apparently
people won't let me get in with him.
I'll let you get in.
Do this.
I'll let you get in with him the next turn.
Oh yeah.
But
fair enough.
We can talk.
It could be a future talk about. I can't guarantee anything.
Totally fine. Sounds good.
Yeah, it just depends on how things shake up later.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. I think I need a Crom probably.
I'm not saying it's a for sure either.
Right.
It depends on how it is.
In the next turn.
Yeah.
I just hear one trust, one draw. Okay. I'm gonna cast a Tymna. Yep.
Wrist.
Cards in hand.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
It's cards.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So you're gonna draw a couple. That's important.
Cards has been Andy.
What?
All right, so we saw a very interesting sequence there where Zach cracked Ranger Captain on the end step of Sterling, which I'm not sure if that had to have been part of a deal. And then Andy subsequently cracked Ranger Captain in the upkeep of Zach. Now, we do know that Zach's hand is currently Esper Sentinel, Swords to Plowshares, Rite of Flame, Valley Floodcaller. Oh, I think that's a Born Upon the Wind. It's hard for me to see from the screenshot. Sorry, y'all. Mindbreak Trap and Thassa's Oracle. So, interesting. What is your thoughts on this? It's nice that the Ranger Captain Spider-Man meme point is gone, but at the same time, I just don't really understand why. Is that truly just to clear everything up?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that they're just trying to clear the board state a little bit, and as long as they're both mutually agreeing to both crack at around the same time, there's no real advantage gained. But yes, it looks like the players are going to a agreed upon bathroom break.
Yep, leaving phones at the table, going to bathroom breaks. All right, so that was very interesting here. This game has had a weird stalemate point, and what's interesting is they also kind of talked about the original deal of that Wishclaw Talisman, which was, hey, don't use it at all, ever. But then they came back and were like, well, maybe I get a tithe and you get a Ristic Study. And everyone else at the table was like, wait, I hate this deal. I thought this deal was nothing. And it's like, no, this was our deal. We are able to change this deal. So it's just interesting to see that. Let's move to the chat here, see what we got going on here. Shout out to Snowball, one of our sponsors for the events, in the chat. Somebody's asking for more tokens from Snowball. Classic ask. We might as well do this. If we have a producer handy, let's go to our sponsors. Give them a quick shout out while we're in this bathroom break. Thank you to MTG Basics for giving us this opportunity to cast our first event ever. We hope you're enjoying it. Once again, we are That's a Good Card. Our other sponsors, Snowball, Gold Sabertooth, Doot Loot, The King's Court, Tavern of Souls, TopDeck.gg, Freedom Waffle, and EDH Top 16. Incredible sponsors for an incredible event. Shout out to all of them. Thank you so much for being in wonderful sponsors and letting us put this on. It's just been incredible. And also, I would like to make a note that there's 14 minutes left for you to join the Doot Loot Discord server and get in on a insane giveaway of potentially 10 foil extended art fetch lands. That's if we can get the Doot Loot Discord to 1,100 users before 4 p.m., where the giveaway will be happening. So please, 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 please check out Doot Loot's Discord to get yourself a chance to win a bunch of fetch lands. All right, going back to the chat here, dipping out to do some chores. Thanks, Eric, for sticking around with us for as long as you could. Y'all are great casting. Love you guys. Cheers. Oh, thanks, Chris. We really appreciate that. Eric says, don't let them win without me. We'll try, question mark. We're seeing we need a good card, man. Give me one good card. There's a lot of good cards being played here. We see Downey put in work this game, so I think that's been the Tag C special. I'm hoping for an appearance from this guy, from Andy at some point. One of my favorite cards here, Mayhem Devil. That would be great. Stream has great quality. GG to the casters, too. Hey, thanks, Benny. We're trying our best here. This is our first time doing this. We love constructive criticism. Just criticism, please. I'm on the fence about. But the constructive
I can handle
stuff,
a little bit better.
Yeah.
Send it to me.
Yeah, I might be able to handle that. But constructive criticism, we'd enjoy very, very much. I need me a Zur attack trigger token. Well, luckily for you, we have 2 sponsors that do incredible token work. So that might be the place here to get those. Amped Gaming coming in here. Shout out Amped Gaming, cEDH channel, yelling gamers in the chat. Hey, yo, Kevin. Yo to you too. Luke says flip cards in their decks so that they're facing the wrong way. Rude. Dizzy Dab says, great job, casters. Clap. Oh, thanks. We appreciate that. I got a feeling Blue Farm will win this. That's the second time we've heard that joke. It gets funnier the second time.
I'm laughing.
What's interesting is, thinking about this game, I'm sitting here just like, I don't know. Without, like, I saw the Ranger captains as being an out. I really did. Is there any world where you just don't crack your Ranger captain and in the hopes of just like, I have a protected turn on my turn? Because so far we haven't seen any Granite Ballersure's Voice of Victories, anything like that. And we're just kind of in this board state where no one is going to be able to progress until some sort of protection either gets snuck in or what? What are your thoughts on this? Do you, like what are your thoughts on the Ranger Captain cracks in general?
I think that to me, and you, it sounds like you, yeah, that's what we would do. But I think that the game plan for these players going in has really been about making sure you're not seen as the threat, showing that you're willing to make deals with the table, that you're willing to play ball. It sounds like to this pod in particular, like, and I'm sure a lot of top tables, that like what the deal is really matters, right?
Yeah.
And just so that they can kind of really bend that as they need to. And so I think that they both cracked mutually just to show that, hey, look, I'm not the threat here, that other person, so they can kind of keep finger pointing back and forth to each other, while still giving themselves a way to make sure that truly nobody goes that much further forward, right? Like they kind of want this game in this weird stalemate for now, especially if they can't completely jam. I think the person that has really impressed me the most is Sterling. Like that guy just wants a jam. Like he went for it. He was
He did.
pretty.
I was so hyped for that reverse
Same.
Oracle. I wanted it to go through so bad. So bad. All right, our producers are letting us know to remind the audience that we have roughly 2 hours left of gameplay. And it is a hard cap. So at the end of 2 hours, whoever is in first position will be crowned the winner. And what I mean by first position is first seat. So that was the person who had the most points coming out of Swiss. The way that this tournament is run is that there is a hard cap to make sure that the games don't go super, super long, and also preserving the integrity of making sure that Swiss rounds matter. So if Zach in seat 1 is still alive after about 2 more hours, Zach will be able to just essentially win the game as long as he has no life. So he will be crowned the winner as long as he has life left. Sorry, I said that backwards. So as long as he's still in the game, he'll be crowned winner. If he's not in the game anymore, if he has 0 life, then it would go to Andy, Corwin, etc. All right, we're going to take a quick break, a quick caster break for a couple of minutes here while the players get situated, get mic'd up again. But we'll be back here in a couple of minutes to finish up the final pod.
Don't worry, if the players come back, our producer will be cutting to them, and you'll be getting player audio, so you won't be missing anything.
100%. We'll be right back.
Yep. Clown 2. Okay.
I will have a trigger,
You're good?
and then I'll have another trigger when you draw that card.
Cool.
Love the triggers. I think Kron is a good walker.
Pretty good, I hear.
I'll cast Kron. You can.
He would be there until the
Trigger.
Yeah, you're good.
Am I going to assume I shouldn't ask at this point unless you tell me otherwise?
I'll never pay for Tide personally.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to combat. That's a wild thing I'm thinking about doing. I think I'm gonna do that now. Okay. We have a Timna, Crom, Bert, Esper, or Crom. Crap. Those are not good attacks. No, I know. I'm like low key considering swinging my Lotho at him.
No, you're not pushing this. There's a Ranger Captain.
Yeah.
I'm good with you hitting me this turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
There's a Ranger Captain card.
You understand.
You're gonna get.
He has 2 mana.
Look at the card. Why would we give him free cards?
Because there's a Ristic today that draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, but he's
Then
making
you're the huh?
very chill. Yeah, and he's already making a bunch of mana with the Lotho triggers to it.
This will kill me. Like I'm thinking of swinging this at him and having him block it, or letting me draw cards.
Like this Delny's been hosing this game.
Ask how many cards in your hand.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Ask how many cards in your hand. 8, 12. How many cards in your hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. And you've casted 1 card out of your hand this turn?
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty comfortable with letting him hit me at least once.
Yeah. And you're getting high. I don't see why you would give him any resources. Because we're going against this. The double draw engines, like.
Yeah.
But I don't have a mana engine.
I'm sorry, like you still have Esper, Face, Ranger, Timna, like, and you have a bunch of treasures. Or 3 treasures, sure.
Yeah,
But
I have a board state that can grind really well right now too.
I think.
Yeah. I don't think it's only you. It's just
yeah. It's only
I'm giving you Tide treasures, but that's.
You'll get more than enough Tide treasures. Right. Yes, to everything.
I think we've also.
I've still got a risky.
Yes.
That's going to feed you treasures.
Let's do it.
I'm sorry. Yep. I'm sorry, I'm still perfectly fine with him hitting me. Sure, once turn.
Yeah, you're good.
Mostly the biggest fact, I can't block with tip now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But I think I'm doing. I'll just go low though.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Thank you for waiting on us. We are back in action here. We are at a state here that made me a little sad for Sterling. I won't lie. Asked about card or hand sizes across the table. 8, 12, 8. It's like Sterling sitting there with one card in hand. Oh man, it's brutal. You got the tithe, but really nothing else is going for you right now. I'm hoping that Sterling can claw his way back in. We do know that he's got half of a combo piece in hand, so we got that going for you. But other than that, it's a really difficult spot for Sterling to be in right now. I think that there was a lot of finger pointing in that last part as well. Everybody kind of pointing to the engines that are clear as day on board. Nobody wants to be seen as the threat. Zach is going to discard here. Looks like discarding. Oh. Let's cut to player audio because I want to know what's going on here.
So sorry, I missed that part. My bad. Yeah, put him more in. The witch claw. I wanted you to put him right on top. Yeah.
My turn. Yeah.
My bad about that.
No, you're okay. We're not here to discredit the. Alright, draw something good.
You said you weren't paying.
Yeah, okay. I'm casting calm furniture. I'm just blocking. Like I really. Yeah, Crom's you're probably blocking Crom. Well, it turns you off first slot. It's a bird then. Sure. Let's just menace face breaker. Sure.
Yeah.
Calming treasure. Under I pay my life.
I'll make a treasure.
Ooh, a land we're cooking. I'm jealous. I miss my somehow. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 men. Pretty good.
We have a couple of questions in chat here. Is anyone else on Cyclonic Rift? The only person who had Cyclonic Rift was Sterling, and that was pitched to Gemstone Cavern. So we're not seeing a way out via the Cyclonic Rift route. Looks like Andy finally decided to cast Crom here and join the festivities of having an incredibly powerful commander. Redemption arc for Andy. We'll see. We'll see. Shout out to Frostman saying you've got this Corey. We got this Corwin. Corwin should be on Cyclonic. I can double check. I'm not seeing Cyclonic Rift in Corwin's list. I am seeing, interestingly, a snapback in Corwin's list, which is kind of like Cyclonic Rift. All right, let's cut to player audio here. I see a Vamp Tutor on the stack. Let's see what that conversation's about.
Yeah, why did you just life? 27. I know, but the Lotho's double pinging me. It's just hard decisions, you know. It's like the deck is all good cards. Oh yeah.
Sure,
We lost you too.
I did. I was at 31. Dude, I'm so hungry right now.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm trying to keep my spirits up.
When the game swing brings the DoorDash.
Dude, we're like in it right now. Oh, yeah, full mid range, y'all.
You can join the party next turn.
Probably. Just rip the Mystic Setting off the top next turn. Just
You can join it just too.
there. But
I don't know.
I think we wait to see what happens this turn.
For sure.
I mean,
For sure.
I want to see what happens this turn. Then we can talk about it.
Scared to be.
Yeah.
I do want
I do, but you'll get yours before I get mine. And it's like,
sure.
Yeah. The part that's yeah.
I've already got that's weird. And I'm seeing a reason to give. Well, it's to get him back in the game.
So I can be relevant.
But like, I feel like there's got to be it's. I feel like the deal would have to be more for something lower level than like a risk. Yeah, that's super understandable. Yeah.
So it looks like the Vamp Tutor did resolve. Interesting conversation going on between Zach and Sterling here. Andy and Corwin are obviously not incentivized for that Wish Claw ever being activated, nor passed back and forth to one another. But Zach made a statement that he wants Sterling back in the game. Could this be, I want your thoughts on this, could this be due to tournament structure? Does Zach think that getting Sterling back into this game will inevitably make this game go to time 2 hours from now? What's your thought process on this? Yeah, are you there? Did I lose you? Oh no.
Yeah, that's
okay.
A really
There you
good
are.
point. I think that I think the way that this tournament, this game is structured, if it goes to time, Zach will be declared the winner, right? And so, in his view, this is a real. One of the players said it, right? This is true mid-range hell, and so if he can get one more person involved, it'll just slow the game down even more. And Zach seems like a patient guy. He wants to win. Right.
Yeah.
And these players will play within the rules of the game, and that's the way the game's kind of set up.
And as
so,
we've seen,
I can see that for sure.
As we've seen, his politicking's been on point. His ability to push this game into time could be very real and very relevant. I'm wondering if this kind of structure will incentivize live totals being attacked more, right? Because like unironically, we've been talking about Mayhem Devil so much. With a Tithe on board, if Andy has any way to get a Mayhem Devil on the battlefield, or for anyone to get an Orcish Bowmaster on the battlefield, it might end up mattering. Life totals are, not necessarily low quite yet, but with Chroms out on the battlefield, I think we're almost waiting for the Chrom floodgates to open, where people will be like, all right, time to start swinging with Chrom, and eventually we'll get this game into a position where life totals will start to dwindle. But I think that, oh man, Mayhem Devil would just be insane for Andy here, because all of everything would be pointed at Zach. Okay, so I'm hearing from the producers that the Vamp Tutor ended up getting Copy Enchantment, aka Smothering Tide, the sequel. So even though the first one didn't go through, I think Corwin's going to have a second at bat here and try to see if the second one goes through. Looks like it's about to be... about to get crazy here. There's the Copy Enchantment. Immediately cast. I'd like to cut to player audio here so we can hear what this conversation's like.
I have a trigger. And then you go.
Draw my first card.
Yep. And then I'll have a trigger. Yep. And then you have a second trigger.
Draw my card.
Yep. Good. I'll have a trigger. Good. Yep.
My last thing this weekend is I need to play 20 more counts.
Yep. Pass priority.
I hate to tell you, I cannot counter this. I can't. Okay, this is what I can do. If you can you bounce that one? Yeah. Okay. I have to bounce it. I'll be able to recast it.
Okay. As long as y'all don't counter it when it comes back down, as long as y'all promise that, I'm cool.
I'm not.
Yeah.
That's up to him whether he wants countering it or not, but I'm not countering. Double Ristics also horrible. Is it a chain of vapor? But I bounced from five. The combo is worse than the double for 6, right?
I would agree. I think five is near unstoppable when you have card advantage also.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
I'll respond.
big treasures.
Yeah, I feel you, brother.
Yeah, what's that?
Flood Mall. Archetype. Gift fish. I'm gonna gift first, just because.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Is there a fish token? Somebody? I do not personally own one of those.
Fish token.
Sure can make you one.
That would be awesome.
Judge.
Who's getting the fish?
Let the artist
You
know.
draw?
Fish token.
Well, who's getting the fish?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll draw.
Am I drawing off this? You're drawing off this.
Can I make treasures?
Yes.
Then yeah, into the football.
Sure.
Pass priority on copy and channel.
Yep.
Cool. 2 rest studies.
Yeah.
Would be nice. Yeah.
What happens if energy? You may have so it just enter as copy.
Here's the fish. Thank you.
Oh, you fish?
It is. Y'all better not block this. Y'all hear me?
Work on.
We got to figure out what to do about this situation. Nobody's.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I will try to pay for as much taxes as I can.
I will drawing relevant cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will let you.
They draw like 5 lands in a row, so.
I will not try to be stingy with these treasures.
Like.
All
like
right,
this
so
is the quality of the hand. We're kind of.
we got some questions in the chat here as we cut back to our audio while Corwin thinks about what is going on here. We did get a screenshot of Corwin's hand. We're seeing a Ranger Captain, a Diabolic Intent, Cabal Ritual, Deflecting Swat, Mental Misstep, Thassa's Oracle, Necropotence, and a Snapback, I believe is what that is. So Corwin kind of has the world in his hand. We'll see what seems to happen here as he floats some mana. Question in the chat: is everyone on Wheel of Fortune? Everyone except for Sterling is on Wheel of Fortune. Just double check that. Delney Goaded. Agreed, Captain Moral Support. Agreed. That's a good card. Ooh, and Corwin putting a Ranger Captain on the stack. Let's cut to player audio because I'm sure this is going to set off alarm bells.
Yeah, you're good, Cap. And Chrome Sugar from you as well. I'll do Lofu. I'll do Chrome first, actually.
It's so funny. Yeah, you're. I kind of wanted an ETB. That's why I mostly played it.
I feel there's nothing I can do about this.
Hey, pass priorities. I don't know if you know. I was gonna say that. Sheesh.
We're just quick to instant spin, right? Even if he doesn't win round.
Yeah.
So bad, dude. He's gonna draw billing.
Literally nothing.
So
Yes. I don't know what EQ is in the next one.
you not?
What?
Yes. Yeah, just no.
The spell. You already drew cards. What?
Are you planning? What are you planning to do with this? If you actually want it for the ETB, then we can make deals. But if not, then we're gonna have a big old fight. And I don't know if you want that or not, but I'm happy to let you get your Esper and have 4 draw engines. But if it's gonna be like I'm using this Ranger, just like me and Andy have done. Like we're both cracking our Ranger.
I'm looking to grab a Mockingbird right now.
And do what?
Have a second Ranger.
Yeah.
I don't want to get a second Ranger. No, not a second Ranger cap.
So would you be down to crack this and do the same thing Andy did? Cast no spells, get your Mockingbird, do whatever you want to do with that.
So those spells.
Once we
You want
to this.
Yeah. You want to show me something? Why?
Yeah,
sure.
Well, I can cast this spell. That
Okay.
will get me interaction. To counter this, and then I'm sure Andy has other shit or stuff, sorry, that he can do to interact with you. So we're gonna have a big old fight. It will be my turn first after drawing all the cards, and I probably will have the gas to just push.
I mean, you can cast your mystical tooth right now if you want.
So you're not willing to make those deals.
Cast your mystical tutor.
Okay. So what I'm gonna have to do here is get a force. Right, this is your second spell.
This is second spell.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to cast it and trigger my spirit. That maybe. Okay.
Super interesting situation here where Zach is trying to do the same exact thing that he had done earlier, which is, just convince a player to be in a position where he's going to come out on top. He is getting his turn order first if that happened. He wants Corwin to play the Ranger Captain, say, I'm not going to cast any spells, and then I'm going to crack the Ranger Captain. And Corwin's just sitting there, sticks to his guns. I really like this. Corwin is just saying, nah, do your thing. So I'm really excited to see if Corwin, who, when we reviewed the player profiles, had the least tournament experience in terms of statistics, is holding his own against these players. Now, I won't take up the audio too long. Let's cut back to player audio, see what's going on.
Draw first. Yeah. My Lotho triggers, are they above or below your resistance?
It's your result first, because it's his turn.
Right, so it's my turn. You're not my turn. So I'll lose 2, make 2. And then we are to heuristics in your Crom.
Yeah. Are those good?
Yeah.
Resolve. Draw a card. Make a treasure. Or yeah,
No,
that's
no,
gone. That's
no.
gone. Yeah, no, you're good. Resolve. Draw a card.
I'm back to being sitting here doing nothing.
Resolve. Draw a card.
I was an RB. Wish you had an RB.
I guess this is free here. Why not?
Good to move. This is your third spell. I have no triggers. You have no triggers. Let's represent the stack.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here, you want to put it on my playmat?
Thank you.
Okay, if I put this right here. All right, cool. Here, bring it on over.
Mystical tutor. Misstep. This is at the bottom.
This is at the bottom of the stack.
Captain. Captain activation or just Captain cast?
We have a mental misstep on the stack. There was no triggers, correct? Then
I mean,
right, the vamp tutor. Wait, no, wait.
no, that was on his end stuff.
So you only cast a Ranger Captain and mental misstep.
No, copy.
Oh, the copy of check.
Ranger Captain. Yep.
Yeah, then I'm passing correctly. My apologies. Just
you have no response to cast. Not that you're going to. I feel bad 2v1ing myself on this. You get a turn off for me. I don't have a lot. I hear you. That's fair. Okay. I'm gonna show you this spell.
Okay.
This spell. You're still not interested in any deals around the Ranger?
I'm good now.
Sure. You're down to.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about what we're doing.
Right. Ranger comes down. I'll tutor.
Yeah.
Then I'll crack it, and then I'm not pushing.
So, what do you? 2 questions. The first would be, what's your tutor for Ranger?
My tutor for Ranger. I'm gonna get a Mockingbird.
Okay. And you're not going to clone the Ranger Captain?
I won't clone the Ranger Captain.
No, you won't be a Ranger. Okay. That seems fair. And then the second question is, are you willing to cast no spells after you crack this? You can cast spells before you crack it, but no spells after you crack it.
I have no triggers off those spells against.
Yeah.
So it's like
Basically, take no game action.
yeah, I was just thinking for just
No, yeah,
seconds.
absolutely.
So Ranger Captain resolves. ETB.
Get your Mockingbird.
Get my Mockingbird.
Crack the Ranger.
Crack the Ranger Captain. And then is that you're saying no spells after that?
Yes.
No, I want to cast my Mockingbird.
Absolutely. So
yeah, that
cast any
that's what I
spells
want to
before
cast.
you crack the Ranger Captain.
Sure. Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
after you
Sure.
go on by your turn.
Sure.
No, like the specific deal.
Right.
Yeah, I think you understand.
I got you.
Yeah, I'll just state it clearly. So it's you can cast as many spells as you want. Right.
Right. Sure.
Whenever you decide to crack the Ranger Captain, no spells or game actions will be taken except for passing the turn.
Sure.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I am good on Mystic. I'm gonna pass on Rainbow Captain.
Yeah.
Here you go, boss.
Cool. ETB. Cool.
Please continue searching.
Oh,
All right. After all of that, it seems like the deal that was made is that Corwin is going to fetch for a Mockingbird, play the Mockingbird, and then crack Ranger Captain. Fascinating. So, though Corwin originally was like, no, Zach, I'm not going to negotiate with you. I'm not going to play your game. The second Zach flashed the Mindbreak trap, Corwin felt like, oh no, I don't know if I can handle not getting the Ranger Captain from the Mindbreak trap, right? Because originally, it stinks because the original thought process was Zach didn't have an answer for the Ranger Captain, but by fighting in the stack, he was able to turn on Zach's Mindbreak trap, and now Zach has a natural answer to Ranger Captain in his hand, right? So it's very interesting to see that Corwin had to end up pivoting just to get the Mockingbird, and it'll be interesting to see what the Mockingbird will actually become here. Let's cut back to player audio so we can see.
Cast Mockingbird?
Yeah. Access 2.
Not a Ranger Captain.
Not a Ranger Captain.
Last.
That's yeah, I passed. Okay.
Facebreaker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Figured as much.
Okay.
You mind just moving the creatures up? I know
Yeah.
that they're gonna be
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
We're gonna need one of these for Ranger Captain.
This Facebreaker?
Facebreaker, yeah. Any more spells? I think we want any more spells. So yeah, that's fine. Cool. No more spells. Correct.
Yep.
This is in play?
Yes. This is in play as well. Oh, it is Crom.
Your Crom isn't in play, sure.
I take the 2 now.
You're just taking 2, that's for fair.
Thanks, boss.
This is a blocker. I'm probably good. I'll just have one of them to give me the mana. Again, he's in a similar spot. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like Corwin was able to get a professional Facebreaker from the Mockingbird, move to combat. Everyone in the chat, yes, I wanted to clarify that after the end of the round timer, which will be slightly adjusted, I'm not sure if they already adjusted it, but it would be slightly adjusted for the bathroom break they took. I believe that the judge granted 6 minutes, something along those lines. So if you see the round timer jump up a little bit, it's probably because of that, if that hasn't already happened. But everyone else in the chat, I don't believe anyone has broken any deals that we're aware of right now, so chill out on that. There are a lot of deals, and I do believe that there is probably a scenario where Zach does want this game to stalemate a little bit more. But at the same time, like 91 minutes is a long time. And the idea that you're able to stall for 91 minutes and you're playing from that angle when you could potentially just play for an angle to win the game is a whole different story. So maybe once the round timer starts getting a little bit lower, the conversations might start skewing that way. But for right now, I'm seeing this as Zach just simply trying to get to his turn so that he can win the game. So, and now since that Mindbreak Trap was not cast, he potentially has the way to slam the book if there is a big stack war. So we'll see how that goes. It looks like Sterling gets a turn, which is great. I think everyone in the chat right now is praying that Sterling drew something of relevance. Obviously going to be deploying that tithe that was into the flood mod, so we knew that he had a tithe available. And I believe the other players said explicitly that they would not counter this tithe. So I think it's going to resolve. Hopefully it does for Sterling's sake, who's been down and out after trying to go for the splashiest play of the entire tournament. Maybe someone asking in chat, what happens if someone broke a deal? You know, it's cEDH, so there's a lot of conversations about that. Generally speaking, it is very taboo to do so. That's what I'll say. I think Zach should push 100%. I do agree. I do think that is likely to be the case. Even more infinite mana. Let's go. Yep, tithe, basically infinite mana for Blue Farm. Let's cut the player audio because I don't know what this conversation is. I guess this is attacks.
Who's gonna let
Timna through?
Attacks go through just because he's so far behind.
Yeah. Yeah, and Piper in the chat did make a question, or did have a question earlier about Corwin. Demonic Council being cast by Sterling, so he found something. He found a way to tutor. I wasn't trying to say that Corwin didn't have tournament experience. This is obviously the TopDeck Invitational, so they are an experienced player. I was just saying simply in the player profiles that we reviewed before the game, Corwin did have the least number of tournaments played. That's all. All of these players are incredible, excellent players. All right, now we're seeing that the Demonic Council did resolve. I'm assuming Sterling's going to get a Rhystic Study. Sterling has been talking about getting a Rhystic Study through that Wishclaw deal and through basically everything the entire time. But at the same time, there is something spicy where, you know, he has Thoracle in hand. Everybody knows he has Thoracle in hand. Okay, no, it's a Rhystic Study. And he puts it straight onto the board, so nobody has any question that he's trying to do something tricky. So everyone joking in the chat, what happens if you break a deal? Straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. In general, I think they should definitely try to challenge Zach in these discussions. I agree. I think that Zach has been doing a good job of dictating the conversations, kind of making sure that the players are kind of being bent to his will, which is honestly the mark of a really strong player right now. We did see what happens in the awkward moment when you do. What was that? Yeah.
The judge is just clarifying that actually, no, just kidding. Taking that back, not getting a Rhystic Study, it looks like.
Oh, they're not getting a Rhystic Study. Okay. I'm sure everyone at the table was like, okay, you can do this. I'm wondering what he's getting. It's not a Rhystic Study. Sterling has a couple of options. Let's take a look at Sterling's deck list here, see if there's anything that could potentially do something better in this scenario. Like the only thing I can really think of is like he could go for like a Gifts Ungiven or pile because he has a ton of mana and just hope that at some point after a massive stack battle, he just has win in hand through gifts. That'd be kind of spicy. That being said, it's a blue instant spell, so it's like the most counterable thing ever. Other than that, besides Rhystic, I'm not sure what other like good option there was. I think that if he was the pilot with Mayhem Devil on the list, that would be incredible. That would be freaking awesome. So it'll be interesting to see. I think that there's a good chance that this kind of just like goes full circle and ends up becoming a Ristic anyway. But if I were Sterling, I'd do the same thing. I would make sure that I, look through all of my potential options to look for something that works. To me, looking at the list, it's like, yeah, you can grab gifts. Potentially. Oh no, Cyclonic Rift was exiled via Gemstone Caverns. Otherwise, that'd be crazy. It runs into the same issue of gifts, though, of being countered easily. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of good options for him. I think Ristic is probably the safe play, just to be able to get back into the game. He does have like 11 mana, which is crazy. But you never know. These players are better than me, so I'm sure Sterling can come up with what the best option is at the end of the day. Someone in the chat says, top deck the win, shows Ristic to bluff value tutor, finds Abolisher instead. That's crazy. That would be wild. Just like naturally drew the consultation, because we know Tainted Pact is already gone. We know Thorkel's been sitting in hand forever. Captain Moral Support says, this is the first round of Eternity. Luckily, it is hard capped. So after this 82-minute mark goes down, game is over. Interesting. Our production has just told us that there's a chance that he's getting Savine's Reclamation or Esper Sentinel.
Interesting.
Oh. No. Okay. Yeah, that'd be wild. I think that was one of the cards that was in his hand, but he ended up going with a Ledger Shredder after all of that. So,
whoa.
Some value. Getting some value with the Ledger Shredder. That's not what I expected, to be completely honest with you. And listeners, if you don't know what Ledger Shredder does, it is a 1/3 creature with flying that says whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, Ledger Shredder connives. So it's going to make a big flying beater, which is relevant in this pod, especially if life total starts mattering. We're seeing 22, 25, 26, and 31 life total, so it's going to start to hurt. Notably, Zach has a Lotho on board that he cannot decline, so eventually Zach might die to his own Lotho trigger within the next 80 minutes, which is kind of interesting. Let's cut to player audio here real quick.
First, no reason to cast in the Lewis pass. Oh, yep. I have a question to ask you.
You may have it.
Thank you, sir.
Any interest in letting me use this and I can give it back?
You told me I couldn't have a Ristic study.
Also, the deal.
Yeah.
Again,
I know, but it's our deal, so he can choose to do it. But yeah, get it. I mean, you could have a Ristic on your next turn. I'd have to do this turn, so totally up to you. If you don't want to do it, I could do that.
I still think whatever he gets is going to favor him by a large margin.
I don't think there's any card you want him to have in his deck.
Right.
In his hand.
I agree.
I think we're chilling right now.
Sounds good. All right. I will play this plateau. Do I even combat? I'm just going to discard the cards anyways. I will cast a Moxin.
Trigger.
Esper good. Ristic. I'll pay for one.
Okay. One is paid. Good to resolve.
I'll make a trigger.
I'm gonna pass turn.
And then you draw. I'm gonna make a trigger.
Am I gonna pass? Or
You're passing?
I haven't seen my hand in a while. What do we got? We're good.
Good. Okay. It's gonna be Surprise. This Necropotence. Bad card. That's why you wanted to. And now the tough choice. Wow. No easy things.
So it's interesting as we're waiting for Zach to decide on his discard to hand size. So we know that Zach has Valley Flood Caller in hand, so it has the ability to be flash enabled at any time. The interesting thing is, like, out of all the boards, Andy benefits most from this, like, awkward stalemate because Andy has the professional facebreaker to keep on generating treasures. Now, Corwin also cloned the professional facebreaker, so is in a similar position, but we're seeing Andy's turn first. So I'm wondering if Andy is going to be able to figure out some sort of way to find a window post-combat. Sitting with 4 treasures is effectively, 4 extra cards. It's 4 card draw through professional facebreaker. So at a certain point, there's going to be some kind of dam break, as some would say, where, we're going to be put into a situation where the floodgates open, there's another giant stack war, until somebody decides to back off. So we'll see. Someone in chat mentioning Brina and how hot Brina would be in this situation. I absolutely agree. Agree.
Brina.
Brina. I agree. Okay, so we're going to combat here. Orc Army, Crom, Facebreaker trigger, Timna trigger, Tithe trigger. Looks like everybody's on top of all these things. See if Andy drew any gas here. Oh, interesting. Cavern of Souls as land for turn. Very, very important. Are we naming a human, potentially? Let's see. Ranger Captain Avios Uncounterable. Let's switch to player audio here, because this is the window.
Deals with Ranger anymore.
Make 2.
It's not that you're good in this game. Now or don't.
Yeah.
You're getting a turn next, so I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, you have 2 or 6 dice in the Crom, and it's your turn next. I can't interact.
Can I ask, was somebody that has Jack and shit in hand, ask to see and prove that you don't have anything? Because it is your turn next with a bunch of cards in hand.
If I had a trap, I would use it right now.
I think you have a force or a silence, or
If I don't have a silence,
Can you prove that? I promise not to divulge anything.
I don't want to show my entire.
We come on. We already know you have Thassa's Oracle or some shit in hand. You tried it last year. Oh, I'm pretty sure.
What do you want me to not do?
I just want you to prove you don't have interaction.
What do you want me not to do on my turn?
Not try to win the game or try to Final Fortune and win the game.
Sure.
or create insurmountable about. There's so many.
Does that work?
Right. Yeah.
Does that work with you?
Yeah. Like I'm totally okay with that.
Well, I don't have it's Cavern.
Yeah.
So can't.
I mean, you have the trap.
This is his first spell. I don't want to spend 4 mana to trap this.
I understand, but
Like the trap.
I can't stop the Ranger.
Can I see your hand?
This is why I'm asking, because
Like,
I am the furthest
for
person behind. I'm willing to show you my hand.
I did. I discarded.
You have a misspell tutor?
I discarded my misspell.
You discarded a misspell. Yeah. It's just. I find it difficult, but like you don't.
But I'm not jamming. Not final. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. I'm gonna have to hard cast this one every turn. I'll target Ranger Captain like this.
Yeah, we're about to break.
Do you want to keep that in your hand and just crack it and move on to this next?
Let's look back on this.
Like why not? And you'll cast no spells. Is there any side will want to cast? After you crack, same thing we've talked about. As soon as you crack Ranger, no spells can be cast after that. Yeah. You're down for that. Anything I cast will be before I cast. If I have anything to use. I'm not gonna give you guys. Am I missing anything?
I don't think so. Anything like what we've been generally been saying?
So is that resolving? Yes. ETB. Darcy. Are you on Darcy? Yeah, I'm on Darcy. Let's go grab it. Card advantage. There he is. Oh, I guess that. I might actually. Yeah, it's fine.
I think it's really good. Like with draw engines in play, just being able to go to the top and like enter spell fights. Yeah.
Turns on flare too. Pretty cool.
Flare.
Oh,
I
Hey, man.
don't think he's on flare.
All right, cutting back to us here as Andy resolves shuffling after the deal has been made that Ranger Captain would not be hardcast Mindbreak Trapped if Andy simply cracked the Ranger Captain. Very similar to the last deals that we're seeing, yeah? There seems to be a running theme with this. Oh, you have something that can protect your win? Hey, can you just not? So luckily, Andy was able to get a DRC off this, which honestly is a gas card. Also with Delirium active, it becomes something that's relevant in terms of like attacking. And, Andy might be sitting in this situation with 72 minutes left. Okay, Rhystic Study on the stack. That's going to be crazy. Let's go to player audio for this because I can't see this resolving.
Which will give me a trigger.
I did it. What is it? It's a wrist. Oh, I'll draw 2 from asking.
Yep.
You're good. I'll lose 2.
Yep.
Make 2 triggers. Yeah, it's
And then I have my Chrome trigger.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, I'll go. And then I have my Ledger trigger.
Yes.
How lovely. Goodbye, Arcane Signet.
Sick.
My triggers?
I'm not.
Okay.
I think we're at the point where I'd rather hold this.
Can we get another place for this?
So draw.
Unfortunately, you don't know what's.
Did you? How many did you draw? 2?
Now I'm drawing my third.
I'll make 3 treasures. Yep.
Omniscience achieved. Is Rhystic going to be passing?
Realistic study.
Yeah, I'll just have the Rhystic. It's not my problem.
Is it okay if I use this?
What's the time on the whole thing?
18 trick. Just like
11 minutes left. We got some. You're countering. What's that swan song? Trigger. I have a draw trigger. You've cast nothing else this turn?
Yeah, this is my first spell.
Are you paying for? Can I draw this? I will be passing the turn after this. Like you can. Like, are you cracking Ranger in your turn or no? I was going to crack.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to cast this too, but the Rhystic that's
I'll pay for 1.
You'll pay for 1. I'll draw 1. Good. You're good.
I'll make a treasure.
Then can I draw now?
I'll make the treasure.
Hiya. Unfortunate.
True. Hey, remember when I said I was gonna regret discarding this or exiling this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we just reset the game.
Yeah.
Their bird token they want me to use. Do you have a bird? Yeah. I got you. Oh no, you're good. Thank you.
I'll be sitting here with 20 mana and be like, pass the turn. Set back up.
You got your comfort, right?
From him? From him.
All right, while they're resolving those last couple of triggers, it looks like it's just so funny how much work, and this is somewhat of a plug to us, this Delny is putting in. Honestly, Delny is the MVP of this game. It's crazy. He casts a spell, he's like, trigger, Lotho, trigger, Timna, trigger. It's crazy.
For those of you joining us a little bit later, just a reminder, Zach mulled to 3. Zach mulled to 3, and like this is where he is. He kept that. He kept a Lotho and a Fairy Mastermind, and it's gotten him back to here. Amazing.
Yeah, on a mull to 3 with a crazy, like, weird scenario in the mid game. If you were here, where he somehow was able to maintain his Fairy Mastermind while everyone else's board died. It was just insane. I am getting a note here from the producer. It's saying that Corwin's hand is like a god hand, which I'm assuming everyone at the table has a god hand at this point. But I'm wondering if that means that we might see Corwin attempt to push again. last time he tried to push, he got shown that mind break trap, and he went, oh, never mind, turn around. But it's very interesting to see if he'll attempt to again. Unfortunately, now Andy still has that Ranger Captain, so it wasn't, immediately cracked or anything like that. So I'm wondering if he's going to crack it on his turn or if that is now being saved for Corwin. But let's cut back to player audio here.
Yeah. I don't see any reason to give him.
You did do it to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no reason to give you anything. I'm gonna crack it. Full permit. Didn't make any deals on this one. I guess I did, but
Sure, I'll cast something.
silence.
Oh no.
It's like it's fun. Anyway, Thorkel level. I would be so impressed.
At that point, you got it, man.
That's actually such like the like
big brain.
Big brain. Like yeah,
Divergent
crack brain,
transformations. I was just born.
What'd you cast?
Foot collar.
Oh.
Hey,
Doesn't figure anything.
pass priority.
I can do this. Can't get
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
You have the.
I can hard cast it, but I do think it's good for.
But if he like has the Valley Flood color, he just goes to my turn and try, and he still don't have anything.
But I do think he's gonna fight over this. Like he's choosing now to fight.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'd rather have more mana.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'll tap Moxen. I'm gonna cast a. Can we move life, or where should we put the stack?
Can I ask real quick before you cast that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you trying to win the game?
No, not if he's not pushing.
You promise not to play anything afterwards?
Yeah, if he's not pushing. But I think he's pushing. So then we're like, we can't all not win the game because then we're gonna get this time right. So it's like I'm happy to make deals. I can't just in perpetuity agree never to win. So
Right.
whatever
We're playing cEDH.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not trying to win right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I think the silence will be big.
Okay.
Okay. So
We're gonna put the stack right here and just line it right here, and we'll move it as we see fit.
Right here?
All below.
Below.
Yep, sure. That way, do it.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay.
There we go.
So flood colors on the center. I will tap this Mox Amber. I'm gonna put a silence on the stack.
There are a whole bunch of triggers.
All trigger. Also, what's
his triggers are for
all triggers.
I know.
Yeah, trigger. So you draw. Yeah.
I make a treasure. Then you draw.
Good draw.
Draw.
Make a treasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already did.
Okay.
And then you have a second draw. And then I'll make a treasure.
And he has priority?
Yeah, I believe after that he has priority.
Active player. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I just think just right now he has the most cards in hand, and you're pretty low. Andy just discarded hand size. I'm pretty low.
Yeah.
It would make sense for the push.
Stack.
Well,
Trigger Esper Sentinel.
Targeting.
Silence. Yeah.
we have Esper Sentinel, Lotho, Crom, Esper Sentinel, Crom, Ledge Shredder.
I think he might need some as well.
Yep.
Okay.
I need one more.
Thank you.
Here.
We can start using other doubles rather than triggers as well.
Double Espers, double Wisdom.
Are we good to start over here and resolve his Crom and Esper?
You paying for Esper?
No, you're good.
I'll make a treasure. Then you roll.
I'll draw from Crom.
Yep.
Sit, make a treasure.
Yep.
Now we're to me?
Yep.
I'm gonna draw from Crom.
Yep. Make a treasure.
I'm gonna draw my first Esper.
Make a treasure.
I'm gonna draw my second Esper.
And make a treasure.
I'm gonna have my first Lotho trigger. I'm gonna have my second Lotho trigger.
And then I have my Crom trigger. And then I have my Legislative trigger. Goodbye.
So flare on the stack, charting summons.
Mox Hammer. I am having 2 fast priorities.
We need to work together. I'm not just gonna ISO this. So we can go back and forth.
Yeah, I can go next. But I gotta let the flare resolve.
You have to look. Oh yeah. Do you have a plan?
Yeah, because it creates a pop.
Oh, that's something. I have something. Sure. Yeah. I understand.
I'm good on flare.
Sure.
You have a silence on the stack.
Yep. So we got a copy thing, so
Yeah.
do that. There we go.
Not going to do anything if you're intending. If this ever resolves, you do anything.
After that. Okay. Well, so this is if he keeps pushing though, like, what's the deal that we're making? If this ever resolves, I don't push.
Yeah.
You can do whatever on your turn. He's got very little things going on. Like
I will not push if this resolves.
Okay.
I will not. Yeah. Not gonna win.
Okay.
Rustic.
So those are happening first.
Yeah, I'm mapping correctly.
All right.
I
Double
have a SRT trigger, which actually also.
Two Espers.
I'll keep that.
Yeah, there's some right here too.
Okay.
Draw your card.
First Esper.
Yep. Draw. Or make a treasure.
Second Esper. Draw.
Treasure. Yep. Can I flash in a Marnius real quick?
You've gotten Espers off everyone but him now.
I've gotten Espers from everyone but him. Yep.
Okay. Rustic triggers now.
This may be the biggest smiler I've ever seen.
It is not the biggest.
Pass knuckles and you win.
I don't play that card.
Isn't it upkeep?
What bribery it out of my deck? It's in mine.
Oh my god. Yeah, let me get right on
Yeah, Final Fortune.
it. Sounds like a lot to ask for, but sure, I'll get right on that.
Swap target. Wait, sorry, target this.
That makes sense.
Triggers.
That is.
No triggers, right?
Yeah, he's already cast. This is his third spell.
Okay.
So no triggers. I'm passing.
That trigger's not all mine.
I have limited pieces, so I'm sure you take me to contrary a little bit. Yeah. So let's talk together. Yeah.
I mean, optional. There's 1 hour left.
Thank you. All right. So I'll just show you the counter spells I have, and we can talk. Can I see just 3 for 3? We don't have to do a whole. I'll have 3. That's why I'm like, I think here. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna respond to Deflecting Swan.
Sure.
I would like to cast Force of Negation. I would like to get rid of, I think, the best card in the game, which is this Ristic 7.
That's your second spell, right?
That is my second spell.
Triggers here. You have Crom.
Is mine good to read on?
Yeah.
I'll make a treasure. And then it's on to mine. I'll draw for Crom. I will draw for Legislator. Maybe.
Should I have done my Lothos first? Or no?
I forgot. Yeah, you're good to make your local treasures.
First, second.
Yep. My bad about that. I forgot about those.
I know.
We're getting there, chat.
Speaking of, I'm discarding a will though. Then yeah.
Okay, so down to my triggers.
Yeah.
Good on the wrist. Okay. Draw.
Treasure.
Yep. Everything good on the other wrist.
Heck, what time is it?
Treasure.
No idea.
Good on the crown.
Yeah.
Okay.
So many like
Force and negation is stack.
I know you don't have a ton of cards, but we need your help. I won't.
That's what I've been drawing.
I didn't get to see the height. It's pretty high. Contain your excitement. Your character.
Yeah.
Force and negation. My swap.
Kyle, you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. I was just saying real quick while we're waiting for Corin to decide what to do. 4 lands were shown by Sterling to Andy and Zach as a way to say, hey, I'm not going to be helping out. That being said, Sterling did have 2 other cards in hand. One of them we do know to be Thoracle. So let's get back to the stack here.
I'm gonna pass on force.
Okay.
Yeah.
Targeting this one.
Sure.
That'll be exile.
Yep.
There'll be a mental misstep targeting the copy of silence. Good?
Yep.
And then there will be an actual factual silence.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
The Valley Flip color on the stack. Yeah.
Do you have like pyro swords or anything? Because we scroll through this again on his turn.
Yeah.
I know, but he'll be at 7 cards. So
That's fair.
I don't know. I can what can I do? That's the only thing I can do. That's not helpful at all. Because my silence is resolved. But sure. I can do this. Good sword. I don't play swords. Do you play any hard removal? Bowmaster.
Oh yeah, that doesn't work.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. I can bounce it, it'll recast it here. Okay, Fire Covenant maybe. Well, Pyroblast. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you do that, yeah. Yeah. That's okay. So I would just draw it on his turn. I have no way to make you.
We are under a silence, so
My silence.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
That's what I'm saying.
cast spells.
That's what I was saying. We can't make you draw a card.
You've cast silence this turn, and what else?
I've cast silence, force negation, and that's it.
Cool.
Might as well cast it now while he's got to discard it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't have to do it. Oh, he's in silent. Yeah. Well, we'll
draw 2.
I'll do it as when he wants to discard.
Okay. So this is it?
Yeah.
Okay. And silence. Yeah. It's like we're going. Oh, I got a land drop. We didn't forget about that one.
We're in your upkeep, aren't we?
Well,
yeah.
Where am I?
Yeah, that was in my upkeep.
Yeah. Draw.
You have to respond to my ranger.
Right.
Oh yeah, there's a Ranger Captain Crack.
Yeah, this
after that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
That's right.
I'm gonna get this rub a different way. I'm not.
It's in his turn and upkeep.
Yeah, I'll flash in my flight call.
Oh,
I'm
trigger,
very-
trigger.
I didn't push. I'm just doing this and then getting the breath blast.
Oh man.
Sure. I don't know. Do you consider this a push?
Yes, that's setting up.
Yeah.
It's the reason why I can't let
Our
it.
deal was I'm
It's
not going to
the,
push.
it's the reason why. But it's the reason why.
The conversation was after the silence was all.
I said do nothing.
Like, no, you said we're not going to push.
Yep, I did not say push. You did.
Okay, then I'll honor that deal if that's what you believe I said. Okay.
Also, I have like and treasures.
Yeah, that's super understandable. I will. Okay, cast my vamp.
There is 2 risky triggers when that result doesn't stack.
Okay.
Good draw. 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 Yeah.
I kind of feel like Bowmaster is still the best option.
I feel like where the scheme is at and Bowmaster being with Delny is still kind of like a
Wait, are we never gonna win the game? Like I said, you can do whatever on your turn. I didn't want you doing anything else.
Right.
Very interesting situation here. It looks like after the silence resolved, Zach attempted to put a Valley Flood Caller on the stack. Everyone at the table was kind of just like, "Hey, that's a push." Like you said, you weren't going to push. Well, that's a push. Don't do that. And Zach said, "Okay, fine. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go back to my original plan. Cast his Vamp Tutor. Vamp Tutor currently resolving here, and the talk of the table is whether or not he should grab the Orcish Bowmasters. Now, Orcish Bowmasters with Delny is just absolutely insane. It looks like he is deciding to do it. Grabs Orcish Bowmasters from the Vamp Tutor. So it makes sense, right? He needs to be the one in control, especially with his life dwindling to 14. Now, viewers, if you don't know, at the end of this round timer, 51 minutes from now, whoever is in the highest seat position, at the end of that time, hard cap will be crowned winner. So Zach right now is poised to be crowned winner at the end of 51 minutes. That being said, he's at 14 life with a Lotho on the board. That Bowmaster might end up shooting that Lotho at some point in time. So just so we're aware here, it's a very interesting scenario. Let's cut back to player audio. I don't want to miss a beat.
The Orchard. And I'm silenced. Not worth attacking. I would like to move through steps and phases.
Yep.
Any effects? No. Okay. Cool.
Not really any fitness.
We're not going to discard, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. How long does your MP game go? That's too much. That's very long. It was pretty quick, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was like 3 turns, 4 turns, maybe. I mean, I had many turns, but a lot of it was draw pass. Yeah. They would swing Bowmaster. Yeah. Like, so, like, turns that mattered. Like 3. Yeah. I mean, I didn't get to play the game until like turn 4.
Yeah.
And then he draw ran, and he still just stopped you. I mean, he got 10 now. Like, I showed him my entire hand because he was from the Bowmaster at me, and I was like, I can't even cast a spell. Yeah. That's so. One point at a time, I could revenge him win, but by that time he had interaction. Yeah.
Too many cards.
Feel your pain, brother.
All right, we can cut to us while Corwin is deciding on discard. Corwin had so many cards in hand; it's gonna take him a while for him to decide what he's discarding here. Some questions from the chat. Jacob Goodwin says, "Wonder what Sterling's hand looks like because he's drawn like 7 or 8 cards. We know 4 of them are lands that were shown to Zach and Andy. We also know that he has had a Thoracle in hand since the beginning of the game." So there are going to be there's probably one mystery card that we don't know about. I'm sure the judge can let us know once it gets to his turn, but there's one mystery card, and potentially, draw for turn could be a second mystery card. It would be incredible if Sterling can end up getting there. I believe he has something like 40 treasures on his board. So mana, not a problem in this scenario. Not a problem whatsoever. It will be interesting to see what happens, or if there is going to be like a dam break in Corwin's upkeep, because there is a Valley Flood Caller that's still resolved on Corwin's board, right? So in Sterling's upkeep, Corwin could decide, hey, it's time for me to jam, right?
Yep.
Xavier's saying, I'm pretty sure he discarded Thoracle with the first Shredder trigger. Is that true, Judge or producers? Can you let us know where Thoracle is at, whether it's in Sterling's hand or yard, please? That would be wonderful information to know. Pied Piper says, imagine if he got there when they all counted him out. That would be incredible. I would love it. Coming into this game, everybody's got a great story here. Zach is a, mole to 3 in this situation. Corwin, someone with probably the least number of tournaments on their resume. And Sterling, of course, coming from 4th seat, trying to do that crazy reverse Thoracle Tainted Pact. All the while, Andy has just been in this very interesting state of making these deals that seemingly hurt himself, but then also project him forward at the same time. It's a fascinating style of play. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of enthralled by it. So, a unique play style, a lot of cool stories going on here. Someone else in the chat saying seed order to determine winner seems crazy. That being said, the thing to note about that is that it actually makes Swiss rounds way more valuable. Of all the different ways to run the tournament in terms of what happens at time, I think that I like this the most. I'm all for making Swiss matter. That's it. Full send tweet. Let's cut the player audio here. It looks like a Thoracle's being discarded. A lot of other crazy stuff.
I'm going to untap now. Am I allowed to take my turn?
Absolutely, brother.
Oh, I'm not asking you. I think I'm asking you. Is that good? All right, I'm going to draw for turn. Oh, that's sick. That might be helpful. Maybe not. I'm going to surveil. Are we cool with that?
Absolutely.
All righty.
Wait, I'm not. No.
Even though it matches my command tower, I do not want the Soul Ring.
You got no mana?
Yeah. You said that I may hit you this turn, right?
Yeah.
Is there any shot?
My life's too low. I'm sorry.
I ask you because we have to go through this turn.
Absolutely not. Right at 19.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit me with whatever your smallest thing is.
I'm gonna swing at you for 1.
Make a block sound. Yeah.
I'll think about this real quick.
Sure.
No, I'm just gonna hit you for 1. Is that good?
I wish I could.
Yeah. I understand. I'm gonna lose a life and draw a card.
Absolutely.
Alrighty then. Yep. Alright. Does anybody have any reason why I shouldn't just value this out? I'm not trying to win the game. I'm just valuing it out.
Lungs?
Yeah.
Don't open it up. Yeah.
You don't think so? Okay.
I've used my Mockingbird. Have you?
I've used my Mockingbird too.
I haven't. Yeah. I went to this turn.
Okay.
Do you want me to have the Bowmaster now? I totally understand if not.
It's the same, I don't want my stuff to die because it's the only thing drawing me cards.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have it on my turn, so.
Yeah. Then I can't. Only thing I can cast. I'm gonna be 100%.
But the moment should work.
Yeah, it's gonna pass.
Okay. Do I just splash out? 6, 7, 12 cards I have. Then on my turn, I do that. I don't think I need to do anything. We're gonna have a big old fight about this luck column. Don't see any reason to send them. Gonna discard to pitch 5 cards.
So we're hearing from the
I'm good to go to my turn.
producers here. Quick note from the producers: we are hearing that Sterling in seat 4 actually has relevant interaction in hand. Orum's chant and silence, both effects, which is kind of crazy. Here, I'm wondering if Sterling's going to be able to get around here, and I unironically think historical for value was like a real thing. I think he really wanted to just historical for value. Zach's sitting here deciding whether or not he needs to cast his Valley Flood Caller. At this point in time, I think it's going to open the floodgates. Let's get back to the player audio.
When somebody plays a Misrise Village, it's a pretty scary card.
Kinda, I like it.
Just wait on the Bowmaster.
The silence.
I go to discard now. It's why are there so many flies right now? That's sweaty. Natural 7, 8 cards. I think I'm gonna just start with the Bowmaster to be candid. I don't know if I activate Mistrise or if he just counters it. If he's gonna fight me on this, I don't know if you're gonna help me at all. I'm planning to just Bowmaster pass. I don't want the Bowmaster either, so I'd be happy if he thought over it. Are you gonna protect him? Because he's gonna have the Flood Caller. I'm not gonna protect it. You're not okay. I just you just want to. You're not gonna interact.
Like
even if I'm like I won't touch your board.
I mean,
Can
if
we
he
have that
didn't touch my
conversation?
board or my face,
Yeah.
then I'm. If he casts
Fine.
Bowmasters, I have to pass priority on it.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll put a board. Oh,
Well, like, counterspell wise.
Thank you.
There are Ristic.
Ristic.
Yep. I mean, I already showed you this. Yeah, it's like you can get rid of it at any exactly. So I don't.
If it ever comes my way,
Yeah, totally.
I believe we're good to resolve those. I will make one.
Good.
Yep.
And then resolve the other one.
Yep. And I'll make another one.
Hit on Bowmaster. Oh, sorry. This is touching my lifetime. I was at 14, right?
Yeah.
Can anyone tell
Can
me
we?
what lifetime was?
Here.
Bowmaster was sitting on the. Pretty sure he was at 14.
I'm pretty sure it was 14, but I'm not 100.
I'm also very.
Are we all good?
14.
Go to 14.
Yes.
Oh.
No, that's right, because it's in the negatives. Yeah.
All right.
It was 14.
Thank you. Cool. Cool. Bowmaster.
I'm
Bowmaster. I think he's just gonna cast board. Probably. Well, he already has flip.
I'll cast Dark Red.
Trigger Esper. I have a Esper trigger as well. That doesn't trigger anything. 2 Espers.
Yeah.
My Esper good result. Mine good? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Draw a card.
Treasure.
Draw my second card.
Treasure.
Yep. Pass on Dark.
Yep.
Mana, like token thing.
Right here.
Is it
and here's the die.
Yeah.
Actually, just hand me the rectangle.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Way better.
He has Villas and do you know Jacob? That dog? Yeah. Polyplay. He got like I think lightsabers coming out of because it was really cool. Anyway, it sounds cool. He's a really cool artist. Really nice guy. Todd Jacobson. Yeah.
Let's go to 1.
Nos.
No. Cast Demonic.
Oh yeah.
There are.
I have a Lothar trigger.
I have
Two of those triggers.
I believe mine happened first because it is his turn.
You pick your trigger.
Do you want to put triggers on top of where you need
I
to?
think I have to.
Okay.
I only have one. I'll take another one.
Am I good to start?
I only have one trigger.
I always got my comp trigger. Draw.
Yeah.
Yay.
So I love the triggers.
Legislator trigger. I want to play a fun game. Which land should I discard? This March lands. It looked at me funny. Yeah.
Left that trigger good. All right. First left that trigger is a life. Good treasure. Second left that trigger. There's a life. Make treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you guys think this DT gets? Bowmaster? I have no idea. I really don't.
I'm not even sure.
A second. What do you have to let you cast sorcery spear?
He's a flood caller.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
Do you want to tell me what you're getting?
Oh, did we ever resolve the problem trigger?
I have prompt trigger.
Yeah, you should get.
Good.
Yeah. I'll make a trade.
I just how much kind of want the flood caller dead?
37 minutes left.
Okay.
Right, I don't know.
Okay. I'm passing on TT. Yeah, guys.
Yeah.
38 minutes. You'll get a 30-minute warning from me. That will be the last warning you get.
Thank you.
For the district decision.
All right. While we are resolving that demonic tutor from Corwin, did want to point out that once again, Zach's life total is getting really low. At 12 life here, if time and round actually hits and Zach dies somehow, Andy is in a position to just simply win the game, which seems crazy to me that the life total might actually matter. I do like that Andy is also like Andy's got some things to swing with on board with the Delirium Darcy, Professional Facebreaker, 2/2 Bird, like potentially get in some damage here if it gets back to him. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. We'll see. Everyone's got a full grip of cards, so it's going to be really, really interesting to see, what happens here on Zach's turn. Let's cut back to player audio here. See if Zach has the ability to push for a win.
Virtual and
DT was the second spell, so it hasn't even fully resolved. Well, it's resolved.
resolving. It's only been one spell. I'm going to ask opponents, would you like to put the crumb trigger back in the stack?
I don't care either.
I don't care.
I think he's pushing, right?
We'll say yes, just because that's how it should have resolved. Yes, it's. If we have a yes, there's
I'm
one.
gonna have my
Natural.
Okay.
I'll make a trip.
Dude, you would have won with levels. I'm just saying.
Hmm?
You have 47 treasures. You would have won with levels.
Just wait. I'm flashing it on his run step. You ain't ready.
Even if I had
actually,
action, I would pass it. I'd let you win with levels.
I wish. Has it really been that good though? It's mid. Okay.
Do you want to cut?
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Like it's definitely played,
Okay.
but it's not great.
Yeah.
That is your third spell. I don't believe there's any triggers.
I have no triggers.
Good. Okay.
I have to pass priority.
My counter spells have not changed a lot. I can lead.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna bet to go.
I've drawn this since.
Do we want to hit something?
Kind of forces him to take action on this.
Well, I think we're. Yeah.
It's not like doing that. I mean, you have it in your hands.
I know, but I don't know what to tell you. Like
The clock.
I mean, well,
you don't need knowing that you have instant speed of win too. So
do you not run flood color?
I do not run flood color. I am restricted to winning on my turn.
Yeah, he's
Gotcha.
So
okay, I'm gonna lead with
I'm gonna do what's best.
If you think this is the best thing to do right now, it's only hitting one thing. That's all I can do. That's the only reason why I'm saying we might want to.
What else do you?
Counterspell wise, I have this. I think those pieces are better.
For that to do
Yeah.
too. Sure.
Yes. I'll grab targeting that.
That is your first spell.
Correct.
Two,
That's the first spell. I'm not paying great triggers. I do have a generation trigger also. You do.
So you're drawing first, I
Yep.
believe?
It is, yeah, because it's your turn.
Yes, I'm first.
Should we get
Oh.
like first, like cards drawn and spell
Treasure.
Yeah, you're good. Resolve, draw.
Treasure.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, with the time left, I have literally.
And then you,
I get it. Yeah, we'll get it. Yep. I'm good on Esper triggers.
or is that just sitting? Okay,
good.
Yeah, it is your priority to go. Yeah, yeah.
Am I good on my Esper trigger? Do I
Let him resolve his DOC. All right, now you can.
Why not?
Do you want to respond?
Already triggered. Yeah, already triggered your Espers.
Do you mind putting this trigger in?
Absolutely. Yeah.
For that?
Yeah.
And just put the 2. I think that's good to represent.
Is that okay?
If we need to move the dice, we remember.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully we'll just remember. That's what it is.
That's a lot to hope for.
Okay. Mobile?
That's your spell. I don't believe we have any trigger.
Nothing triggers. I have this.
Yeah.
All right, remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because that didn't matter. It gets huge.
Oh, there's a Bowmaster potentially.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mobile's good.
Good to Bowmaster.
Yeah.
Okay, mobile. Member? Trigger? Let's. This. Intense sacrificing bird.
That's already
triggered. Is this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts? I don't know what he can get.
I don't know what he's grabbing either. I really don't. It could be a mind break trap, could be a fluster. That's a possibility.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it. I pass it. I'm gonna clown for that.
Hopping in here while
truly am
Corwin
happy
resolves
that Marty
another
didn't.
tutor. We're pretty sure here that demonic tutor from Corwin the first place got silence. So the second tutor resolving is very interesting here. Everyone in the chat is noting that Sterling could have drawn something by now, and I agree completely. I think that there's a good chance that through the prom triggers, through the ledger shredder triggers, that Sterling might have found something. He is hopping his leg under the table there, so maybe he's involved. We do know that he's got a silence and an orange chant already. I'm not sure if there's a way for him to win the game, but he sure has something to say before this stack ends. As the time gets to 30 minutes here, I'm going to switch back to player audio now.
In on time rounds or like 3-hour rounds.
Yeah.
Playing.
For like in Swiss, I feel like it's almost irrelevant. That's interesting.
I've never had it come up in Swiss, but one that like one effect is sends up.
What is this, like the fourth Swiss or like
Finals, semis, finals games, like where I've won in the second one effect, so there might be some nerve putting it in.
Yeah. Well, top pod's definitely.
Yeah, we're all trying to get it. It is just a completely dead card in the early game.
Yeah. Tim attacker.
3 mana. Ooh. Cut.
Yeah.
Pause. We should keep track of something. Yes.
Players, you have 30 minutes left in this round.
Thank you, Victor. Should we keep track of our own storm count? I'm guessing.
If that is something that we are wanting to track, that would be perfectly fine.
Okay. Can I?
I've cast.
I don't have a snow burn.
You cast.
Bowmasters.
Soulmaster. It's just one
Bowmaster.
3, 4,
believe I
5. These two. These
7,
3. These two.
Just
Yeah.
You guys have a spin down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it would be from count of 8 triggers, right? So that's yes, yeah, 2 triggers.
Oh, there's
Thank you.
okay. There's
I was gonna. So not going to take us. Just think we should do this. Need one eventually. Yeah. And then storms of 8. Okay.
all right.
Storms.
Take it.
Okay.
Need that.
Damn. Storm 9. No triggers, right? Okay. Let me know whenever you want me to go.
It's your turn. I can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to go. Mana available.
2, 3, 4.
You can always splash in more mana.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna cast this Mind Break Trap. I'll target. Thank you. I'll target Demonic Betrayal and Silence. Those are your only 2 spells on the stack.
Right. And this is now your
That's my
second.
second spell. So I will Lotho, 2 Lotho triggers.
I have my triggers that happen first. Are those good?
Yes.
I'll go for Crom.
Your second spell? That's my
And
second.
then Legend Cutter.
I'll have it Crom. Mana triggers.
Discard.
I'll do them. Lotho triggers whenever we're ready for those.
Yeah.
Use the copy token as well.
Yeah.
We're good. Well,
Okay.
and you sorry, my triggers happen first.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're good to have your
Yeah.
triggers.
Let me represent my Lotho trigger.
Sure.
Here.
Resolve first stick.
Yep. Make a treasure.
Resolve first stick.
Yep.
Yep.
Make a treasure. No. Yep.
Resolve Crom.
Sure. Treasure.
Yeah, you're fine.
And then
Crom. Resolve my Crom.
treasure.
Well, let's see. Lotho?
Yep.
I'm good on that.
Farland.
What's up?
I'm good on my Lotho triggers.
You have your trap. Yeah, no,
He
I'll.
already has 12 mana. Like, let him go down. Like, why not?
Sure.
What?
Okay, so trap is targeting this and silence.
Yep. Silence and mean that.
Yep, silence and mean that. Sure. Let me. I'm. Let me. I got it. I'll respond.
Sure.
Give you the spirit. I'll tap for a blue.
I get a spirit token, Jeff.
Yes.
Let's leave floating.
There's like sub 30 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Wins.
No, I understand.
And if I die anyways.
Oh.
What's that say? How can I cure? Flashback my book.
Sheet of vapor target mobile.
Any triggers?
Float color triggered here.
Let me think about this. So I've had Lotho triggers from you and me, and not you two.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I haven't cast anything.
Respond to the fly call trigger. I'll cast this. Calling the Weak, sacking Lotho as an additional cost.
Yeah.
Ristic.
You can. Yeah. Storm to 12, I believe?
Yes.
Am I good to make 2 treasures?
Yeah, you're.
Yeah.
Calling the Weak?
Calling the weak.
Private.
Yeah, we're past on calling the weak.
Yeah.
Black mana.
4.
Results. We're back to chain.
Yep.
Targeting
Local. Yep.
Who has priority?
You do.
I'm gonna pass priority. I'm passing.
Cool.
You sure? Hold on. Do you want to use some?
Use what?
The red. I don't think this is
Or supposed to cast?
no, you can get rid of the.
Oh, he gets to bounce that. Yeah.
Up to you. But
I'll do it if you don't cast Valor Flip at all. I don't think we should be making
Your clock is running out,
clock.
guys. Yeah.
Well, you win at the clock breaks. So.
Yeah.
I know, but that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. What else do you have? I just showed you. That's it. And we're going into your turn where you're going to have to push. So, I don't have any reason. Yeah, I'll swap. Okay. SWAT targeting chain, wrist excited triggers, and that's your second spell. So we have Crom triggers, and there's a Ledger Shredder trigger.
Yep.
Okay.
Resolve my triggers first.
Yep.
Ledger Shredder.
Yep.
We will discard another land. Go ahead.
Okay.
Your trigger.
My trigger.
Your trigger's next.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is not
Crom trigger.
I'll go.
Make trigger.
And
Yeah,
I have this after that.
Resolve all their study. You're not paying, right?
Yeah, nothing.
From Ultra.
This trigger was in. The Darcy trigger. Here's mine. You want to split it here? What happened before Crom? Yes. Okay.
He's Proctor Crom. I Proctor Crom. He has a Proctor Crom. Cool.
I've got him off. Everything off but other than him.
Yeah. These swords. Targeting my chain.
I don't know if I should keep trying for a little monster. Probably not. Here's targeting his chain. Targeting a SWAT.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can we move the life total? Okay.
I will be passing priority.
Is it okay if we move it here?
Give me one moment. Let me just take care of it.
Yep.
Okay. Let's not waste time on this.
Yep.
Will
you move that while he takes priority?
I still have the same spell. I don't have anything else. Okay. I highly doubt that you're out. This is my last piece of countermeasure. You still have instant speed. I know, but we're going to your turn where you're going to win the sorcerer speed. And you can win on top of that. Yeah, this is my last piece. I do not want to use my last piece. If you have no more pieces in your hand, no. That was 13.
Well, 13.
Yeah, this is 13. I'm sorry. 14. Or this was 13. This is 14.
I feel like first start was 14.
Okay, we're at 14. How many cards in your deck?
Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
Oh. Dang. Laser beam. So 14 times 3. A lot. Enough.
Can I get you to make a game action, please?
Yeah. You can't figure out his best line. He can also instant speed run.
The clock, we get to say it too now. What is the clock time again?
It was below 30 minutes. Needed to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Oh, Casper, for sure.
Initial target?
You.
Okay. This is your second spell now?
No, the third.
Third spell.
Just the heuristics.
Just heuristics here.
Yeah.
Storm trigger on
Yeah.
Their triggers at your third spell.
Yep.
No triggers here.
Nope.
No triggers there.
Nope.
Heuristics good?
Yep.
Okay. So,
and I have this storm trigger. I guess I'll resolve this one first. Just Darcy on top. You have priority. We have another trigger. Darcy trigger. Yeah, Darcy trigger.
we haven't resolved the brain freeze trigger yet, right?
Correct. The storm trigger is below the Darcy.
You're good. Go ahead and remove your dice. Darcy, I'll clear about it.
Cool. Storm trigger.
Yeah, resolve storm trigger.
You said you had how many cards?
I had
29.
29 at the time.
So -2, so 27.
Okay.
So it would be. It was. This made it 15. So 14 times. I'm quick. What's the math? 12,
29.
30, 12 plus 30, 42, right?
30. I gotta do 10, right?
Is it 42?
I'm not good at math. Don't ask me, please.
14 times 3?
This was the 15th one, so that I can mill a total of 45. He has
Um,
29.
yeah. So I'm gonna
I
send.
might
point more because you can counter some of them.
Um,
I have no reason to mill anyone else.
I'm gonna send all of them at you.
42?
14 times 3 is
I have passed basic math.
because I can't kill you with
Priorities on you.
I'm just gonna send them all.
All right, so we have how many? Sorry,
A bunch. Enough to.
we have 14 copies. Though?
Yeah.
14 copies. Okay.
How much time do we have left? Below 30 minutes.
14 copies. Put it.
Got my fluster.
Yeah.
No triggers, right?
No triggers.
Nope.
This is there's.
I'll respond.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So storm trigger.
Initial. Yeah.
Let's do that.
You're right.
Storm trigger. This is now. So I took this up.
Obviously, an original fluster's targeting original. Free. Yeah.
That's fine. So how many? 15? For storm trigger? Are we passing on the storm trigger?
Yes, I'm passing on the
Storm trigger. Cool. How many copies? 15?
Yep.
Okay. Initial target?
I'm gonna target all of his. You'll have one extra.
You'll have
one
one
extra. Just put another one on the first.
Yeah.
Or unless you. Put one on the slot. Sure.
Why is this left tap? Slow that counts.
You were about to pass.
Okay.
Okay.
You tap that and that.
No, I think that was already tapped.
No.
Yeah, that was already
I'm
tapped.
gonna do. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have one pointing at all of his,
Yep.
and then
deflect.
and one at deflect. Okay. I will cast Luster Storm. Yield all triggers. Storm count 18. 17.
I was looking at an angle.
Okay. So I'll have 16 copies, I believe.
Mhm.
All right. I'm gonna point. It has to be one at each of his, right?
Yeah.
And then I'll have one extra.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So we'll put one on. Any input, guys? Okay.
I don't know.
What
The mnemonic problem.
Yeah.
Or
The one after the one at the one on the deflect.
yeah, one of the one at the flank. Perfect.
All right.
Okay. My triggers.
You're good.
Treasure. Treasure.
Right. Guess this is the spot right now. So we've resolved your storm trigger.
The storm trigger is resolved.
Yeah.
Are you good on that countering your fluster storms, or what do you think?
No.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. MBT.
Okay. All right. None of your spells, all of ours.
Yeah, none of my spells. All of yours.
All of ours.
Yes.
Okay. No triggers. Good. I have no more.
I have to. I have to pass priority.
You have to. You have no.
Yeah. I'm passing priority.
Okay. I gotta pass.
Of course. Get rid of freaking
Chain of favors and swords.
Yeah.
Are you sure? The flood color again? You have no other blue spells.
He gets to start bouncing his.
I know, but once flood color's gone,
I won't resolve intuition probably.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Wrist.
No other triggers. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Thank you, treasure.
Draw. No, draw.
While Corwin is drawing here, I'm going to make a quick note that we're going to hit our 12-hour stream time limit in about 20 minutes. So that should be directly after the game has ended. We only have 14 minutes left. Once again, that might cut our interview a little bit as we're seeing a Force of Negation coming off of Corwin in response to the Force of Will. see what he pitches here in a second. But just so you know, the post-game interview might get cut off in terms of the live stream, but we are recording it locally and we'll have that posted by one of the channels. So let's get back into the game.
Back to the mind break trap, and I'm going to cast Orange Chant targeting this guy. There will be a Ristic Study trigger. Guess what? We'll pay for those. Hey, guess what?
Pay for it all. Pay for it all.
Pay for it all.
Yeah.
Orange Chant on the set. Target again. I know we don't have much time left, so I'm going to ask you to move quickly here.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry about that.
Very quickly.
And I'm going to be an asshole about it, and I'm sorry in
Great.
advance. My apologies. Yeah.
I think we all understand this. Force of Will.
That's pretty cool.
No triggers.
No triggers.
So no kind of magic.
Man, sadly there will be triggers on this I can't pay for, but I will pay for both Ristic Study triggers. We're going to cast a Fierce Guardianship trigger. Everybody may draw from
Mine's first.
Yeah.
Yep, yours is first. Wait. Yep. You draw. You're good on
I
that?
have a trigger. I have a trigger first. Am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, and then you're drawing yours?
Yes, I'm drawing mine.
Am I good to make a trigger? Yep.
I'll draw mine?
Yep. Yep. Where's?
This is my top. This is my top. I'm just gonna be completely candid.
Oh, I have a Ledger Shredder trigger from my Fierce.
That's fine. Resolve it. Yep.
Am I good to?
Yeah, resolve it, please. Please.
Yeah, sure.
That's funny. No. Continue.
Cool. That's an 11-hour game.
Gamble.
Not beginning. That's no triggers. Pass priority. I'm good. You just want me to? Yeah. All right. I can use my top it now. Okay. Yeah. I'll cast it. If you put you hold on triggers.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to move the stack. That's okay. Okay, whatever. Yep.
Do we need to add sometimes?
Or shoot, sorry. Okay, we were at, I don't know how you guys want me to do this. We were at 19. Can we just say?
Can we please have a judge keep track of storm?
Please.
That would be very appreciative. That is taking a lot of our time right now. No, it's okay.
Where are we at?
We should be like 21, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe that should be the number.
Can we figure it out if it's relevant and just keep going?
Yes.
Keep taking game X.
Okay. Can I draw?
Yeah, draw your cards, please.
Yes.
Do you want to put that to the side, posture?
Make a treasure.
Keep track. Okay.
You're good. Sure.
Make a treasure. Yep.
Fierce on the side.
I will note to the chat right now, there was a 5-minute judge time extension that is not being shown on the screen, but we are being told by the head judge that there was an extension and the current time is 5 minutes higher than what the round time currently shows. Thank you.
Pinch Spear Guide. Crack. Or a blue. Yes, cast one.
No triggers. There's still no counter magic in my hand.
I will play Born. And I will pay for Ristics.
No triggers. 24. I have nothing.
You said pay for Ristics.
Yep, I'm paying for Ristics.
It's time for me. Yeah. I'm gonna use 2 black. I'll tap here for a blue. I would like to cast Valley Flood Color. Ristics are good.
I will respond to the Ristic Study triggers.
Sure.
I will cast the Silence. I will pay for both Ristic Study triggers. Is Silence good?
Yep. Or no. No.
Yeah, I'm passing priority on
I have
what I'm at.
no counter spells.
Triggers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to draw here.
Yeah.
Okay. Draw.
Are you sure there?
You're good. And draw.
Yeah, make it sure.
Lose if we don't take actions.
Oh, I'm passing on silence. Sorry.
Chief?
I mean, yeah.
Brain freeze, same for both Ristics.
Score count 28.
Initial copy targeting
We're going to his turn.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
And can I get the math on that brain freeze if it ever resolves?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. No triggers except Ristic.
Ristic.
There you go.
Am I good to draw these?
Yep.
Okay. Draw, you're good. Draw, you're good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm passing it.
Pass one down. Okay.
Yep.
I'll lose 2 life.
February makes us 29.
Yep. I'm gonna activate Professional Facebreaker to exile. Mind Trap.
Yep.
And then I will cast Mind Trap, targeting everything that is not mine.
Gift or
Ristic.
30.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, that's all I had.
Pass on trap.
Just so I'm very clear, players, did the brain freeze storm trigger resolve?
Yes, I was responding.
Technically, I never named those targets.
Okay, then that was the intention.
The reason I asked because we have a trigger from brain freeze that we have responded to before.
I'm trying to fast.
Yeah, I understand.
We're under the clan.
Yes, I wonder. Okay.
Yep.
Well, brain freeze on.
Yeah,
Can you name your
sure.
targets?
Yeah.
You said them all at me. I thought.
I said the initial.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll name all of them. Eight.
Okay. Cool. Yes, that's what I want to target. This.
Yep.
Let me see all of them. Pass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pass.
Score count's 30.
I guess we have to.
Vamp has results. Brain freeze and exile. Yep. This who's your silence? Yes. Silence on the stack. Silence on the stack.
We can. Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Go to your turn. Blues. I'm gonna spend 2 black mana. I will cast a Tainted Petals.
Score count is 31.
Triggers.
Good.
Draw and draw.
Treasure.
Yeah.
As this Tainted Pact is resolving, we want to let the chat know that we're going to hit our 12-hour round timer at the 57-minute mark of your clocks here. So we are going to quickly end the stream and then restart the stream for the player interview after the game. So make sure you refresh your page as we're going to restart the stream and then rejoin it so that we can get a proper player interview with the winner back to player audio here.
Okay, I'll stop here. Yeah. I'd like to cast a Final Fortune.
Triggers.
Yeah.
Score count is 32. Sure.
I'm passing on Final Fortune.
Yeah. I'm again exile.
Sure.
See what top is. Absolutely. Nothing else you can do. Yeah. Okay. Final Fortune. I play that to the end.
Yeah.
Resolves.
You're good.
They have an extra turn.
Silence on the stack.
I'm going to cast a Mystical Tutor.
Yeah. Ristic Remora.
Sorry, my bad. Mystical Tutor. Hey, you may draw 2 cards. Cool.
Yep. No triggers. Good. Pass.
Wait. Mystical Tutor.
Pass. Wow. I know.
Whatever happens, it's an often. I'm like turbo burnt. I'm just trying my best.
This happened to me in Colorado. I had 100 minutes.
Right.
There's still.
Oh yeah. Tutor.
I'm gonna take game actions as quickly as possible.
Yeah. I'm trying my best.
Yeah.
I'm like at my limit of exhaustion.
I could grab a counterspell. Does it even matter? I have to think about it. Let me think. I'm sorry. I'll do my best here.
Sorry, I'll do it.
It's definitely not me at 100. Like, sucks right now.
No, but the gameplay, it's this last entire stack played a lot cleaner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put that on top.
Got it.
All right, cool.
All right, silence results.
Yeah.
Pin it
Oh,
back.
wait.
Started.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Silence.
Okay. Sorry. Hit my MPT result.
Yeah.
Your MT result with the brain freeze.
Yep. All spells that are not yours have
Yeah.
been exiled.
Yeah, never under the brain freeze. All of this.
Yeah.
Okay. So what on the stack? Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You want my Bowmaster gone?
It was-
Everything that's not yours, right?
It was everything that's not.
Okay. So this red blast is yours.
Where was the brain freeze? That already gets
It's
been exiled.
Brain freeze has been exiled. I put it over here already.
This is
Do you know
yours.
where on the stack that was? I think
You want me to start removing your?
Yes. Okay.
This is your brain freeze.
I mean, everything.
Brain freeze right here.
Right here.
The cells. Above this. So this is gone.
Yes.
Okay. Can we distribute these two over there?
So everything other than these two Tainted Pact are Tainted Pact. Yeah. Literally just everything under cell.
Yep. Everything. Okay. So we're just to trigger.
I think that's his fierce.
Yes.
Okay. This is a flush storm. Okay. That's a brain freeze trigger. Your brain freeze targeting him has not resolved, so that's still there.
Oh.
We have responded to the brain freeze storm trigger.
We had all copies put in.
Yeah.
These are all gone. Silence on top of that.
Whatever this is exile.
Oh, wait, so this.
This is exile. Yep. This is this exile. This is exile. Or wait. Oh, these are very similar sleeves. Which one? I still do. Okay. These are 34. This is my membership. This is okay. Those are exile.
Yeah.
Pact. This has not resolved yet. This is exile.
If I had anything, I would have kept going.
These is exile. I don't have anything for this. Okay. One, 2, 3.
Odawara, targeting Valley Flick.
Sure. Good.
Pass.
Okay. Pass on Pact.
Yeah.
Right. Sounds good. Okay. Brain freeze. Targeting all the brain freeze.
Yeah. Everything.
Everything's gone. Yep. Cool. Resolves. We are to these triggers. Does anyone know what these are?
This was the storm on that.
Okay, but these are different.
This was a Dark Sea trigger. This I don't know what that is.
I know these are Esper Sentinel triggers.
Yeah.
But this is a copy of something.
I don't know.
I'm gonna resolve this. Why not?
Good. Resolve.
No, it's going in the
This time. This card? No one knows?
I don't know idea what it is.
Esper Sentinel.
I don't even know what it could be.
Good.
Is it any of mine?
Yeah.
I don't think it could be mine.
Like 2 treasures.
Stack results. Final Fortune. Stack is empty. Stack is empty. Silence has been encountered.
Sick. Yep.
Open turn. I would like to crack a treasure. I would like to make my next spell uncounterable.
Yeah.
I would like to cast a Voice of Victory.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, cool. I would like to.
Did you spend the 2 treasures for that?
Yeah. One. Or
For the voice.
thank you. I did not. I don't know.
I didn't
Okay,
think.
good one. Treasure. Come to the way. Voice. Good. Okay. I will cast a Wish Call. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. I would like to cast a. I'm gonna activate Wish Call. Dips. So this is yours. This is mine. You get a shot. Right on here. Oh, sorry, brother. Wish Call activation good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Open mana. 0. Besides
62.
I can cast this card.
you can cast this card. Good to know. Alright, I'm just myself. I'll find to cast Abolisher.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to my final turn. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
There's a triple pairs. That would be a way to end it.
That would be actually
They're
a
gonna
good
discard lands. I can no longer cast into 6-7. Okay. I have no upkeep triggers, I believe. No pack triggers. Turns off. Untap.
Got a 0.
Upkeep. Draw for turn.
Hey, I'll make a treasure.
Yeah. Command tower. I'm gonna cast a Diabolic Intent. Esper. You got it. I'll sack this Dominate or this Esper. Intent good. Yeah. You got Thor one here. Yep. I'm good. Cool. All right.
I have triggers over here, sir. Calm down.
All right.
No, I'm kidding. You got it. Yeah.
Great game, guys.
Good game.
And that's it.
Wonderful.
Zach,
No, 2.5
round
minutes.
winner naturally
At least
did not
didn't
go to
make it.
time.
Yeah.
Hoisting that trophy. Holy guacamole. Just so you know, the stream is going to end here, but we are going to restart it so we can get an interview with Zach. We are at our 12-hour timer. So please don't go anywhere. Congratulations, Zach. You got there.
That was
Incredible
That was
battle.
amazing.
We are going to restart the
I'm
stream.
also
We
glad
will
it
be
didn't
back
work.
for an interview. All right.